Hey everyone, and welcome to the best horror stories of 2025. I have a lot to say, but I'm going to try to condense it all into less than 2 minutes. I just wanted to say thank you all for such an awesome year. 4 or 5 months ago, something like that, I was looking around for a 9 to 5 after doing YouTube full-time for years because the channel just wasn't doing very good anymore. I still planned on uploading just as much as I currently am, just because I like what I do. But I thought the days of doing this full-time, like as a career, were completely over. And out of nowhere, people just started listening again. And I'm so appreciative. I really love what I do. I want to continue doing it as long as I can. We just hit 130,000 subscribers, which is an awesome milestone. My goal for this year was 125,000. We soared right past that. And again, just thank you. I had a lot of hesitation about how possible it was to still grow a channel like this in 2025. Unfortunately, as I'm sure many of you are aware, AI has become pretty popular, and a lot of channels, especially in this genre, have taken to using AI for their narrations, the stories even, thumbnails, so on and so forth. And I think that sucks. I think that sucks. I think it takes away the human aspect. It's very reassuring to me to know that there are still people that appreciate content created by actual people. Even with all my flaws, I don't always pronounce things correctly. Sometimes I take a deep breath where it doesn't really make sense to, just because I'm human and I have to breathe. But that's the cost of having an actual person narrate the stories. Of course, maybe I could do a little bit better on the pronunciation sometimes. There's been some silly ones over the years, but I just wanted to say thank you. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, and as always, I hope you all have a great rest of your year. I stared with confusion at my phone. The rest of the gang were all in on this Monopoly game. I swear to God, if you get free parking, I will literally kill your stupid face, said Evelyn. Ravi rolled the dice in his hands. Come on, sweet baby Jesus. I just need a 4. He dropped them onto the board. No, he said, probably biffing it like always. I tried to make sense of it. Just a word on my screen. Black text on an all-white background. A rather classical-looking font. Hide. I tapped rather impatiently on the expensive black rectangle. The text wouldn't disappear. AJ, Evelyn called, like a teacher busting a student. You're addicted. Play board games like a normal human adult. Yeah, sorry. A few more desperate finger pecks at the screen. Then I turned to holding the power button down for an extended period. With my free hand I grabbed the dice, rolled a 3, landed on B and O railroad. After 2 seconds of thought, nah, screw railroads, I said. Of course we weren't animals. If someone didn't want to buy a property, that was fine. No auctions or any of that nonsense. House rules. Back to the phone as Hero, on my left, took the cubes and prepared to drag his sorry little shoe across Go to collect his $200. A minute with the power button didn't do anything. We were entering factory reset territory. I contemplated borrowing Ravi's laptop to Google whatever the hell this might have been. I felt the apartment rumble, albeit just for a split second, as if we were on the edge of an earthquake. I tensed briefly. The background noise from the TV, "No One Wants This," auto-playing on Netflix, disappeared, following the faint sound of the flicker of static. Ravi was the first to get up. I don't, he said, talking slowly as if not to jinx it. I don't think that was an earthquake. He examined the TV, confused at the outage. He checked the wires. Shouldn't be the breaker. I don't have that much stuff plugged in, do I? I grappled with the sad, likely hacked state of my phone, and that weird word staring me down. That was weird, I heard a Hero say, half laughing. Head lifted. What? I asked, to catch Hero turning his phone to me. His home screen too had been replaced by black text atop white. Hide. Evelyn, as anti-technology as it comes, had properly clocked this reprieve as her time to quickly respond to long outstanding texts. "What the?" she said. "What is this?" At my confused look, bordering on scowl, resting scowl face, she flipped her phone around to me to show the damage. It was the same on hers. I grew a bit nervous. "Ravi, where's your phone?" I asked him. "I'm sure it's somewhere," he said, still tinkering with the TV, likely not due to any of his troubleshooting. It flashed back to life, red power light at the base blinking steadily. A simple message now appeared on the big screen. "Hide?" Ravi asked, grabbing the remote and pressing buttons to switch back to Netflix, but nothing was registering. "Dude," I said. He turned around. I showed him my phone. Hero and Evelyn showed theirs. "That's..." He looked back at the TV, then at us again. "Wait, how is that possible?" "Is that like an Amber Alert?" Hero asked. "I mean, I guess, but that's a push notification. This is like completely overtaking the screen." Ravi's brows furrowed. "On different hardware, too." "A hack?" I asked. He shrugged. "That's kind of a weird hack, no?" "Government experiment?" Hero again. A thought came over me. I walked to the balcony, slid the door open, stepped out onto it. Eye of Surround the city from Ravi's 14th floor apartment. In the neighboring apartment towers, most of the units had blinds down, curtains closed. The few unshuttered, however, I felt like that guy from Rear Window, contained strangers staring perplexed at their phones. At their computers, the sides of bolted-to-the-wall TVs, barely visible to me, displayed the same white background with text atop it. What I was seeing, everyone else was seeing. The others joined me on the balcony. "Whatever it is, it's at least hit this block," I said. I looked down at the city streets. Most of the people below caught in a similar holding pattern of standing frozen, heads fixed to their devices. "I guess we don't have anything to call the cops with." Hero. "I'm sure they're aware." Me. "Maybe wait it out until they fix it?" Ravi. I nodded, and yet I could tell Evelyn was a bit perturbed, forcing magnetic thoughts to imbue her silence with weight. "Thoughts?" I asked her. "I mean, should we do it?" she asked. "Do what?" Ravi asked. "Hide," Evelyn said. "Hide where?" said Ravi. "I don't know," Evelyn said. "I mean, we're already in my apartment. I'm sure that's good enough, right?" he said. Pause. "Let's not lose our heads," Ravi continued. "This is nuts, but it's not... I mean, it's not like literally hide, right?" Hero clicked his fingers. "What if it's viral marketing, like for a movie?" Hero with the necessary but unintentional levity. "Hacking our phones so we can't use them? I don't know if that's in Linegate's purview, man," I said, then head turned to Evelyn. "But hide." The flicker in her eyes more than meant she'd sided with the light bulb in her head. She returned to the inside and got to exploring Ravi's apartment carefully. "What are you doing?" Ravi asked, trailing. Hero and I followed. "I don't care if I look stupid. It could be a warning. Maybe something is happening," she said. "We're in a box, basically," said Ravi. "We're fine, Ev." "But the thing," she motioned to the TV, then to her own phone, "says hide. Maybe it's that literal." She continued shouting, finally settling on the sliding closet in Ravi's room, the best she could come up with in his 600 square foot quarters. "I'll do here unless you think there's better." "Evelyn?" Ravi stressed. She shuffled in, past hung garments, scooching to the end to make space. "I'm gonna close the door soon, and if you're all really my friends, you'll join me." Awkward silence until Hero chimed in. I mean, guess it's good to be safe, right? He went for it, second-guessed for a second, then committed to entering. You guys get the luxury of laughing at me forever if I'm dumb. Win-win, she called while Hiro wedged in beside her. A compelling argument, certainly. Begrudgingly, I followed, tucking in next under Ravi's dress clothes. There was still room for him inside his own closet. Hell, he caved, joining last, sliding the door closed to introduce darkness. I went back to my phone, still that classical font, still that mandate. How long do we have to stay in here? Ravi asked. 5 minutes, Evelyn said. Yeesh, he tagged. And then we sat in silence for a while, distant tick-tick-ticks of the clock in the living room bringing down the blood pressure a tad. It all felt silly, kind of fun. Remember when we went camping at Sunlight Groves? Hiro asked. Glamping, Ravi clarified. Ev thought she saw a bear. Hiro laughed. A bear and its cub. It was dark. It looked like bears, she said, half laughing herself. I heard noises, too. Bears at Sunlight Groves? He said again. Saddest patch of trees in America. Guys, shut up. We're here, so let's commit to the bit, before the conjuring doll gets us, said Ravi, surprisingly not bitterly. We kept our traps zipped for another minute. Eyes at the phone again. Hide. Nonsensical, all of it really, but in a way that was starting to sit more and more uncomfortably for me. What do you think it is? Hiro whispered. I shook my head. Evelyn with the light shrug. Ravi with a deep inhale before speaking. I mean, obviously sophisticated, he said, voice low. Like it's... yeah, it's obviously something. I waved my phone. My bank is on this, and it's bricked now, basically. I'm screwed. They'll figure something out, said Ravi. Powerful knocks at his apartment door all of a sudden. Thundering. Hey, a voice called, muffled through the walls. Ravi, you there? Evelyn braced. Who is that? A skinwalker, obviously, replied Ravi. Kidding. My neighbor Monica. Evelyn reached across me and Hiro to tug at Ravi's sleeve. Are you positive? Yes, and I should probably get it. You said 5 minutes, she said. Yeah, but I'm being a pretty trash neighbor right now, he replied. The knocking persisted, so did the words. I have this weird thing on my phone. Brad has it too. It says hide. TV, same thing. Computer, same thing. I don't know how to reach anyone or what to do. The neighbor trailed on. Ravi blew air out of his nose. Alright, this is stupid. I'm gonna... No, said Evelyn. But then all of a sudden, he stopped. We all stopped. I felt something. Something very, very real. No knocking anymore. Or at least, I couldn't hear anything. Not the tick of the clock, nor the soft rustle of us against clothing. It was like the world was holding its breath. Like there was a presence. Right outside the closet. Then the sting of static in my ear before... It passed. Whatever it was, the feeling dissipated, the sound returned, and I sneaked a glance at my phone. The word hide was gone and replaced it was my home screen. The silence between the four of us was uncomfortable. Did you feel that? Evelyn finally whispered. No one said anything. Ravi outstretched his arm yet again to slide the door open, but his hands were shaking. You can do it, I whispered. I think we're good. He steeled himself, looking very much like he was crossing some sort of internal threshold. He pulled the door aside, revealing his room exactly as we'd left it. We took it in. I'm gonna answer Monica, he said with not a whole lot of vigor to his voice, getting up and creeping out of the room. The rest of us followed, stopping in the living room while he continued to the door. I went to Twitter, searched hide, and sorted by new. Evelyn, meanwhile, grabbed the remote from the stand and turned the TV, now hideless, on and maneuvered through the Roku channels. "What are you looking for?" Hero asked. "Just like a live channel, I guess," she replied. "The news?" My scrolling wasn't yielding anything of help or insight, though it was clear, via the confused posts from seemingly around the whole world, that the scope of whatever happened was global. My focus shifted to Ravi, who was standing on the welcome mat, eye pressed against the door's peephole. He hadn't moved in quite some time. "Everything alright, man?" I asked. He didn't reply, just stood there frozen. I approached slowly. She's... I heard him croak. I reached him, patting him on the shoulders and urging him to detach from the door viewer. He finally did, leaning against the wall at first before slowly sliding to a seat on the floor. I peered into the hallway through the hole. Outside, his neighbor, the one knocking, looked like she'd been skewered, decimated. An explosion of blood in the hallway. What? I felt a buzz on my phone. I pulled it out. Again. Before I could even process, I heard Ravi and Evelyn react. "There's another one. It says again now." I turned to see the foreboding word on the TV. "Fuck. So we should hide again," Hero called. Much like Ravi, I was shell-shocked. "AJ, what do you think we should do?" He repeated. "Evelyn?" I said, trying to force the words out of my mouth. "You had good instincts the first time. What do you think?" "How much time do you think we have?" she asked. How much time passed between when I first saw the word hide and when we felt that presence in the closet? It might have been 10 minutes. I heard Ravi mutter, almost lifeless. "I don't..." Then Evelyn interrupted herself. "Wait, what did you just see outside?" She started approaching the door. I stopped her. "I don't think it'll be good for you to see it." Are you serious?" she responded. "Yes," I said, immediately realizing that lying might have been smarter. "We can't assume we have the same amount of time," Ravi added. I went with my pitch. "Do we try the same spot?" Hero started pacing, thinking, tapping his foot. If we think about it, it said hide and we hid. Now it's saying again, and obviously that means that whatever happened is gonna happen again." He gave us a look as if he could see, in our drained expressions, what was waiting on the other side of the door. "That's a great recap, man," I said. "What I mean," he said, struggling, "is that when you'd play as a kid, if you kept picking the same spot over and over, eventually it'd catch up to you." Are we really trying to apply some sort of logic to this? Ravi mumbled. Evelyn fortified herself. "I think he's right. It's nuts, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but we need to operate on gut, and gut tells me we pick better spots this time." "But spots makes it sound like we should split up," I said, looking around, slowly realizing that the limited real estate we had to work with meant this suggestion made more sense than I would have liked. I turned to Ravi. "Where should we all go?" He shook his head, palmed his forehead a few times as if to slap himself back to reality. "We do..." He started thinking. "Two under my bed," he grimaced, letting neurons collide in his mind. "One of us in the utility closet, the other... laundry closet." He got up and pointed. One of the closets was right behind me. Life in him again. Now. My eyes fitted to Hero and Evelyn, who ran into the bedroom, Ravi gave me a nod before entering the laundry closet and awkwardly squeezing in with the washer and dryer, closing his door. I entered the utility closet and closed mine. Rather, I tried to. The door wasn't clicking shut. Ravi, the door, it's not... But then I fought the urge to say anything more. If time was up, I'd compromise my spot. Hell, compromise his spot too if I kept talking. I tried a few more times to get it closed, then... I committed, terrified out of my mind to gripping the handle and holding the door shut. I tried to keep my shaking hand and quickening breath in check as... The silence overtook again. Complete silence, and then... that presence. I felt a light tug at the door. I kept my hold firm but didn't try to overpower. Didn't want to completely give it away. And again, it stopped. The feeling disappeared, and I waited 15 seconds before sneaking a look at my phone to see that the again warning was gone. I heard the sound of Ravi's door swing open first. I followed with mine. He was emotional. I forgot that door is screwed up, man. I got scared, man, and I was... You're all good. It's alright. I know. I even heard you call for me, and I didn't. I panicked and I thought it'd... We're alive, man. It's alright. We're... And I immediately remembered it wasn't just us. Evelyn and Hero. Right, he said. We rushed to his bedroom. Nothing at first. The two hadn't emerged yet. For a moment, the horrifying thought that we'd be pulling their corpses out from under the bed rushed past me. Guys? I said. Coast is clear. Quick. Silence. For quite some time. Before they finally shuffled out in one piece, alive. As they shifted from crawl to bend to standing, I wanted to hold them. Hold everyone for just a second. I felt a newfound appreciation for life and their faces and personalities. Another buzz on my phone. I took a look. Break time. I let out a sigh of relief and showed the message to the others. I guess that's good, Evelyn said. A second to catch our breaths after this craziness. But then what? Ravi asked. Is this just gonna continue? We walked into the living room together, nervously. We haven't even gotten a single second to wrap our heads around this. Evelyn again. Something in me didn't seem right. I didn't feel good. Hey Ev, how do you know that we should have stayed in the closet for 5 minutes? Hero asked, somewhat pointedly. I clocked minor annoyance in her face at the question. I didn't know anything. It was a guess. But I mean, yeah, you guys were pretty lucky I was here and pushed for it, because... You were all being stubborn. Hero wore a strange expression as he looked at her. Alright. Sounds like you want to say something more, she said. Why would I? What makes you think I'd... Ravi interrupted Hero by stepping between the two of them. Holy hell. Keep your heads on, people. But as he said it, and maybe it was just an aberration in my mind, but I couldn't help but feel something significant stir within me. Something really inflame, as if even though his face was straight, he was concealing some sort of inner smile at what was happening. Hero, I think you're focusing your skepticism in the wrong direction, I said. Ravi's expression turned irritated, which all but confirmed it to me. I don't know if you want to be mad at the person that saved us the first time, I said, trying to make a point by motioning to Evelyn. But as I looked at her, something felt wrong there too. I contained it. Or rather, the person who wanted to open the closet door. And then something even more obvious hit me. Wait, Ravi, you tried to kill me. And all of a sudden, I was glaring at him, my temper rising by metric tons every second as if it was all starting to make sense. Evelyn and Hero joined me. Ravi looked incredulous. I already admitted that I screwed up with the door. I confess to you. Why are you trying to make things worse? I was trying to calm them down. Then, noticing us approach him, He backed towards the kitchen cabinets. He pointed at me. "You were on your phone when this thing first happened," he said, as if he were having his own revelation. "You were waiting for it to start." "That's an insane misdirect," I said, positive that I couldn't trust him. But as my eyes turned to Evelyn and Hero, I realized I couldn't trust them either. Couldn't trust anyone. Still, Ravi absolutely needed to be the first to go. The first to be disposed of. He grabbed a knife from the cupboard and held it out at us, and only the smallest thought in the back of my mind was telling me that we were being toyed with, that it was so incredibly obvious that whatever this was, it had a handle on us. But unfortunately that understanding was academic for me at best, as I kept finding string after string of thoughts and emotions connecting, everything adding up, the logic sound, my emotions inflamed. "Break time," Evelyn said. "It's breaking us." Of course she would know that though, if she were in on it. We all looked at her. I watched for sudden movements from any of these traitors. Even a millimeter shift wouldn't get past me. It's overriding us. It's flooding us with anger that isn't ours. And real as it feels, she faced her phone at us, beckoning us to read it clearly. Break time. We can't fall for it. And that small grounded part of me took over, even though I was sure with everything in my soul that she, Ravi, and Hero were the source of everything that was happening. Ravi's grip on the knife tightened as he and the rest of us remained in the bizarre equilibrium of our four-way standoff. "It's all of you," I thought to myself, before I felt a lightness overtake me, like an insatiable hunger fading, or extreme fear dissipating when you realize that noise in the other room wasn't a person, but rather something knocking over. My feelings of unrest and paranoia were gone. My phone screen once again returned to its default background. It was hard to describe how I felt now. Lucidity, shame. I looked at Ravi sadly. His head hung low as he put the knife back in its place. Hero turned to Evelyn first. "I'm sorry," he said. Then to Ravi, "Sorry." "Sorry, guys," said Ravi. And then I said, "I'm sorry." "You're welcome, assholes," Evelyn said. "We deserve that." "That was insane," Ravi said. "Like a messed up roller coaster ride," said Evelyn. "I didn't... That wasn't totally me," Hero said. "Like something was in me and it was..." "It's okay, man." I was getting tired of saying it. And certainly I, out of everyone, didn't deserve to impart forgiveness anyway, after what my own head was at only 30 seconds ago. "We need to, write something down. We are susceptible. Don't forget," started Ravi. "We just need to remember to keep your heads on." I interrupted. "Remember." But I think the fear that, again, would pop up on our phones drove him to start rummaging for some paper, start scribbling some words on it, while the rest of us tried to soak in the reprieve of nothing happening. Every half second a luxury. I wanted to say sorry another 20 times or so, something I was sure wasn't a feeling unique to me. "I feel like I'm losing myself," I said. It felt like I was in a dream at this point. "Yeah," said Ravi. "Yeah." "We're," Hero said, looking at us carefully, "probably all gonna die. Should we, say our words, I guess?" Don't talk like that," said Evelyn. "How many people do you think are dead?" Hero asked. I went to the TV, temporarily free yet again from 1 or 2 word mandates, turned it on, toggled through the homepage until I found the live stream of a soccer game. One fixed camera angle, everyone in the stadium torn apart, players on the field within frame, eviscerated. I returned to the homepage, navigating in an attempt to find a different live program. I clicked on what appeared to be a news channel I hadn't heard of before. The sight of an empty desk appeared. Wires leading under the desk made me think that perhaps the anchor was hiding under it. "We are trying to report," he said. "Knowing that the signal is going to cut out, I've survived so far. Survived whatever exactly this might be. But the carnage from footage I've seen is extensive. I strongly recommend..." The broadcast was interrupted by the new word. "Seek." Again in classical lettering. And the screen cracked, then shattered with a loud pop, sending bits of glass onto the floor, as did the screen on my phone that I'd placed on the coffee table, as did the phones in Evelyn and Hero's hands too, reactively dropped on the floor by the pair, a weak bounce before settling. I panicked. "Seek, seek," I said desperately, trying to jolt my brain to the task. "Maybe something out of place?" Evelyn said. "What if we have to find what's killing everyone?" said Hero. I started, but I couldn't even muster up close to the sentence. I ran to the balcony, outside, to see if there was something obvious to look for. In the sky, in the city, what I spotted on the neighboring high-rises was blood-stained curtains, unrecognizable bodies where blinds were lifted, and, as my eyes darted from spot to spot, a lead. A small TV in one of the apartments. The screen looked unbroken. A word on it I couldn't make out. 5 letters was the best I could do. "It's the screens," I said. "We need to find a screen that still works." I ran back into the living room. "Does anyone have binoculars?" They all looked at me. "Why would anyone have binoculars?" Ravi asked. There's a screen, I think, in one of the other apartment buildings. It's working. There's a word, but I can't see it. We need to find another one. I don't know, I ran into Ravi's office. Computer screen broken. Grabbed his laptop. Shattered. Nope. I nervously tapped my chest with the fingertips of both my hands while the rest desperately searched for something viable too. Did I have to run to the other apartment? Would there even be enough time? How would I even get in? And then, like a bolt of the blue, it hit me. "Ravi, where's your phone?" His voice was a little confused. "I don't know, man. I lose it all the time." "Find it." "You really think that's it?" "We're looking for a functioning screen. It's the only one we haven't ruled out yet." I turned to Hero next. "Check out the other apartments on the floor. See if any of the doors are unlocked. If they are, go inside. Check everything. Phones, laptops, TVs, doesn't matter. See if there's a message intact on any of them." "On it," he said, rushing to the door, opening it, freaking out at the body in front of it, nearly tripping, then composing himself and rushing into the hallway as the door closed behind him. We tore apart Ravi's apartment next. "Couch cushions. Where do you usually lose it?" I asked. My head peeked under the bed, peeked into counters alongside Evelyn desperately. "I don't, man," he answered. "It's stupid, but sometimes I literally just chuck it across the room." Helpful. Supremely helpful. In the bathroom, I looked in the medicine cabinet, then back into his room, to his closet, checking the pockets of all of his pants. I started to feel the inevitable looming. This was the one that was going to kill us, wasn't it? "Love you guys," I heard Evelyn say almost under her breath, like she could feel it too. No tangible ticker counting down, but a feeling in my chest, a train closing in, with us tied to the tracks. Ravi running to the TV stand, looking behind, then under books, under shelves, and I was back in the living room again. Sure, there was nothing left. My eyes lowering to the painful game we'd started our deadly evening with. Monopoly. Specifically to the messy pile of 50s, 20s, and 10s on Ravi's side of the board. I knew his etiquette for swapping some of them out for hundreds was quite poor. The cash stacked high, which made sense. He was crushing all game. And yet... I crouched and did an even more aggressive sweep of the spot that we'd started our desperate search at, to discover his preserved Samsung Galaxy A35 underneath the fake money, with a new word to greet me: smile. And it really did feel like time was up this time. "I found it, you have to smile," I screamed like an auctioneer. Evelyn turned first from her spot in the kitchen. "What?" I ripped the phone from the ground and held up the message to her. "Smile." She mirrored my uncomfortable expression. All teeth, feigned happiness, as did Ravi as he bolted out of the room before even seeing the message on the phone or my intense eyes. Hero threw open the door. "Couldn't find anything, I'm sorry," he screamed. He saw our wide smiling faces and our eyes screaming at him to get the hint as I tried to mouth the words while keeping my pose, but instead it sounded like "smuh." And yet, despite the confusing sight, with the luckiest stroke in the world, he copied and showed me those pearly whites. I retained my beaming smile, feeling a tear of fear travel down my cheek, my eyes glued to Ravi's phone in my hand, hoping and praying that we wouldn't all get torn apart. And the word disappeared. I showed the group the proof, and one by one our cheery expressions dropped to our default nervous frowns, resting scowl face restored. A collective exhale. "I can't do this," said Ravi. "I know," Evelyn said. And unlike some of the gaps we'd been afforded in the past, I already spotted a new message on the single remaining functional phone left in my right hand. Point to sacrifice. I could feel the group's eyes on me. I couldn't hide the misery. "What?" Ravi asked. "Point to sacrifice," I said, barely legible. "AJ?" Evelyn asked. I tilted the phone so they could read it. I couldn't say the words any louder. My body wouldn't let me. Underneath the words, a timer had been running, one that was already down to 145, 144, 143 by the time I flashed them the phone. And yet, still, all of us needed more seconds to let it settle. I felt defeated, truly this time. "All right," said Ravi, cutting through the holding pattern. "So what? We talk it through with the time we have left? Maybe we all agree on someone to point at. I mean, hey, who knows what I have to live for?" Hero next. My family, mom, dad, siblings. I wasn't even thinking of them this whole time. They're all probably dead. Yeah, I interrupted, his words hitting me immediately and curbing any remaining social etiquette I had left. Everyone I had ever known was likely gone. Wow. Evelyn smiled at us softly. "I just have you guys now," she said. "So, yeah, screw this," she said, immediately pointing to herself, almost causing me to die right there in fear she'd be torn apart immediately. But the counter was still ticking down. "I flipped the board on this BS," she said, without wavering. 112, 111, 110. Hero pointed to himself. "Screw it. You know what? I flipped the board too," he said. I looked at him, almost nervously exasperated. "Really? After all that, guys?" 107, 106, 105. "If there is a hell," Ravi said. "Unlikely, but what the... Maybe we dodged that bullet." He curled his index finger back towards himself. "Flip the board." I just looked at them. It was strange to feel a deluge of selfish thoughts flood into me all at once. 40 seconds. 39. 38. "Alright," I said, copying my peers. "Let's do it." I pointed at myself too, like we were all playing Simon Says or something. 33. 32. 31. I took an appreciative look at my old friends, the longest standing friends I'd ever had in my stupid life. And then, at the Monopoly board we were playing on, it really was quite an awful game. I wasn't sure why we'd always subject ourselves to it. 27, 26. I saw the pile of money on free parking. 23, 22. The only way to make it fun was to play with BS rules. House rules. 20, 19. Wait, I said. Follow me. I sprinted to the door. I opened it, held it open for the rest. 15, 14, 13. I pointed at Ravi's dead neighbor in the hallway in front of the door. Monica. We didn't know what we were dealing with until she died. Her sacrifice gave us a chance, I said, almost looking up as if I was speaking to whoever was enacting this terror on us. I was aware it was a reach. 9, 8. And we've probably lost a lot of humanity since then, so sorry, I said, pointing at her. And thank you. 6, 5. And my best friends pointed too. A real morbid way to close things out, with a clash of sorry and thank you, escaping them as what would likely be their last words. I had really interrupted what was quite a nice moment inside for the strangeness. 2, 1, 0. House rules, I said, and then I prepared myself for it. Pain, then annihilation. But nothing came. Instead, Ravi's phone in my hand just read, "Good game," before defaulting to Ravi's homepage picture, a Borzoi. He didn't even own one. He was just obsessed with that breed of dog. We stood there for 10 minutes, it felt, before we finally ventured inside, single file, like a group of polite zombies. I was unsure what to make of what had happened, what to do, who to check on, the state of the world, what was going on around me. I sat back down at the Monopoly board, the others, in an almost Manchurian candidate sort of way, took their spots too. I think it was my turn, I said slowly. I grabbed the dice, I rolled. It was a 10. I tapped my top hat icon on each square until I landed on Short Line Railroad. Do you want to buy it? Evelyn asked me. I thought about it for too long. Finally. Sure. I was 4 when I first saw it. I lived in a fairly safe and comfortable neighborhood. We never wanted for anything, and I was an only child. I had 2 loving parents. By all accounts, there was no real inciting incident. No trauma, no fear, no nothing that would make me hallucinate. I was by all accounts a gifted child who lived with great, loving parents in a large house. I remember I had come home from school, I had gotten a snack from the pantry, and I was taking over the living room to watch Power Rangers, as was my after-school tradition. As I walked into the living room, I looked out onto the backyard. At the time, my little brain could only register a furry lump. A squirrel. It hadn't been torn apart or killed by anything, just died of old age. I knew death was a thing, but I had never seen it in real life up to this point. This was the first time it occurred. From the corpse of the squirrel, I saw what looked like stringy tethers break loose from its body. Ethereal blue things, barely thicker than twine, pulling apart as I saw a ghostly, blue version of the squirrel emerge from its body. It regarded me for a moment as I watched it. Could it see me? Did the dead watch us? Then I saw it immediately scamper off. My family wasn't religious. I wasn't religious. We were Christian, sure, but we didn't exactly visit church every Sunday, nor did we avoid specific vices or espout virtues. Still, we believed in the basics. When you die, you go to heaven if you're a good person, hell if you're a bad person. But at the time, I called it heck. Seeing this, well, I didn't know what to do. How was a 4-year-old supposed to handle this? Instead of watching TV, I went to my mom in the office. She was busy on a computer, having a serious talk with someone I didn't know. And are you sure it's nothing serious? If you... I'll have to call you back. We'll pick this up soon. Sure. Goodbye. She'd hang up the phone, turning her chair to look at me. Yes, Danny? Mom, there's a squirrel in the backyard. I'm sure there is, honey. Is that all you wanted to say? Mom, I think it died. Her face twisted in a look of revulsion. All right, dear. Let me get Daddy to take care of it. She left the office. I could hear her calling, Jacob, Jacob, baby, need you to do something for me. She didn't get it. I mean, how could she? What was there to understand? But I didn't exactly blurt out that I saw ghosts. I was 4. What was I supposed to say? So I hid it. I locked it away in my brain, and it was my little secret. In a way, it gave me catharsis. I wasn't having existential dread at the age of 4, but the unknown still scared me. To know that your soul lives on, well, it gave me some measure of peace even as a child. My parents weren't exactly going to think I was telling the truth either, so why bring it up? Kid me knew grown-ups couldn't see stuff kids do. But it was alright. There was no rule book, but I picked up some things as I watched. Some minor rules. Creatures had to be big enough. A mouse seemed to be the cutoff. I didn't see ants or gnats appear. From death, it took about 40 seconds for something to break free. I didn't know what would happen if you were brought back after legal death, but I assumed your soul was dragged back to you. You didn't get to fly, but you could walk through walls like a ghost most of the time. That was about all I had gathered for about a few years. Things were good for those 2 years. I had my secret nobody else knew, and it gave me peace. I knew one of the great unknowns of humanity. Me, a kid? I felt like a genius. Then the greater truth was revealed. It was December 8th, at about 6:15 in the morning on a Sunday, that things went to hell. I had been dreaming peacefully when the scream woke me up. I bolted upright, almost too afraid to speak. My room was on the 2nd floor of the house, and my parents were down the hallway. If I screamed, I'd wake them up. I had nightmares before. Was that all it was? Just a bad dream and a sudden scream? When you're a child, your mind tricks you to justify things. It couldn't trick my eyes, however. Across the street from us was Jeffrey Raymond's. Mr. Raymond's was an old guy. Not quite senile, but his best years were behind him. He was a kind man. I loved going to his house when we went trick-or-treating. He liked to boast he gave out full-size candy bars. That made him my favorite neighbor. I got out of my bed to see where the scream had come from, as it had been outside my window and across the street. Was Mr. Raymond's in danger? I didn't know, but I had to look. Mr. Raymond's was entirely blue, just as I had seen other dead things before. But he wasn't acting like himself. He was panicked. He was in his pajamas, howling, screaming, running through walls. He had died, probably from old age, but this wasn't like the squirrels or rabbits I saw. No, he was screeching, sprinting, sometimes going through walls, sometimes hitting them. It's like his body wasn't solid enough. It scared me. I ran down the hall, heavy steps ignoring how early it was. As I'd enter my parents' room, I went to my dad's side of the bed. "Dad?" I'd say. "Dad, Dad, Dad, wake up. Can you wake up?" He'd groggily groan, leaning over to look at the alarm clock. "Hey, bud, it's really early. You okay? Nightmare?" He'd ask, sitting up from the bed. Mom wouldn't wake up, heavily sleeping. "I think something bad happened to Mr. Raymond's." Why so, buddy?" "Just a bad feeling." "Nightmare?" "No, can you go check on him?" Mr. Raymond's might be sleeping. You know he's an old guy." Dad told me. Dad, please. Can you please? His eyes said, I'm not going to sleep until I do this, am I? But his face said, anything for you, sport. He'd push himself up, getting his slippers on. Alright. I'll go check on him. As Dad went down the stairs, I returned to my room. I'd watch from the second-story window. Hearing him open and close the door, Dad waved at a passing jogger, exchanging a quick discussion before he'd walk across the road. All the while, Mr. Raymond's spirit continued to howl, flail, scream. I don't think it knew where it was or what was going on. Dad knocked on the door. Silence. Dad looked concerned for a moment. He knocked again. Silence. Now I think he knew something was wrong. He'd do a quick jog back across to our house, where I heard him in the kitchen grabbing the phone and talking to someone. I hoped to see Mr. Raymond's spirit calm down, but he'd just keep screaming, keep running through his rooms and through his walls. There's a danger in nature. When an animal gets wounded, it calls for help. Sometimes a kind human finds it and pulls it out of a trap. Other times a fellow member of the species finds it and saves it. But most often, those cries attract a predator. And in this case, Mr. Raymond's spirit was a siren. I stayed glued to the window, watching the scene, my eyes switching between the actions in the physical world as an ambulance pulled up and spiritual world, Mr. Raymond's ghost tirelessly howling and scrambling around. I wasn't sure how to help him, so I was going to decide to go to bed. That's when I saw it. All this time, I had only seen blue spirits, human, animal, or otherwise. They'd fluctuate in tone and opacity, sure, but always blue. This was the first time I ever saw a red spirit. It scrambled on all fours, long and lanky. Its arms were too long, its legs not ending in feet but in two sharp talons, one in the front, one in the back. I covered my mouth, watching what I think was its head bob. It had no eyes, a sort of heavy shell covering the top half of its head. It was beelining to the screaming Mr. Raymond. Paramedics were having a polite conversation as it barged through them, phasing like a ghost. One paramedic turned around as if someone had tapped his shoulder, but he looked back to his friend. I saw a primal terror in Mr. Raymond's eyes. He knew this was a predator. He screamed, howling less like a man and more like an animal, before he'd charge into the house. The thing followed soon after. I couldn't see it, but I could hear it. Panicked screams, guttural cries, and then silence. Eerily quiet. Maybe Mr. Raymond had got away. Maybe he went somewhere further into the afterlife. A child struggled to comprehend non-existence, and the universe was now asking a child to comprehend what came even further after. Nausea was going to overtake me before my dad went in my room, making me turn away from the window. Hey, kiddo, hey, Mr. Raymond's, listen, yeah. He seemed unsure of how to broach the subject. Doubtly so. I considered I somehow knew Mr. Raymond had died. It's okay, Dad, I whispered. I thought it was a nightmare, but... Bad dreams, I know. Hey, listen, do you want some breakfast? Whatever you want. No, I'm not really hungry right now, but thanks, Dad. I love you lots. Love you too, buddy. Dad closed the door, probably wanting to give me some space while I processed this. There were things to process, to be sure, but I didn't want to speak on it. I turned back to the window, watching to see if the red thing had gone. It hadn't. The red thing now stood in the middle of the street, hands twitching. Hands that ended in knives, not fingers. And it was staring at me without eyes. I covered my mouth in horror. Kid logic said that safety from monsters was always under the blanket. That made sense to me, scrambling under it as I got away from the window. Maybe it hadn't noticed. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Did it want to get me next? Did it want to kill me? The blankets covered me, head to my knees as I hid. I didn't need to see it. I could hear it. The clicking and clacking of its knife fingers on the walls. The red glow as it moved inside my room. I was trapped under my blanket, quivering, and as it came into my room, it just sat there, knees to its chest right across from me. Time seemed to slow. Did I sit under the blanket for a minute? 20? 2 hours? I don't know. But it wouldn't leave, sitting there watching me. I felt bile well in my throat. I wanted to throw up from panic and dread. Experimentally, and against the child's code of what kept you safe, I removed the blanket. The thing was easily 7 feet tall, maybe more, but its arm length had to be about 8 or more. The shell on its head was more of a carapace, fused to the top of its head like a helmet. Leathery red skin, taut and tight, like leather stretched over muscle. The worst was the mouth. It had no lips, no jaws, no normal teeth. What instead I saw was a slowly rotating blender of a hole, sharp and jagged. It was uncanny to feel a stare with no eyes upon you. We locked gazes. Or, at least I think we did, as I trembled in bed. I think I had peed myself, quivering, watching it observe me. It looked back, seemingly unaware of the horror I was in. We were in a stalemate until one long, bony knife finger uncurled. I watched that knife etch into the wall of my room, not damaging the physical space, but doubtlessly marking my room in the spirit world. It read, "Can you see me?" I looked at the wall, then to it, then to the wall. I nodded. Its razor maw rotated, sharp and jagged teeth spinning. "Can you hear me?" it asked, its voice guttural like it came from a drain pipe clogged with muck. I nodded. Of all the words to come out of its mouth, I didn't expect what it said next. "Sorry, I didn't want to scare you." Sorry? A monster made of knives and jagged pieces was apologizing for scaring me. "Can you hear me?" I asked back. "Yes." We stared at each other for an uncomfortable amount of time. "How did you know I could see you?" "Your eyes, they're like a lighthouse. When you looked at me, I thought I was in a spotlight." "Did you hurt him?" I asked bluntly. "Did you hurt Mr. Raymond's?" "Was that his name?" it asked. "Yes, I did. I'm sorry. Things are different when you cross over." "But that doesn't make it right," I'd argue. It looked at me, seemingly to finally parse that I was a child, before it'd tilt its head. "You will understand in time. What's your name?" "I shouldn't talk to strangers." "I don't want to be a stranger. You're the only voice I've heard since crossing over." It paused as if trying to figure out how to communicate with a child. "Then what's your name? Strangers don't give out their names." "I don't have a name," it responded. I looked at him. It occurred to me in some childish capacity that not having a name was bad. I looked him over, quivering, ignoring the panic. He might look scary, but he was being too nice, too polite. Just because someone looked horrible didn't mean they couldn't be good. "Rocky," I'd say. "Your name is Rocky." "Why?" it asked, tilting its head. "Rocky's the Red Ranger. You're red, so you're Rocky." "What's the Red Ranger?" I stared at him, realizing he probably didn't know much of anything. As an adult looking back, I realized how idiotic it all is. The juvenile desire to help, ignoring my own safety because I felt I was special. "Nothing bad ever happened to special people," spoke the childlike mind. "In fact, you can help him, and he won't hurt other people. Evil was a choice, and maybe, just maybe, I could make him something good. Rocky, do you want to be my friend?" I asked, oblivious in my youth to how stupid this was, only focused on how I could help him. "But you have to promise that you'll be good." "I would like that very much." Rocky would make no promise, only that he would like that. The longer you're in a strange situation, the more your brain just numbs itself to the insanity of it. It was strange at first, waking up to sometimes see Rocky at the foot of my bed. His appearance was sporadic. He'd appear and disappear as he saw fit. The longest I recall him being gone was about a month and a half. I almost thought he had left for good. Maybe he went to heaven. Then he came back as if nothing had changed. After a time, it became weirder when Rocky wasn't around. I'd still see spirits now and again, but I hadn't seen anything like Rocky since he came into my life. I kept him a secret from my parents, coupled with everything that had happened. I thought I was an adult now at 6 and too old for an imaginary friend. It's laughable what children think maturity is, and to my younger self's credit, Rocky wasn't imaginary. At the beginning, I merely tried to introduce him to my hobbies and interests. It was through this way that I found Rocky couldn't see electronics that well. He could make out movies, video games, and TV shows, but he told me they were often muted and filled with static. When I tried to introduce him to video games, he just didn't comprehend it. A show that you play? It doesn't make sense. Board games he seemed to respond better to, though I'd have to read the rules and explain them. It was a Friday night that I finally asked about him, alone in my room when I should have been sleeping. Mom and Dad didn't know, plus my door was locked. Where did you come from? It was a simple enough question, open-ended. I was like you. You were a person? I flipped a card for Rocky. Pass, go. I'd move his piece for him and place the money in front of him, though he didn't seem particularly interested. Rocky just seemed to enjoy being treated like a person as opposed to whatever he was. Yes. Do you remember your life? I was a person. I don't remember much of the before time. I remember that I was a soldier. Yes, I did things. I killed people. My brow furrowed as I flipped my own card. Go directly to jail. Gross. I moved my piece. Is that why you're how you are? Rocky craned his head to better look at my eyes. He liked to make eye contact, even though he had none. It is a rule I found out about the after. When you kill, when you take a life personally, you become more like me. I stared at him. It was a heavy topic for a child, much more so with the frankness he presented it with. How do you know? I've found others like me. I can smell when it's close. When someone is close to dying, the smell. What's your favorite food? I moved his piece, but I did so half-heartedly. My attention was elsewhere. I like pizza with onions. Imagine that, but you haven't eaten in years. Imagine the smell, the aroma, so close, so delicious. It was the first time I ever saw two slits open on Rocky's face. Just above that mouth, a wheezing inhalation sound. You couldn't understand it. How hungry you get. How you'll do anything for it. My mind had finally linked what had happened with Mr. Raymond's. But you only chase after bad people, right? Was Mr. Raymond's a bad person, actually? Another wheezing. This one, however, was more of a laugh. No, I don't know. I don't care. I simply need it. I frowned. This wasn't a good answer. It was cruel and callous even to a child. But you should only chase after bad people. Life and the afterlife don't care about such things. Rocky's gaze locked harder with mine. Look at me. Understand me. Fairness, justice, morality. They do not exist. When you are in the altar, you do what you need. You fight, you thrash, you eat, you survive. Because that is all there is here. It was times like this, looking back. I don't think Rocky truly grasped how young I was. I don't think he had known such words would bounce off a child's head. I only remember them now because of what would come after. What if you just didn't? I'd ask, rolling my dice, not out of jail. Rocky Wheeze laughed again, his head tilted further down, twisting his neck until he was almost looking at me upside down. I need to eat. I need to. But
You know so little of this world. You know so little of my own. One day, you will understand.
The room felt just a bit colder. I stared back at the board, playing my game, which at this point was me moving pieces while he watched. "Where do you go when I'm away?" I asked.
I search to fill the void.
"And, what fills the void?"
Do not ask questions that we both know the answers to.
We'd continue our game in silence after that, me moving pieces, just trying to enjoy myself. But the question lingered. Did it really take him that long to live? Was that his equivalent of chores? I don't know. Looking back, I should have shooed him off then and there, but I didn't. I wanted to try and help Rocky, whatever that meant. Maybe if he saw how I lived my life, he'd have a change of heart. "Do you want to come to school with me?" I asked. A confused look, the tapping of knife-like fingers.
I could.
"It'll be fun if you do."
I will do this. I will see how things have changed since I was in your world.
I wish there was more to talk about. More hints, more things, but that was the thing about Rocky. He was an observer. A guardian angel if you believe he was pure. A malevolent curse if you don't. It was rather unnerving how normal that school day was. He didn't comment or say anything. He merely watched. The expression never changed. Passive confusion. An alien on the outside, watching acts and rituals. Nothing seemed to click. It finally occurred to me that maybe Rocky was too far gone. Maybe Rocky had just let his mind wander away from what it meant to be like us. To be human. The one brief note was that as we were walking to lunch, Rocky stopped. I didn't say anything and kept walking, but he seemed to be drawn to another classroom. My school went from kindergarten to 8th grade. Rocky focused entirely on a history class, watching what I think was a war movie. His head tilted to the side, breaking away from me as he went to look through the window. Rocky would rejoin me later after lunch. It was during recess now, and I was distracted playing kickball. Rocky followed me, watching children play, as I guarded the outfield. "Do you see something that you remembered?" I asked in a hushed whisper.
Yes, maybe, possibly.
"What was it?"
A faraway place. Blood, fire, noise, hate.
Rocky stopped what he was saying. Those slits on his face, where his nose would be opened up, drinking the air of the after in deeply. A low guttural groan rippled from his throat. The words stopped. Every muscle in his body flexed, growing taut. His fingers writhing as he smelt something. "Rocky?" I whispered, confused. He didn't respond to me. I don't think he even knew who I was. He dropped to all fours and began to sprint. It was exactly as I saw him when Mr. Raymond's died, a wild, charging behemoth. The worst part of it all was how silent he was. The silence made it easy for me to hear the braying of something in the distance, the direction of which Rocky had begun sprinting towards. It was feasting time. "Idiot, the ball!" I was so distracted that I hadn't noticed that the kickball had landed in my field, tumbling toward the direction Rocky had gone. Morbid curiosity overcame me as I saw it roll where he had gone, his mountainous form hunched over something. Sorry, I'll get it." I called out, rushing to follow it. When others weren't looking, I'd subtly nudge it toward the tree line. Our school was on the very edge of a forest, with no fence to stop children. An oversight from the pre-millennium, to be sure. The ball tumbled down into the forest's edge, just close enough to where Rocky was. I could finally see it then. The scene before me. It was the first time I had seen Rocky actually doing what he did, as opposed to hearing from afar. In the physical world, I saw a dead body for the first time. A deer freshly deceased. Nothing that would scare someone, unless they'd never seen a dead body before. The spirit world, on the other hand, was a different story. The blue body of the spirit was torn apart. I would have never considered such a sight could exist in the realm beyond life, yet here it was. The deer wasn't a deer anymore. Having been rended apart with a brutal savagery my young mind could have never comprehended, limbs sent in all directions, the body torn asunder, yet there was a softness to it. Already that gore began to evaporate, disappearing from the world around it, and there, hunched over the spiritual carcass, was Rocky, shoveling pieces of it into his blender maw, completely ignoring me. Gore shot out from his mouth, anything that wouldn't feed him staining the ground. Claws torn apart what remained, getting pieces that could fit. He gorged himself on whatever he could, ignoring me watching. Did he not care? Did he want me to watch? Or was that hunger so all-consuming that he couldn't be bothered to think about anything other than eating? "Dude, what's taking so long?" One of my classmates called out, running up to me. "Whoa, is that a dead deer? Gross!" It was right then that I collapsed. I got to go home early after that. The guidance counselor recommended some time with me, see how I felt and if things could help. I'd have to visit them a bit, considering I had such a strong aversion to what they thought was me seeing a dead animal. Maybe I was frail mentally, in their eyes, to the idea of mortality. I kept my mouth shut. Nobody would believe me if I told them what I saw. If anything, they may consider me wrong, having vivid, violent images in my head. It didn't take a child to know that the things you imagine tell a lot about your own mind. Rocky followed me home as he always did. I couldn't look at him. I think he realized, finally coming off his binge of feasting, that he might have frightened me. Maybe he'd see my reaction and change his ways. I had hope he'd realize things were dire between us. When I finally got to bed, alone in my room after a horrid day, Rocky just stared at me. I couldn't read his expression, but it slowly dawned on me. There was no apology to be given, no remorse, nothing. What looked back at me across the edge of my room was something that held no forgiveness. Why would it forgive what was normalcy? "That was horrible, Rocky," I said.
I told you, there is no fairness in the here nor the after.
"You didn't have to be so mean."
Maybe not.
"Was that what you did to Mr. Raymond's?" Rocky slowly clawed his way over to me, sitting by the bed parallel to me.
I cannot stop. That hunger, that pain, I feel it all the time. I need it to stop. I need it to end. Even now, I am in agony. Talking helps me forget, but it never goes away. Be it napalm or be it a campfire, it's still fire. It's always there, burning me.
"I'm sorry it's like that for you," I'd say.
If I could stop, I would, but I don't act through hate or vengeance or spite. I do this because I need to.
The pity I had felt, the empathy vanished. It dawned on me that Rocky was not something or someone that could change. Rocky was less of a person and more of a sentient animal, driven by food, driven by whatever he needed. I had let the wolf into my home, and now it was there. But something else clawed at my mind. "Rocky?" I asked.
Yes.
"If I died, would we still be friends?" Silence. Complete, dreadful silence. It was almost as if for the first time, Rocky wanted to be picky with how he worded things. After that dead air, he finally spoke.
Do you truly want the answer?
Now it was my turn to be silent. I didn't want to know, but I knew. Nothing lasts forever. Nothing lasts eternally. One day, things die. In a way, my silence was my answer. My knowledge about the after had once given me peace. Now it made me reconsider everything. I couldn't be near Rocky when I died, but what if there was an accident? What if a meteor fell on my house tonight? What if I got hit by a car And what if Rocky was there? The things I had once considered my friend was now an omen, an ominous reminder, always following me, always watching. I felt ill. I felt terrified. Existential dread, the thing I had believed I had passed, loomed over me now more than ever. Every day that passed, I was closer to dying. And Rocky would be there, waiting for me. Whether I liked it or not, it's there that I realized that he was a sword looming over me. Could I get away from him? Could I escape him? No. He didn't need to sleep. Rocky could watch and wait, eyes locked on me. I could never escape him. I couldn't run from him. He was a ticking time bomb. The day I would die, he'd be upon me. I felt nausea overcome me, dread, terror. He would always be there, watching, waiting, yet to him he couldn't grasp my terror. To him I was just a friend he'd one day tear apart when the final breath escaped his body. These were things a child shouldn't have to think about. Rocky watched me sit in contemplation, opting to join me in it, those long, sharp fingers resting on bony knees as he'd stare forward. I was so focused on myself that I hadn't considered death may come for someone else, close to me. Someone once said there are never any clean deaths in life. Death is never cinematic. It's either far too quick or far too slow. Young as I was, I couldn't grasp it at first. Mom and Dad would have long talks alone. Sometimes it'd grow in volume, but never above a whisper. They didn't want me knowing. Rocky couldn't hear them either, though he never left, always lurking, always hanging over me. For years, this specter haunted me. I even had to go to a sleep clinic because there were numerous nights I couldn't sleep with Rocky there. I dare not tell anyone. I had reached the point where I realized that if I had told anyone, they'd most likely throw me in some insane asylum. Let's not even entertain the idea of what it would be like if people did believe what I saw. It was when I was about 8 years old that Mom and Dad pulled me aside. They were, at last, open and honest about what the problem was. Cancer. I don't know the word for it. Irony? Dark humor? Some divine amusement that in my life, where I was constantly the unwilling host to a saw-mouthed monster that saw me as its one friend, the most normal of horrors had crept into my life. I wouldn't know the word for it, but it certainly changed things. Money around my house became tighter. Mom went in for more treatments as time went on. We'd have peaks and valleys where it looked like Mom would get better, only for it to reappear like an ugly ghost. It was during this hospital visit that I saw the antithesis of Rocky, or whatever the alternative to him was. We had gone to a hospital so Mom could get more blood work done. It was the first time I had opted to come along. I felt I was old enough to handle it, now at the mature, adult age of 10. Walking the halls of hospital, I saw them. They looked like your classic Grim Reaper. Dark hooded things, slowly and mournfully moving up and down the hallways. Loud and panicked beeping went off. My family moved to the side as multiple doctors came rushing down the hallway, with a massive cart of supplies and medical equipment. The voices were rushed and panicked. IV drips, drugs, things I couldn't pronounce as they tried to save someone's life. A young man, from the sound of it. I knew they had failed when I heard things go quiet, and then the screaming began. That horrid screaming. That screaming I knew would bring other things like Rocky. But this time, it didn't. The black-robed things began to congregate as I saw his blue spirit wildly thrash, trying to push them away. He didn't speak, the man howling like an animal even as they descended upon him. But there was no ripping, no squelching. There wasn't any sound at all. One by one they held him. His spirit wasn't torn apart. He simply seemed to fade away like dust. a peaceful end. I wouldn't know for sure. Maybe they were just the kinder alternative to Rocky. Either way, their end seemed more preferable to whatever Rocky would do. This was the visit, however, that would make things go wrong. For years, they had tried everything they could with Mom. Delays, hopes, chances. Today, there would be no second chance. Her cancer had progressed to being terminal. They could keep her alive longer, to be sure, but it wasn't going to last. She had to make a choice. Prolong things, or let them run their course. We went home in silence that day, contemplating. I cried. A lot. I was sad. I was losing my mom. It was the worst thing that could have happened to me, until I heard her ask for something that made my stomach drop into the pavement. Jacob, I want hospice. I want to be home. Hospice. That word I knew. It's when people died at home. A home where Rocky was. There was no way I could convince her. I was old enough to realize that, and knew things wouldn't work out in my favor. That'd mean I'd have to do something I hadn't in years. I'd have to talk to Rocky. When we arrived home, I quickly got up the stairs. Mom and Dad thought I needed time alone. Rocky was there today, watching me as I locked eyes with him, his head tilted.
You haven't looked at me like that in a long time. Those eyes, those lights.
You need to leave, I demanded in a quiet whisper.
Why?
He'd ask. Because I said so. I didn't want to tell him the truth. If you're my friend, if you ever were my friend, you'll leave. Now. A long silence, the room thick with tension. Rocky stared at me, those hands scraping the floor. He'd move closer, crawling on all fours to get at eye level with me. A boy trying to be strong in the face of a monster.
No.
What do you mean, no? I want you out. I stuttered, trying to hold my ground.
No, I am not leaving. Your lights, your voice. I need them. I want them. But that's not why I'm not leaving. No. I'm not leaving because I can smell it.
Those slits on Rocky's face opened, breathing in deeply, fingers dragging along the ground. The smell? I moved away from him. Rocky's anatomy had only gotten worse as I got older, but the smelling never sat right with me. Deep inhales resounded in the room.
Oh, I can smell it. Something's close. Something's decaying. Soon.
Rocky muttered.
Someone's crossing. Maybe they'll cross over soon. I need it. I want it. I have to feast. I must feast.
You're a freak. A monster.
No, I am an animal like any other. We're all animals. We all have needs, and I need this.
Rocky clawed his way away from me. But those deep inhales never left. He kept sniffing, drinking in the stench of death, drinking in my mom dying. I had never been more angry, never more scared, and never more helpless. The next 2 years went by both like a flash and agonizingly slow at the same time. More family came to visit. Dad spiraled into depression. Mom tried to keep things happy, even as she degraded, and all the while, out of the corner of my eye, I could see Rocky. He grew bolder day by day, wandering around our house like a beast claiming territory. A ward to anyone else around that this was his to have. I wanted to punch younger me for bringing in a feral monster into our home. And just like that, there we were. Most of the family was gathered around the bed. Mom lay there, gaunt and pale. She looked between all of us, holding my dad's hand. And there was, too, Rocky, looming over the entire proceedings, eyes fixed on my mother. There were tears bound by everyone, but I was holding it together as best I could. Mom looked at me. Honey, Yeah? I stared at her. Her eyes were sunken by sickness. Mine were sunken in horror and sorrow. I love you and always will. You know that, right? I nodded. I knew that was true. And you know I'm always going to be watching over you, right? I nodded. I knew that was a lie. If you're ever... Mom started saying something. She continued to say something, but I couldn't hear her words. My eyes growing wide. Tears ran down my face. The people around me must have thought I had broken down at last, at everything happening. In truth, I could recognize the sound, like rainfall hitting wood. Drip, drip, drip. I knew what it was, my eyes wandering. I wish I hadn't looked. Rocky was drooling from that open, knife-filled maw, right onto the floor. Mom smiled at me. You're going to be okay. I wasn't. I love you so much and I'll always be here. She wouldn't. Do you all mind if I close my eyes for just a moment? Go ahead, Mom. Inside I was screaming at her not to shut her eyes, not to let go. Her eyes shut. Her breathing slowed and slowed and slowed. I couldn't bear it. I ran. I left the room and I ran into mine. I shut the door. I locked the door. I stuffed my head under a pillow. I turned on the TV. I started playing music. Even so, I could hear my family in the other room. They were all crying, talking, speaking among themselves. I could hear them. I could hear everything. The screaming started. My mom's voice. It didn't last long at all. Before I had only heard Rocky's work from afar. A room away, I could hear every horrid thing. My mind could piece together similar sounds alone. The wet, slashing sound like a butcher's knife cleaving through meat. The bludgeoning noises of heavy hands on something soft and wet. The sound of someone overturning a bucket, spraying its contents on the floor and around the room. The screaming devolved into soft cries, gurgling, choked grasps. And then the other sound. The gorging. The wet noises of jawless maw cramming in anything that could feed. Tearing chunks apart. It lasted for about 10 minutes, but it felt like 1,000 years. Anger welled in me alongside my terror. Let me tell you, reader, that fear and hate intermingle. They're lovers, close spirits, and they make a home together. For the first time, I felt something other than fear about Rocky spread through me. Raw, unbridled hatred. After all, he just killed my mom. Rocky didn't return to my room until an hour later. I don't know if it was some manner of clarity after eating or genuine guilt, but return he did, fingers and teeth stained in blue as he'd look at me before moving to a corner to sit. Get out, I whispered.
It had to be this way.
Rocky responded. I'm going to kill you. At this, Rocky snapped his head towards me. Shock. Not that he felt betrayed or hurt, like I had said something that wounded him. No, this was a look of surprise. Not once, since this thing had crossed over, had it been threatened. There was almost a look of amusement in its eyes. And then it smiled. That bloody hole of a maw twisted into the closest thing of a grin it could.
Good luck.
Rocky crawled out of the window then, leaving behind a trail of gore. A trail I could never wash out. When I'd sleep, when I'd come home, I'd always see it, the dark blue stain of what my mom had been. There's not much more to it. We buried her remains. Dad was depressed, but he moved on. I didn't. I never did. After what happened, Rocky never came back. I know Rocky is out there in this in-between, and it is why I am writing this. Consider this my confession. This will be the last you hear of me because I figured it out. I have figured out what makes you into something like Rocky when you die. I am an adult now with the funds and capabilities to finish this plan. I am going to do many things. Terrible things. I am going to drink deep of the well of monsters and give myself every single fighting chance I have against that horrible thing. And when I feel I have drank as much as I could until bile fills my soul, I am going to return to my home from when I was a boy and cross over. I am going to find Rocky, and I will make him pay. I don't know if I can stop a monster, and the thought of seeing him again fills me with dread and horror. But it also fills me with hate, and hate will drive me forward. I know what happens when you die, and God willing, I am going to make Rocky find out what happens after. Would you cut off your pinky to get $1 million? Would you kill your cheating spouse to marry the man of your dreams? Would you eat a dog turd to win a year's supply of ice cream? These are the sorts of preposterous questions that make up the Would You game, which is like a deranged cousin of the Would You Rather board game. But unlike the popular board game, the Would You game has real-world stakes. Stakes as high as life or death, or even higher. I found this out the hard way with my sister, Seti. Her actual name is September, but everyone calls her Seti, just like everyone calls me Toby. My actual name is October. And yes, we do hate our parents for this. Seti was always competitive, even when she was very little. But I didn't understand how competitive until she invented the Would You game. We played during boring summers at home. In the beginning, it was just Seti, me, our older sister Jules, July, but everyone calls her Jules, and her best friend, Darren. Darren is the one who added cards to the game, Structure. He was kind of a nerd and liked board games, though he only reluctantly played them with me and Seti, whom he found too young and competitive. The game as it exists today is largely Darren's construction. There are 7 cards, always dealt in order. Would you risk verb, risk noun, to reward verb, reward noun? For example, would you kill your roommate to cure cancer? Most of the time, the randomness of the cards led to absurd sentences, less like Truth or Dare and more like Mad Libs. Points were earned through guesses, with fellow players trying to guess whether you would or would not. Often the fun of the game revolved around players justifying their choices, as in, sure, eating a dog turd would be gross, but 2 minutes of gross is worth a full year of delish. It was silly, harmless fun. The fact the game turned into something horrifying is my fault. I knew even at the time I shouldn't have done what I did, but I was furious with Seti. She'd pulled, Would you lick a cockroach to get a day home from school, and she said yes. Seti says yes to everything, I pointed out. It's ridiculous. She's lying. She wouldn't do any of these things. I would. Seti, about 7 years old at the time, balled her fists. She was trying very hard to be cool enough to play with her older siblings and keep up with us. You wouldn't, I snapped, sick of her lying. We went back and forth, and finally I declared I was adding a new rule. The challenge rule. Any player could challenge another player, and then the challenge player would have to do the thing they'd said yes to. If they did, the player who'd made the challenge had to give the reward. A day home from school meant I'd cover for her with our parents. Seti's face immediately took on a pink cast. She clearly hadn't anticipated my making up this rule. I, cruel older sibling that I was, challenged her then to lick the cockroach. It wasn't nice, I admit. Tears came into her eyes. She looked at me in disbelief. Seti always looked up to me, idolized me. I'd like to say that in the moment, I regretted what I was doing to her, but at the time, I was just gloating. But little Seti wouldn't be beaten either. Darren went and got a cockroach. He and Jules really should have been chaperoning better. But Darren was just gleeful at the idea of anyone licking a cockroach. He pulled a dead one from one of the traps and laid it out on a napkin in front of her. Seti's lower lip quivered. Her big eyes lifted to mine. Then she leaned forward, squinching her eyes, and stuck her tongue out. The pink tip touched the roach. "She licked it," declared Darren, delighted, even as Julie cried, "Ew!" and I exclaimed, "Gross!" But now I owed her a day off school. Triumphant, she squashed the dead roach in the napkin and tossed it into the trash. "I win," she said. "Yeah, well, you licked a roach, which means you lose at life," I retorted. "I win," she declared again. From then on, the challenge rule held, but I should have known it was stupid. Dangerous. Rule to put into play. The next time we played, the very first card Seti flipped had kill written on it. She paused on that card, while Darren's mouth made an O of expense. And Jules and I exchanged troubled glances. Including the kill card was controversial. It sometimes resulted in hilariously absurd combinations, such as, would you kill your butt to become a lost treasure? To an adult, this sort of Mad Libs game is ridiculous. When I was 10, it was hilarious. But of course, the word could also result in some very bad combinations. Seti kept drawing, your sibling, to win this game. She paused, mouth quirking to the side as she considered the cards. "Invalid," declared Jules. No, we can still guess," said Darren, even as Seti slid her answer card. A card that said either yes or no, face down in front of her. "Darren," Jules objected, but Darren was already sliding his card forward as well. Jules and I followed suit, and we all flipped them upright. Darren and Jules had guessed no. My card said yes. I knew my dumb sister, and Seti, hers also, said yes. "Knew it," I said, glaring quietly. She smiled back at me serenely. "Come on, BS," Darren said, while Jules elbowed him. But Darren ignored her and growled, "Challenge." "No," said Jules. "Oh, no, we're not." "What?" Darren snapped. "It's in the rules. If she kills Toby, she wins the game." He eyed Seti and said pointedly, "I'm not going to let her win by cheating or bluffing." "Enough," said Jules. My younger sister gathered the cards in front of her, set both her yes and no cards aside, and smoothed her skirt. There was no red face this time, no crying or embarrassment. She stood up, turned to Darren and said, "Well, aren't you silly? Don't you know it's just a game? Come on, Toby, let's go." Something in my stomach nodded as her fingers intertwined mine. It was a relief to know that despite her competitiveness, my sister could recognize when a thing went too far. Suddenly her arm curved round my neck, yanking me back in a chokehold. I slapped at her arms, fingers clawed and pulled at me as my face went purple, and my windpipe felt crushed and speckles blackened my vision. Then she was off me, hauled back by Darren and Jules as she howled, "Let me go! Let go!" "Seti, stop it!" hollered Jules. Seti was still screeching as they dragged her to her room. "Jesus, she's crazy," growled Darren. Jules declared no more games. "If I kill Toby tonight, I win," panted Seti as they locked her in. "I win. Say that I win. No one wins, Seti, screamed Jules. I can't believe I even have to say this. I'm telling Mom and Dad. Why do you have to be so crazy? Christ, the game is suspended. Do you understand me? It's over. There are no winners. And we are never playing this game ever again. So that was the end of the Would You game for many years. Seti found other games to play, of course, less dangerous ones. She was really good at games, and made a fortune with gambling, the lottery, card tournaments, investing. Playing the market was itself a sort of game, she told me. And as with all such ventures, she tackled it with a competitive spirit and almost unmatched skill, though she did suffer some stunning losses occasionally, as a consequence of her tremendous risks. She knew all the tricks of the trade, shuffling tricks, sleight of hand, weighted dice, counting cards. Contrary to what you might believe, she was actually a pretty good sister, most of the time. It was Seti who took care of our parents, making sure their bills were paid and their lawn mowed, and the big house always tidy. She did a lot of the cooking and cleaning herself, before she'd do her makeup and go out for the evening to the casino, or for a drink with business partners. She never went to college, instead keeping house for our parents. But then, she didn't really need college. We had wealth inherited from our grandparents, and Seti multiplied it neatly, managing investments for all of us. She did this with complete transparency and fairness. And while she sometimes gambled heavily with her own money, she never did with ours, always putting it in investments according to our willingness to embrace risk or security. And yet, through my college years, when Seti was finishing high school, she brought back the Would You game, and this time being legally an adult, she had no one to rein her in. I found out about it from Kedar, another boy at her school. He told me how she'd started playing with a group of preppy senior friends. I tried to shrug this off. Whatever. We were all adults now. Surely my sister wouldn't go too crazy, right? It wasn't until later I found out she'd changed the rules again. She and some of the other seniors were playing one day when they decided that the Mad Libs aspect was no longer as entertaining as when we were children, and that players should draw until the cards issued a sentence that the majority agreed made sense. Of course, even then, most of the results were still things that couldn't actually happen, but others, like, would you eat bugs to get a winning lotto ticket, were not only perfectly valid combinations, but also easy enough to both challenge and reward. And this is exactly what happened when Seti and her friends played. One of them claimed he'd eat bugs to get a winning lotto ticket. She challenged. He ate several ants. So Seti bought lotto tickets until she had a winning one. Granted, it was only for $3. But the cards hadn't specified, had they? And that's how it began. Seti herself becoming a grantor of sorts. Anytime she played the game. She had the money after all. Even back then our family was well off. And Seti already had a considerable sum saved from her gambling and side hustles. I never knew what she did on the side, but I assumed some of it wasn't legal. She could afford to escalate the game, so when a combination came up like, would you dump your boyfriend to earn a new iPhone, Seti could issue the challenge. And when her friend followed through on the dumping, said friend would be gifted with a new phone. It was nonsense, risky, and unhealthy. But not, I guess, more than any other kind of gambling. Until it got worse. Several years later, Seti had some friends over. I'd refused to join. I'd sworn to myself never to play this game. Seti seemed to get even more competitive when I was around, so I kept away from the group, watching from across the living room. Turns kept passing around and everyone was laughing, drinking. A few people were smoking, but that wasn't really my business. Mostly it sounded like absurd stuff. Would you kiss Mrs. Whittinger to save a litter of kittens? Groans. Mrs. Whittinger was the principal at SETI's high school, and in games of kiss, marry, kill, was universally the kill option. Much discussion ensued about whether a litter of kittens would actually die if the player said no to this, and whether the price, having to kiss Mrs. Whittinger, was too high. SETI considered the question, but intertwined her fingers and explained that since the kittens were in the reward deck and not the risk deck, the game would not put kittens in harm's way. In short, kissing will mean you do a good deed, but not kissing won't make you do a bad one, she declared. Thus, if Scott, the player who'd drawn this combination, were to return to their old high school to kiss the loathsome Mrs. Whittinger, a litter of kittens would be rescued, but nothing would happen otherwise. Well, yeah, but if I don't kiss her, some kittens somewhere might not get rescued, so guess I gotta kiss her. Scott grinned at all the groans all around. Challenge, said SETI, almost automatically, almost bored. Scott did indeed end up visiting the high school on a made-up errand and kissing the principal on the cheek. She was suitably astonished at this affection from a troublesome alum, but also rather touched, and SETI honored her word and awarded Scott by saving a litter of kittens that still occupies our parents' house, where she has devotedly looked after them. But that's not the reason I'm telling you about this game. See, shortly after Scott's draw, another friend, Rosalinda, drew a combination that elicited quite a stir. Would you cut off your finger to gain $1 million? Gasps and whispers all around. Everyone at that party knew that if it was done, SETI could potentially honor the million. This was into her investing years. She had the financial wherewithal for it. And she had granted other gifts before, but never to such an extravagant amount. The most she'd ever given was a gift for a Bahamas trip. I'd totally do it, said Scott. No way, said another friend. No way I'd do that. But $1 million? Said someone else. This one's a hypothetical, right? Said another, glancing tentatively to SETI, who just sat back holding her drink with her eyes glimmering and a lazy smile on her face. Yeah, obviously, said Scott. I mean, who's got $1 million to give? SETI might. Yeah, right. Screw it, said Rosalinda, slamming her cards down. I'm in. Make your picks, people. Everyone voted. Half said yes, half no. Rosalinda flipped her card. Yes. Everyone glanced to SETI, who stood up quietly, moved to the bar to pour herself another drink, and then poured a glass for Rosalinda, too. A glass of strong stuff. She then moved into the kitchen where she opened a drawer. I felt my heart rate increase. Moved to follow SETI, in whose fingers glinted silver. She sterilized the knife over a flame, then brought it to Rosalinda, laying it out on a tray with napkins, bandages, a first aid kit. Rosalinda's eyes grew wide as saucers. Scott whispered, disbelieving. Everyone had gone utterly silent, appalled. I held my breath. Don't, I thought. Don't. What should I have done? Called the police? Even now, I wonder. No one was forcing Rosalinda to do anything. And yet, SETI sat back in her cushioned chair, idly swirling the bourbon in her glass before downing it. Her eyes glimmered over a smile as she raised her gaze to Rosalinda and whispered, Challenge. Everyone was dead still, and then Rosalinda picked up the knife. I'll spare you the description of the aftermath of that. The would you cards had said cut your finger off, but they had said nothing about not sewing it back on. Scott put Rosalinda's finger on ice immediately after she cut it off, to the screams of the other players. There were some accusations that said he was sick, that this all went too far. Then Rosalinda's friends rushed her and her severed finger to the hospital, where it was reattached. And of course, Rosalinda and her friends were somewhat mollified that, shortly afterwards, $1 million was transferred to her bank account. In fact, when word spread, others began seeking out my sister to play. That was when I put my foot down about playing in this house. I said our parents' house couldn't be turned into a gambling den, that I didn't want murders or maiming under their roof, and them to have to deal with cleaning up blood or whatever sick things happened. Seti agreed to take her games elsewhere. I tried to keep out of her business, but occasionally word leaked from our parents, or Jules, or mutual acquaintances, and it seemed like both the risks and rewards were getting bigger. But when things really got out of hand, when I finally put my foot down that it had to stop, was the first time someone died. Before COVID, the games had involved physical risk, even maiming, but had never included death. I wasn't present for the lethal draw, and only found out later that the combination pulled was, would you become haunted by a terrifying ghost to save your child? This particular game took place over Zoom during the height of the pandemic, among a handful of players who won the chance to play via lottery. Seti's games were in high demand. As it turned out, one of the players had an eldest daughter on a ventilator. Now you'd think that any combination involving a ghost would be inherently invalid. After all, it's not like Seti can conjure up the supernatural. But apparently the players agreed to accept it as a valid draw, and the devoted father played yes. Anything for my kids, he said. I viewed the recording of the Zoom later, and after the father played his yes card, Seti's eyes fluttered for several seconds in this strange way, as if she were in a trance, or listening to something no one else could hear. Then her eyes opened and she declared, "Challenge." A few days later, the daughter recovered. But it wasn't until said daughter messaged me, begging me to intervene, that I understood how deranged the game had become. The man who answered the door in his bathrobe had eyes, red-rimmed from weeping, a week's worth of beard stubbling his gaunt face. Without a word, he let me into his house, and as he shuffled away from me, I noticed burn marks on the walls. Not in any obvious pattern, but here and there marring the wallpaper. He pointed to a pile of framed photographs stacked on the sofa. They'd formerly been hung on the walls, I realized, but he'd taken them down because in every single photo, he had been burned out, leaving the rest of his family intact. That was how the wallpaper had been charred. There was also, I noticed, a burn mark in the shape of a handprint on his arm. While the father wearily offered me tea, I picked up one of the photos. The backing and part of the glass damaged from the heat. Is it just the burn marks, or is other stuff going on? The lights, he whispered as he stirred the tea. The shrieks and banging at night. The handprints. The dreams. And this. He pulled open a drawer full of children's drawings scrawled by his daughter and her siblings, kept from when they were very little. In all the drawings, he had been scratched out, and a blackened figure, like a shadow, seemed to be looming behind him, its hands on his shoulders. "She's obviously hired someone to come and do all this," I said. "You're probably having nightmares from the stress." No way would I believe that Seti could summon ghosts. but I absolutely believe she had the resources to make a man think she had. The defiled children's drawings especially left me chilled. How had she identified which figure in the child's scrolls was him? I offered to stay the night, to confront whoever said he had hired and chase them off, and I promised I would contact my sister in the morning and put an end to this so-called haunting. The man seemed relieved by my assurances that all the spooky effects were staged, yet he also requested me not to interfere. He was clearly anxious that if he didn't let things continue, his daughter would fall sick again. I tried to assure him that SETI didn't have that kind of power and couldn't make her relapse, but he insisted I keep out of it. Privately, I decided to speak to SETI anyway. She was overseas, however. The man killed himself before she got back, hung himself from the staircase, leaving his beloved daughter and her siblings to mourn. I waited in our parents' house for my sister the night she returned. She'd barely gotten off the plane a half hour earlier, but despite what must have been a wearying flight, she waltzed through the front door in a glitzy suit like she'd stepped out of Vegas. Seeing me, she spread her arms wide in greeting. "How could you?" I snarled. She dropped her arms, though her smile didn't falter. "Toby, dear, I didn't. Whatever it is you're upset about, it was the cards." "A ghost, SETI?" "A terrifying ghost," she corrected. "Of course it wasn't a ghost, SETI," I bellowed, shaking with fury. "The funeral had been 2 days ago. The only terrifying thing here is you, for hounding a man to death. You drove him to this. It's you who fulfills the challenges, who delivers the rewards. Admit it. You paid for his daughter to get special treatment. I looked into it. You couldn't guarantee it, but you did everything you could to make sure she'd recover, didn't you? And when she did, you made him suffer. He had to complete the challenge." She pursed her lips, silent for a moment, then finally said, "What if I did? What if you did?" I couldn't believe her. "SETI, you drove a man to his death." "You said that already." She looked bored. "So, I made a man terrified. He chose to kill himself." "BS, you killed him, as much as if you handed him the rope." "Oh, he chose hanging? SETI?" I paused and added, low and serious, "You have to stop this." That stilled her. She was silent a moment, eyes shadowed by the brim of her hat, crimson lips pursed. Finally, a curl to her mouth. "Make me." "What?" "Make me stop," she repeated, and languidly took a chair at the coffee table, indicating for me to do the same. I stared in horror as she pulled out a deck. "One game," she declared, eyes glittering. "A duel. You win, I stop and never play again. You can have your wish." "No." "Toby, people pay thousands to play with me. You don't know what a deal you're getting. Besides, it's the only way to make me stop." She again indicated the chair. I just stared at her, fists clenched. "Why?" "Because, Toby dear, our mother and father's beloved who can do no wrong. Because we never finished our game. Remember when we were little? We started to play, but things went too far. We couldn't end it. I won't be left at a stalemate. Finish the game with me, dearest Toby, golden child, the one Mom and Dad always loved best." "They love you too." "They love me like the alcoholic loves the bottle, a terrible influence they secretly wish they could obliterate. And it's true, I am terrible, but perfect. Good Toby. Win against me, and I will stop." Her eyebrows shot up. Reluctantly, dread building in my gut, I sat down opposite her. I threw out one more feeble argument. We don't have enough players. I won't let anyone else get involved. We don't need other players, she corrected. A duel game is a two-player version. It has a few extra rules, like the double dare. It's where you take your opponent's challenge and double it. So, for instance, if it's, would you kill a kitten, and I accept, you'd have to kill two. Great example. How are your cats, by the way? All very well, as it happens. They haven't been drawn into any games. She flashed a wicked smile at me as one of said cats, oblivious to the danger it would be put in should SETI draw any cards that involved pets, came over and rubbed against her leg, purring. She explained the rules of the duel game as she shuffled. It was basically the same as the regular game, but answers were scored differently. 1 point for yes, 1 point for correct guesses, 0 points for no, 0 points for wrong guesses, 10 points for a completed challenge. If a challenge went unfulfilled, it was an automatic loss. If more than one challenge was fulfilled for the same reward, only the most recent challenge would gain the reward. The game would continue until each player had drawn 10 valid combinations. Getting points for saying yes automatically skews the game in your favor, I observed. It skews the game in favor of playing more boldly, yes, SETI agreed, but it's still possible for you to win. I glowered. SETI allowed me to draw first. Would you dance with rotting human entrails to earn a dream vacation? Tame by the current standards of the game. I started to put down my no card, but then remembered I'd get 0 points for it. Of course I put down yes. SETI would manage to make those rotting entrails appear, and I didn't even want to think about whether they'd really be human or not. I sighed and pushed forward yes. SETI also slid a card forward. Both of us flipped. Both of us said yes. 1 point for me, 1 for SETI for guessing correctly. I waited for the inevitable challenge, but she only smiled. You're not going to challenge? I asked. No, because you'll actually do it, and you'll get 10 points, she replied. And obviously, you'll get a dream vacation too, but I'd rather save my money for more interesting rewards. SETI's turn. She flipped the cards slowly. Would you fly to Stinky Toenails to gain your name on Mars? Invalid, obviously. She drew again. Would you sing loudly to the president to save world peace? Another invalid combination. SETI drew 3 more nonsense sentences before finally coming up with a valid combination. Would you kiss a bowl of diarrhea to get a year's supply of ice cream? Ugh, I said. This is such a dumb game. SETI smiled and pushed a card forward. I rolled my eyes and did the same. We both flipped. Yes. Of course you would, I said, disgusted. You could challenge, she offered, and give you 10 points? Screw that. We went back and forth a couple more rounds. My hands were shaking. Soon we got to challenges I wouldn't do. I started playing no. SETI always played yes. She was gaining points, and didn't challenge me on the rare times I drew something I felt I could do. And then, as we were approaching the 10th round, that would end the game. SETI drew a combination that made my breath catch. Would you skin yourself to win the game? SETI was already ahead. If I didn't challenge her, she'd win. If I challenged her and she refused, she'd lose. The smart play here would be to pick no. She wouldn't risk anything. She was way ahead of me anyway. The game would end on the next turn. All she had to do was miss 1 point by playing her no card. Playing yes was something only a complete idiot would do. But SETI had never played no. Not in any of the turns we'd had so far. Would she now? Seti looked me in the eyes as she put down her card, smiled almost apologetically with a little shrug. Oh, how that smile infuriated me. The lightness of it, the willingness to throw everything down in this stupid, idiotic, foolish game. And she was already guaranteed to win. I played my card. We flipped them over. Yes. Fury coursed through me. It was like when we were kids all over again, and Seti would brazenly claim she'd do something outrageous, when all of us knew she really wouldn't. When she'd bluff, and I'd call her on it, and the words spat from my lips before I could think to stop it, because how dare she mock me like this, playing like her life hardly mattered. Challenge. It was strange. The expressions that flickered across Seti's face. Regret, fear, angst, rage. For just a moment she reminded me of that little girl again. The little girl who idolized me, who just wanted to be brave enough to impress me, until I called her out for going too far. And every single time she forced herself to rise to my challenge. Remembering that, I suddenly regretted my actions. Seti's eyelids closed, fluttering, as if she were coming to terms with what had just happened. Then without a word she rose to her feet. My parents did a lot of barbecuing in the summers, even the occasional pig roast or carving up venison. I wondered with horror if among the many implements in this grandly furnished house, they might have a skinning knife. "Seti, wait," I cried, seizing her arm as she turned away. "I forfeit. You hear me? I forfeit. You win. I withdraw my challenge." "What?" she stammered. "You can't forfeit. That's not how it works." "Too bad. I'm done." "Toby," she shrieked as I grabbed my jacket and rushed for the door. "You agreed to finish the game." "Yeah, bite me." I ducked out and slammed the door. From inside, a howl of anguish. High, keening, practically inhuman. God, Seti could be so scary. I hurried away, trying to force the horrible, stupid game from my consciousness, trying to forget how irrational Seti could be. My phone buzzed. Seti sent 5 different messages, one containing 3 devil emojis. Another, "We're not finished. We have 1 turn left. Toby, 1 turn." Ending off a lot of them with exclamation marks. She carried on like that all night. I silenced my phone. In the morning, I had so many messages I blocked her. I fully expected calls from our parents, Jules, or our mutual acquaintances. Email, messenger, voicemails at work. Maybe a single telegram. Seti had a huge network, and I knew my sister had 1,000 ways to contact me. There would be no escaping her wrath until the game was over. And yet, silence. Not so much as a peep. It was this complete absence of communication that unsettled me more than anything. I called our parents, Jules, friends, but they hadn't heard from Seti. Not wanting them to worry, I lied to everyone, and said I was just checking in because it had been a while. With every hour, the knot of dread in my gut tightened. Finally, 3 days after our fateful game, there came a knock at my door. I'd been in a state of suspension so long that my first feeling was relief. At last. We'd get this over with. I went to the door, calling out, "Who's there?" To no response. I peeked through the peephole, but it was covered. Sigh. Just like Seti to play games. Maybe it really was a singing telegram. I opened the door. "Hello?" The word died on my lips, shifting from hello to hell in what, looking back, seems chillingly appropriate. On the threshold stood a costumed figure. She was reminiscent of the Easter Bunny. Huge black eyes, plush fur around chipmunkish cheeks, buck teeth and mauve fur, with a fluffy white belly. This wasn't sophisticated like a cosplay persona. No. This was more the mall-grade Easter variety, vaguely creepy and unsettling, like a costumed theme park character or a Chuck E. Cheese animatronic. I'd always had a dread of such characters, even as a child. Something about the fakery of the costuming was so off-putting. Now that same unease prickled through me as the bunny spread its arms in a ta-da pose. I said. I stepped back and held open the door, trying to ignore the small voice that wondered what I might see if I lifted the mask off that bunny suit. The bunny strolled in with an exaggerated happy stride, reminding me, again, of a costumed character. Who could ever tell what was underneath such a suit? The bunny pulled out 2 chairs from my dining table and patted one for me. "Seti?" I said. The bunny pulled a card from a pocket somewhere in its fur and held it up for me to read. One more turn. "How do I know it's you? Take off that dumb thing." A head shake. The bunny pointed again to the card, exaggeratedly tapping it and nodding to me. Its suit smelled faintly of copper and maybe something else. Sweat. Body odor. No. It was more unpleasant than that, like the smell of a dead mouse I'd found once in a trap rotting for days, and I wondered, what was under that suit? She wouldn't have done it, would she? She couldn't have and survived. This had to be an act, to make me fret, think that she'd done something crazy. I looked into those bunny eyes, black mesh. I thought I could just glimpse the whites of her eyes, a faint gleam as she looked out at me. Again, that coppery smell. And as we both sat at the coffee table, there was, I could see, very clearly now, blood dripping from the suit of the bunny. A faint dribble of it. How badly was she bleeding in there? Or was it all an act? Would she even be bleeding still? Would blood really drip through the costume? God, Seti, fine. I'll play the last turn, and if I win, you'll take off that suit and you'll be just fine underneath. Alright? Deal? You'll be whole and fine. The bunny made a sound in the affirmative. It was Seti's voice, but sounded wrong, like the vocal cords were somehow deteriorated. It reached into a pocket somewhere in the suit, handed me the would you cards. My turn. Hands shaking, I shuffled. I could see now a couple of places where the mauve fur was darker, wet with stains. But it can't be real, I thought. No way it can be real. I swallowed the bile in my throat and dealt the cards. Would you? My hands trembled as I turned each one. Disappear yourself to win this game. Disappear? Did that mean die, and my life, or like witness protection, disappear? The meaning was unclear, but I couldn't pick no, or said he would win, and somehow I knew what would happen if she won, that she would lift off her mask and underneath there would be... I pushed forward my card, and the bunny pushed forward hers, and we flipped. Yes. The bunny spoke. One word. I tried not to imagine its skinless tongue slurring. Challenge. My heart quickened. Fine, I said. You, Mom, Dad, Jules, everyone we know. You'll never see me again. The rest of my life, no matter how hard you look or how you spend your resources to come after me, I will not be found. I'll be gone, and when I am, I'll have won the game. As I spoke, I felt the air shiver between us. It was as if something had writ my words in my soul, and I knew, as deeply and suddenly, and surely as I knew my own name, that I would disappear so thoroughly, I would effectively cease to exist. Somehow, I was incredibly calm about all this. Goodbye, Seti. I turned and grabbed my bag and walked out. I drove to our parents' house to tell them that I loved them. They were extraordinarily perplexed when I greeted them each with a tight embrace, and even more so when I begged them to please look after Seti for me. I just hoped it was enough to save my sister, that whatever was under that suit was all part of the drama to draw me in, and everything would return to normal after the game. I just had to disappear. "Who?" said Dad. He was a bit hard of hearing. "Seti. September," I told him. "What's happening in September?" asked Mom. "No, Mom, I'm talking about Seti." I stopped, staring at the mantle. A few days ago, I'd been here playing with Seti, and the photos on the mantle had been the same vacation trips as always. Goofy images of Seti, me, and Jules playing as children. But now I was looking at the exact same photos, and it was only me and Jules. Mom, meanwhile, nudged Dad and murmured, "Sweetie, remember how Toby used to pretend to have a little sister?" "Oh gosh, that's right." Dad brightened and turned to me. "And whenever you did something bad, you'd blame it on September." But I was already out the door, rushing back to the game. I'd declared I would disappear. From the present moment on, I'd be gone, but Seti? I checked my phone, my email, messages. But there were no photographs, no texts, no social media evidence my sister had ever existed, present or past. I called Jules, but she said the same thing as our parents, that Seti was the imaginary little sister I made up to blame for the worst outcomes of a childhood game, a game I designed, a game for which I am the guarantor, a game / have been hosting among various groups and players for the past few years. And when I at last got home and rushed inside, the bunny was no longer at the table, but the cards were still laid out. A note scrawled beside them on a bloody napkin. Double dare. People still contact me asking why I ended the game. The truth is the napkin, the only proof of Seti, written in her own distinctive handwriting, disintegrated with time, and I'm not even sure myself what I believe anymore. But I'll tell you this. If anyone ever offers to play the "would you" game, no matter what the prize, do not do it. It's not worth it. Learn from my mistakes, and never, ever play the "would you" game. It's been about 7 months since I signed my year-long lease for this crappy apartment. I don't think I'll be making it another 5 months. I'm not sure if I'll even make it another night. My cheapness might have cost my life. I was going to make this a short cry for help before I remembered that no one would ever believe me, and it would be too late anyway. Hell, I wouldn't believe this if I stumbled across it. I'll just take my time here and pour my heart out. 7 months ago, I made what I now realize was the worst decision of my life. I moved into this dumpy apartment building after finally making the move out of my hometown. I had romanticized the idea of escapism so much. I pictured myself in New York City or something like that, walking down the sidewalk with some overpriced coffee in my hands and my tasteful messenger bag slung over my shoulder. I'd be walking to somewhere idyllic, maybe a get-together with new friends that took an interest in me or something like that. I never made it too far into that daydream. I just wanted to get out of that little rural town. It was one of those towns that was just a road with a bunch of sad old signs along it, blown-out buildings with occasional passing silhouettes that were once somebody's. Let's just say I couldn't afford New York City. But I could afford a small city a few hours from that rotting place of a town. It's a city with some high-rises and skyscrapers, but nothing that's going to put it on somebody's road trip. It's a pretty lonely place, honestly. It's old and tired like my hometown, but in a more industrial way. Walkability isn't much of a reality here, unless you want to take your chances with the harsh weather or the rampant mugging. So there went my sidewalk daydream. Still, I wanted to make the most of the experience. I got an apartment right downtown for a reasonable price and figured life would improve from there on. However, I failed to truly grasp how much of a piece of crap the apartment was until I moved in. I was a little too naive at the time to understand the spectrum of stress caused by a landlord special. The doorknobs would come right off, the fridge never fully shut, the toilet wouldn't flush without some sacred jiggling sequence, and a whole mess of other inconveniences or hazards. This apartment also had a lot of strange features. The floor plan doesn't make much sense, and anyone with a shred of interior design knowledge, or even just self-respect, would have immediately crossed this place off their list. I was so desperate, though, that I didn't mind when I entered the apartment, and just saw a hallway full of closed doors. I shrugged off how strange it was that each room was contained behind one of those doors, with none of the rooms connecting to one another. The kitchen is its own closed-off room, the living room too. The only way to get anywhere in the apartment was to take the central hallway. It honestly looks like one of those hallway chase shots in Scooby-Doo or something. For how awful the place is, it's not small. There are a good amount of rooms, and I actually hadn't been able to fill one particular room until recently. When you walk into the place, there's the long hallway and then 9 doors in total. There's 4 on the left side, 4 on the right, and 1 at the very end of the hallway. On the right side, the doors in order are the living room, a closet, then my bedroom, and then the bathroom. On the left side, it starts with a kitchen, then another closet, the dining room, and a second bedroom. The 9th door in the middle is that extra room. I barely had enough stuff just to fill the other rooms, and I lacked any sort of motivation to do anything with the extra room for a while. I have a corner unit, so all the rooms on the right side of the apartment have windows, as well as the extra room. The extra room has these neat casement windows that I like to look out of, but offer little privacy. I had thought to make the extra room a sort of reading area, or a home theater type deal, but I was flat broke. The extra room is strange. It's really big and open. It feels like an apartment of its own. One night, I was in there just looking out the other surrounding high-rises when I noticed a light switch that had been painted over right next to the window. I didn't think much of it. It was clearly just another amenity of my crap-hole apartment. I left it alone. As time went on, I found myself in that extra room most nights just looking out the window. I didn't have the money for any fancy streaming services, nor friends to leech off of, so I just looked out that window most nights. It was peaceful, and at night the city looked bigger and more lively. I loved seeing all the different lights, the blurry shapes of people in their own world watching their TV or making dinner. It didn't take long for me to start picking at that point on that hidden light switch as I watched the world wind down every night. I'd chip away at the paint little by little with my finger while I was lost in my thoughts. It took a few days to make any sort of progress, but eventually I had peeled off enough paint to see the light switch. It was a different color than the new plain white paint that covered everything else. It was bronze, and the switch itself was almost antique looking. It got me wondering how old this building was. A few nights later, the old switch was finally uncovered. It caught the light in an intoxicating way, and I flipped the switch on and off a few times to see if it still worked and what it controlled. Nothing changed. The next night brought a heavy snowstorm. It was beautiful, and you already know I was set up at that window staring out at the world as the brilliant snow fell. At some point, I was reminded of the bronze light switch and I flicked it, not remembering if I'd already tried it the night before. Nothing changed. I absent-mindedly flicked it again and noticed something strange out of the corner of my eye. A light turned on in the building across the street. It was the rightmost room on the top floor of the neighboring high-rise, which was quite a bit taller than my building. At first, I just thought it was something new to look at. My hand still on the switch, I craned my neck up and leaned in to watch the new light. I lost concentration and flicked the switch down, and the room's light turned off. That caught my attention. I looked down at the switch and back up at the now dark pane of glass. I flipped the switch up, and at that exact moment the room's light turned back on. I continued doing this for probably 5 minutes, just flipping the switch on and off and watching as the faraway room's light perfectly matched. The snow began falling even more, and I could still make out the light turning off and on with every flick of the old switch. I was baffled before too long, so baffled that I went right to sleep, convinced I was deprived of logic and reasoning. The next night came and, at first, I was definitely reluctant to mess with that switch or to even go in that room. I tried staring out other windows, but they were cloudy with trapped moisture. I remember thinking I should get a cat or something before I finally caved and walked into the extra room. There was traffic on the street below from some accident that night, and it provided me with enough entertainment to remain distracted from what happened the night before. The standstill row of gray cars could only stimulate me for so long before I was looking at that switch again. I flipped it. Such a harmless action, and so quick, too. Flipping a light switch, usually done by second nature. What's the harm in it? Why did flipping that switch feel so important? The same room from the night before lit up. It was a yellow, more vintage-looking tone of light. I tried using some beaten-up binoculars from my childhood, but all I got was a somehow fuzzier view of the room. From my vantage, I could only really see the ceiling of that mysterious place. That's gotta be an apartment, right? It looks too big to be a storage closet, too small to be anything commercial. I flipped the switch again, and the light turned off in perfect succession. Is somebody messing with me? Flip. The light came back on. How would they even orchestrate that? I sat there for a long time, repeatedly flipping the switch on and off as if the repetition of this would bring more clarity. I stood there flipping that switch on and off like I was a geriatric old man smacking a television set, hoping for a signal. The traffic jam cleared out and the streets became empty. I sat there, still as I could be, periodically flipping the switch on and off. The light synced every single time. Clearly this light switch, for some reason, was wired to that room in the building across the street. As to why, I had no earthly idea. What an expensive project. And for what? What purpose does it serve? I flipped the switch up and the light came back on. That last flip of the switch activated a sorry light bulb moment within me. What if I found a way into that room? So I waited in the bitter cold, rehearsing my moves. I had counted up from the ground and determined the room which connected to my light switch was on the 31st floor, and again it was the corner unit on the right side of the building when viewing from my apartment. I waited for someone to go in or out of the building. Finally I saw a woman with a giant coat drag her scrappy little dog towards the door. I was hesitant to actually go inside, but then I gathered some courage, walked right up to that door and casually slid through as she opened it. I had planned some elaborate cover story that my friend wouldn't answer his phone and all that, but when it came time, I just acted natural and thanked her as I entered. The walls were green and sickly looking, much like my apartment building. The elevator was questionable at best, and creaked a little too much as I stepped into it. There were 33 floors, so I was glad I had made note of the correct one. I slowly reached up and hit the circular button for the 31st floor, and it flickered on, glowing with a jaundiced yellow. My hands grew clammy as the elevator ascended at a torturously slow pace. I watched the numbers rise. 11, 12, 13. This is a stupid idea, man. This is all in my head. Why am I doing this? 26, 27, 28. Is this even legal? What am I going to do exactly? The elevator finally dinged and bounced to a stop on the 31st floor before I had an actual plan. The doors were reluctant to open, and for a moment my heart sank thinking I had been trapped in there. Those silver doors creaked and warped as they moved out of the way and exposed me to another green hallway. I stepped out and turned left. I could see all the way down the long dilapidated hall, the green lights humming and buzzing. My alleged culprit was the final door on the right. It was room 3118. I sat outside the door like a maniac, just looking at it. I wondered what to do. I could barely see through the slits on the sides of the door. All I could make out was the lights were on in there. Do I knock? I looked around me and made sure the coast was clear. What the hell do I say? Maybe I'm lost. Maybe it's an honest mistake. If anyone lives in there, I'm sure they're very confused about their lights turning on and off. But why wouldn't they take control of their own lights? Maybe they can't use them, but that doesn't make any sense. Why would I be able to control their lights, but they can't? I knocked on the door and startled myself. It felt almost automatic. Unsure of what to do, I started to shuffle away and make my retreat. Then I decided to stay and wait. I waited for a few seconds. The pause was long and uncomfortable enough for my hand to instinctually rise for another round of knocking. A faint and vague sound, dampened enough to even be of my own mind, but it was the sound of dragging, or a thud of some kind with something rolling afterward. What was that? The sound might have continued, or my mind might have kept wandering. Maybe the neighbors. The walls were thin in this place. I could begin to hear indiscernible conversations somewhere down the hall. I could hear the hissing chatter of a TV show somewhere else. Underneath all that, though, in room 3118, a rolling sound still. Maybe. What is that noise? I left not long after. I was getting freaked out, and I'm sure I would have freaked out anyone living there. When I got back to my place across the street, I felt very paranoid. I felt like I was being watched. I opened the squeaky door to my apartment, and the long, dark hallway of 9 closed doors now made me nauseous with dread. I wanted to leave that apartment behind and run back into my mom's arms or something. I felt like a child. I walked in, though, and I wish I hadn't. I took a scorching hot shower. It made me feel a little better, but I was still so paranoid. I kept hearing, or thought I was hearing, similar thudding and rolling sounds in one of the other rooms. Old pipes, that's all. It took some more courage to leave the bathroom and enter the cold, dark hall. I don't know what door to go through next. The kitchen door, bedroom door, or the extra door. My stomach was in a knot, but I thought I should probably try and eat something. It was around midnight by that point, and I felt hopeless knowing there were so many more hours of dark left. I looked down at my half-eaten peanut butter sandwich, and knew this knot in my stomach wouldn't go away if I didn't have some kind of closure. I wanted to go into the extra room and turn off that switch for the night. I braved the silent hallway again, and opened up the 9th door into that grand room that turned the faintest sound into a booming echo. I walked up to the big window I always looked out of and, with great caution, looked up at room 3118. The light was still on, and there was something up there now. I couldn't tell what it was, but it looked like a big shadow. It wasn't a person, but something boxy looking. Something square or just rigid, really. Furniture? Did someone move something around in there? I didn't know what I was looking at, and I honestly didn't have the mental space to think about it much longer. I flipped off the switch. I flipped it back on. I couldn't deny my interest. I was very invested in this whole ordeal now. The rigid thing started moving. At least, I thought it looked like it was slowly changing position. It moved very smoothly and very, very slowly. It looked like it was rolling or sliding. It rolled from the right side of the window to the left. I flipped the switch here and there to see if it made any sort of difference. Didn't seem to. I watched it roll along for a few minutes from right to left until I jumped at the sight of the neighboring window's light turning on. It was whoever lived in room 3116. I saw a person moving around in there, and it looked like a more elderly man. He looked like he was listening closely to something, as if there were an intruder in his house. I didn't know what to do, but now I felt intrusive watching this man fumble around. I decided to switch the light off in 3118 and try to forget about the whole thing. I wanted to remove myself from this weird nightmare entirely. I decided that the next day, I'd try to disconnect the switch and install some curtains. Find a new hobby. That all sounded like something rooted in everyday monotony, and I let the comfort of curtain shopping lull me to sleep. In my sleep that night, I heard the sound of aggressive wind chimes far away. They weren't very melodic wind chimes, sort of just one tone and reverberated. Then I heard an awful banging sound. It was loud and most definitely not a dream. It sounded distant, but it contained a lot of power. It was 3:48 a.m. I tossed and I turned until my bedroom started flashing red. I got out of bed and tried to see what was happening outside from my bedroom window, but I couldn't see through all the gloom trapped in between the glass. I had no choice but to go into the extra room if I wanted to see outside. There was a large fire truck that was blocking off one side of the road, and police were putting up caution tape on the other. Squad cars were rolling in one after the other. A few ambulances were present too, but it seemed like no one was in a big rush. They were all circled around, their hands waving about in a casual, conversational way. At some point, one of them looked up and pointed, and the others followed along. I followed the trajectory of the gestures all the way to the 31st floor. Room 3116 was now missing its pane of glass. The curtains whipped out into the open world, the lights were still on, and I could make out vague details of the interior. Back on the ground, a few paramedics moved out of the way long enough for me to see what I was already preparing to see. The old man from room 3116 was laying there in a confusing mess of fabric, flesh, and bones surrounded by a growing puddle of blood. I was shocked. What the hell is going on? What did I do? Am I losing my mind? Did I inadvertently kill that man? The next few days were a blur. My head was heavy with the endless hum of 1,000 different thoughts, all saying similar things. I felt an immense weight of guilt, even though there was nothing tangible that connected me to the old man's plunge. In my head, there was an ever-growing web of continuity. I uncovered the old switch. I flipped it incessantly and, in doing that, I created or resumed something. That something looked like a giant rectangle that rolled around and made a man jump to his death. Or maybe it pushed him out by force. But why? None of this makes any sense. Maybe it's all just make-believe. I could have misunderstood what I saw. The rolling rectangle thing. Maybe it was just an illusion. That old man, maybe it's just a coincidence he chose tonight to leap. I know what I saw. I no longer was going into the extra room for any reason. The thought of that big empty space with that switch made me nauseous. I couldn't stand sleeping just a few doors away from it. I wanted to move out and get away. I should have done that. Reality doesn't make room for fiction, though. I couldn't and still can't afford to break the lease. Not by a long shot. That's 3 rent payments, and a bundle of paperwork in this godforsaken building. The apartment's obviously outdated, so I thought about making a case for lead paint or something toxic that could maybe get me out of here for free. And quick, but I'm not sure how that'd blow over. I don't even know how to go about doing something like that. I chose the route of avoidance. If I could ignore the extra room, the mystery switch, the dead man's browning blood stain on the road, and the rolling rectangle monster whose whereabouts weren't known, maybe it'd all just fade away with time. A few weeks went by and that strategy was seeming to work. Even in that short time, I was afforded some hindsight of the whole event. How I was jumping to conclusions, being paranoid, and maybe not appreciating my deteriorating vision that was probably making some serious guesswork. Still, there was no explaining away the light switch. That switch is undoubtedly connected to room 3118 across the street for some unknown reason. I must have tested it hundreds of times. I tried to not let that fact dig too deep when I couldn't sleep, or when I'd think I heard the rolling sounds across the apartment late at night. Eventually, I had saved up enough money to treat myself with some more furniture. I wanted to reclaim the extra room and make it mine. I started with a thrifted recliner and some shelves. I was planning on making it a home theater after all. I had plans to bury the big casement windows behind blackout curtains. Earlier tonight, I was moving some new finds into the home theater. The room's echo was just as booming and awful as when it was empty, and I flinched with every screech and scrape the furniture would make when I moved it. As I heaved the new TV stand around, my eyes subconsciously checked on room 3118, a reflex that must have been built into me after all those cold nights. The lights were off as I had left them the last time I flipped the switch. The lights were on in room 3116. Don't freak out. Maybe someone new moved in. I watched longer than I should have. I don't know why I'm so nosy, always trying to get to the bottom of everything. I watched and waited for any sign of movement in room 3116. I never saw a soul in there. At some point, the big coat lady came out of the building with her dog and, for some stupid reason, I felt compelled to go talk to her. I just need to be sure of something. I walked casually down the sidewalk, waiting to run into her again. I was going to ask her if she had a lighter, and then I was going to ask her if she had any information on room 3116. Eventually, she reappeared around the corner with her feisty little dog walking on its hind legs, strangling itself with the leash. I was leaned up on the wall next to the door I had snuck in weeks before, waiting to say my line. "Excuse me," I said. "Do you have a light?" She looked up with confusion. "Like a flashlight?" she asked. I flashed my carton of cigarettes. "Oh, no, honey. I've got asthma. Sorry." "No problem," I muttered back. I tried to come up with anything else I could say, so I could eventually segue into room 3116. Blanking, I simply stared ahead in disappointment. That's when I noticed the faded bloodstain on the sidewalk from the old man. I clicked my tongue. "Terrible what happened," I muttered. The big coat lady turned around and saw what I was staring at, understanding immediately. I know. I'm up on the 13th floor and I heard the sound." She was slowly nodding and now staring at the old puddle of blood herself. "I heard someone talking about how they already moved the new family into that unit he was in. Is that right?" I asked, surprising myself. "Oh, no. I think they're letting it sit like they did with the last one," she said. My brow raised. I tried to not act like an insane person and scare her off. "The last one?" I asked hesitantly. "Yeah, it was just a few months ago. Or maybe it was a year now. But the young couple that lived right next door to him jumped out the window too," she said in a flat way. I could have fainted. I felt dizzy and clammy, but I tried to keep my calm demeanor. "That is... wow. I'm pretty new to the building, so I hadn't heard," I stammered. I resigned from my niceties, and my eyes went out to focus as my mind began jumping to its newest conclusion. Somewhere in my peripheral, I noticed the lady nodding and looking down at her scraggly dog. "Well, it sure is hard out there these days," she said, breaking the silence. She shuffled through the heavy apartment door which slammed behind her, startling me. Torn from my trance, I quickly retreated back to my apartment. Crap. What does this mean? That rolling square thing lives in that room and what? Kills people in it and around it? Do the people kill themselves? Does the thing maybe inject them with something that makes them, I don't know, suicidal? Or maybe they go crazy and just jump? I was thinking like a lunatic, like one of the cracked out vagrants wandering through the abandoned motels back in my hometown. I tried to slow myself down, but now I'd been given perfect evidence to suit my paranoid suspicions. At first, I was just trying to solve this complex series of events. Then I remembered I was involved. I remembered the switch plays a role in this whole thing. The light switch in my home theater. How far can it move? How far? Could it cross the street and climb the stairs and break in? Maybe it's quiet, or maybe it has some kind of way to silently open my door so I don't notice. So the neighbors don't notice. I found myself back in the home theater with some cheap whiskey in a plastic bottle. I sipped on it and enjoyed the aromantic sting that made me slowly feel braver with every gulp. I looked up at the 31st floor across the street. The lights were still on in room 3116. They're probably just cleaning it out. You need to calm yourself. None of this is your problem. I felt better and braver still with every new swig of the cruel whiskey. At some point, I hovered my hand over the light switch. The dwindling sobriety in me said no. The courageous, drunk in me said, I'm just curious. My sight was beginning to sharpen and blur, and I could tell I was swaying as I just stood in front of those windows. I was drunk enough to where I felt like an observer of a faded memory from the past. I was drunk enough to where any action felt insignificant, and all would be fine because nothing mattered. I flipped the switch, expecting the lights of room 3118 to blink on. The lights in room 3116 turned off instead. I don't know why, but seeing those lights turn off made me duck and hide below the window. I felt like I woke the rolling thing up, and now it could see me. It moved. It moved. Logic and reasoning was now out the window. The lights magically switched rooms, and I can only imagine it's because the square rolling thing now occupied, or will now materialize inside of room 3116. I continued hiding and thinking horrible thoughts to myself. I then did something I would have never done had I not been wasted. I grabbed a hammer and smashed the light switch. I smashed it into a million pieces and then smashed those pieces into dust. I'm sure my neighbors were fuming, but I had been quiet as a church mouse up until tonight. Both room 3118 and 3116 now had no lights on, and had made the drunken assumption that now they were both safe. This all began when I turned the lights on in 3118. Now the lights would stay off forever, and I made sure of it. Clearly, I didn't have the self-control to stop myself from tinkering with this unknown thing. I doubt anyone else who would live here would have much more discipline, so I smashed the switch into a million pieces. It wasn't long before I blacked out. Something woke me up hours later. It was deep into the night. I was still in the home theater and still drunk, but now also hungover. I tried to pull it together enough to figure out what woke me. I had thought it was a loud sound, but maybe it wasn't. The air felt like something loud had just occurred, but that was just a feeling, maybe one of paranoia. I looked out the window and half expected to see another person or persons lying smashed on the ground after diving off the 31st floor. But I saw no such horror. Both 3118 and 3116's lights were still off. I rubbed my eyes and looked around the pitch-black room. I felt my blood freeze. There was a light on in my apartment. I could see the thin sliver of yellow illuminating underneath the door of the home theater. It's in. I wanted to run at first, but then I wanted to sit still and just listen. So I sat there, waiting for something. Maybe it was waiting for me to make a move. Then I heard it, muffled, maybe in the kitchen, rolling. Finally, I could hear the sound in finer detail. The wheel sounded heavy, like the sound of a stone tomb opening. The cheap hardwood floor buckled and cracked underneath those giant rolling wheels, which must have moved extremely slow and calculated, as if it was listening for my heartbeat. I was frozen with fear and confused. So confused. What kind of nightmare has my life become? I wanted to try and make a break for it. I thought about running as fast as I could down my awful hallway and ripping that front door open. It was only a few quick strides away. I sat up a little too quickly. Adrenaline was kicking in. A spring in the crappy second-hand recliner I had passed out on popped, causing an insignificant yet audible click throughout the house. Rolling followed. It was very slow. So slow that one's ear could lose the deep droning tone after long enough to background noise. I slowly sat back and the recliner crinkled ever so softly. The thing made a noise so intentionally imperceptible I could hardly make it out. A metallic sliding sound, the sound of a door's latch being methodically opened. It was leaving the kitchen and maybe it was moving on to one of the other doors now. The yellow sliver of light went out, and the apartment was now totally dark. Rolling persisted, and I was barely able to perceive the noise. I spent the next few minutes sliding off my recliner with the precision of prey which I undoubtedly had become. 30 minutes could have passed before I had crawled close enough to see under the door's crack. I carefully positioned my left eye to where I could see out into the black hallway just enough. Something impossibly dark. Darker than the natural blackness of night. It was just sitting in the hall, waiting. It was large and boxy, just like that silhouette in 3118. It looked to almost perfectly fit the dimensions of the hall, leaving me sealed in. I'm dead. Maybe not. Maybe I can call the police or something and distract it. It'd kill them though, right? Then I'd be a murderer. Maybe. Or maybe it would roll away. Maybe it isn't bulletproof. I can't have anyone else's blood on my hands. Maybe I can start a fire somehow, and then the fire department will be able to rescue me from the window. Maybe that's the stupidest thought I've ever had. Too much noise. I can't make any noise. I can't make a sound or it'll come get me. My thoughts were so frantic and visceral, I feared even they would make a sound which could be intercepted by the masterful listener, sitting mere feet away. Another 30 minutes of eternity, and I had silently made my way towards the large windows. I was so cautious and so deliberate in my movements as to not touch the tiniest plastic shard on the ground from when I had drunkenly destroyed the light switch. Maybe I made it angry by doing that. Maybe, in breaking the switch, the thing reverted back to me. Or maybe I exposed myself to it when I smashed that switch. I tried to use my phone and call for help, text for help, email for help. None of it was going through. That rolling demon must have jammed my signal somehow. I ran out of hope. I froze in place. Eventually, I just started to write all of this. I'm still in the home theater, typing this all out on my phone as quietly as I can, even sipping the last of my whiskey with the most delicate swigs one could imagine. This whole thing is rather bleak, and I apologize if you stumble across this. I've scheduled this post to go up in 8 hours. Maybe by then the thing will have left and my final words will get out into the world to be forgotten or laughed at. I'm sure you think I'm insane, or maybe I'm just a liar. And that's okay. I know what happened here tonight. I don't know how or why any of this happened, but I know the rolling thing outside my door is real. I don't know why it's here, what its motivation is, if it's man-made or some impersonation of something we'd engineered, or maybe it's the very muse of humanity's chase for right angles and industrial design. I now understand how those people in room 3118 and 3116 met their fate on the cracked pavement below. I think it wants me to kill myself. Either that or it's totally content with me killing myself. It's had me trapped in this room for hours now. It could have barged in and flattened me at any point, but it hasn't yet. Funny how this all started in this extra room of mine. Funny how these windows are the ideal design and size for me to throw myself from this hellish place. I don't know anymore. At this point, I'm just trying to buy time and sip more whiskey before the inevitable. I had been distracted in writing this for a few hours. and even began to have hope that when the sun came up, the thing would roll away. All I'd need is a few minutes to get out. I don't think I'm so lucky, though. The sky is beginning to brighten into a deep blue, and once again I hear that steady rolling, so slow and meticulous. It must only be moving a centimeter every 15 minutes. The whiskey is doing its job, and it's becoming harder to type, harder to maintain literacy. I think I'll wrap this up here. I'm sorry, everyone. I can only hope this is seen, and if you did see this, I thank you for keeping me company, in a way. The sun's almost up. I hear rolling and it's close. The view from the window is very nice. It's looking like a nice day. I hope it is a nice day. My name is Celine. The title of this post is something I have whispered to myself for over a decade, but never dared to type out. People worry about your mental health when you talk about ghosts. They worry even more when you tell them you are living with one. But I'm 36 now. I'm established, I'm stable, and I'm far enough away from the event to look at it clearly. I need to get this down because I looked at her this morning, really looked at her, and I realized the truth is undeniable. To understand what I have now, you have to understand what I lost. It started 15 years ago. I was 21, living in a cramped, drafty apartment in Montreal, with the love of my life, Marianne. We were young, stupidly in love, and perpetually broke. Marianne was everything I wasn't. I was quiet, anxious, and prone to overthinking. Marianne was a firecracker. She was loud, she laughed with her whole chest, and she had the most piercing, impossible blue eyes I have ever seen on a human being. She was my anchor, until the night I let her drive away angry. The argument was stupid. It's the cliché of every tragedy, isn't it? We fought over money. We were short on rent, and she had spent a little extra on concert tickets for my birthday. I should have been grateful. Instead, I yelled. I told her she was irresponsible. I told her she didn't take our future seriously. The last words I said to her were, "Just get out. I can't look at you right now." So she did. She grabbed her keys, her eyes swimming with tears that made that blue look like a stormy ocean, and she slammed the door. 2 hours later, the police were knocking. Black ice on the hallway. She had lost control of our beat-up Honda and went over the guardrail. She died on impact. The weeks following the funeral are a blur of gray. I don't remember eating. I don't remember sleeping, really. I just remember laying in our bed, staring at the empty spot beside me, smelling the fading scent of her vanilla shampoo on the pillowcase. The guilt was a physical weight. It sat on my chest like an anvil. I had killed her. I convinced myself of that. If I hadn't yelled, if I hadn't kicked her out, she would be safe in bed. I was a murderer. That was when the activity started. At first, I welcomed it. It began small. I would come home from my waitressing job to find things displaced. A picture frame turned face down. The cabinet doors in the kitchen wide open. The temperature in the apartment would plummet, leaving my breath visible in the air despite the radiator clanking away at full blast. My grieving mind didn't register fear. It registered hope. "Marianne?" I would whisper into the darkness. "Is that you?" I assumed she was back. I assumed she wanted to tell me she was okay, but the atmosphere in the apartment wasn't comforting. It was heavy. It felt oppressive, like the air pressure before a tornado. 3 weeks after the funeral, the activity shifted from passive to aggressive. I was in the kitchen making tea. I had the kettle on the stove. Suddenly, the burner dial snapped from low to high on its own. The gas flared up with a whoosh. I jumped back, my heart hammering. I reached out to turn it off, and a mug from the drying rack flew off the counter. It didn't just fall, it was thrown. It shattered against the wall inches from my head. I stood there, shards of ceramic at my feet, trembling. Marianne, I cried out, tears streaming down my face. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought it was her anger. I thought she was trapped here, furious at me for the way we left things. I deserved it, I told myself. She wanted to throw things. Let her. I deserved every bit of it. But it got worse. The nights became unbearable. I would wake up at 3 a.m. to the sound of heavy, wet breathing right next to my ear. Not the soft breath of a sleeping partner, but a raspy, guttural sound. When I reached for the lamp, the bulb would pop with a deafening crack, plunging me back into darkness. Shadows began to pool in the corners of the room, taller and darker than they should have been. They seemed to stretch toward the bed. I stopped sleeping. I became a ghost of myself, dark circles under my eyes, shaking through my shifts at work. The culmination happened on a Tuesday in November. It was a month after the accident. I was lying in bed, fully dressed, because I was too terrified to change into pajamas anymore. I was staring at the ceiling, waiting for the sun to rise. The silence in the apartment was deafening. Then the temperature dropped. It wasn't gradual. It was instant. The air went freezing cold, so sharp it hurt my nose to inhale. I squeezed my eyes shut. I'm sorry, Marianne, I whispered. My mantra of guilt. Something grabbed my ankles. It wasn't a gentle touch. It was a vice grip, strong and painful, like two bands of steel clamping down on my bones. I gasped, my eyes flying open. I tried to kick, but my legs wouldn't move. With a violent jerk, I was ripped down the mattress. I screamed, I clawed at the sheets, desperate for purchase, but the fabric just bunched in my hands. I was dragged off the foot of the bed, my hips slamming hard onto the hardwood floor. The grip didn't let go. I was being pulled across the floor of the bedroom, toward the open closet door. The closet was a gaping maw of darkness. Marianne, stop, please, I shrieked. I grabbed the leg of the heavy oak dresser as I slid past. The friction burned my palms, but I held on. The force pulling my legs was immense, threatening to dislocate my hips. I was sobbing, hysterical, kicking wildly with my feet against empty air. Suddenly, the grip vanished. I didn't wait. I scrambled up, scrambled into the corner of the room and curled into a ball, hyperventilating. I stayed there until dawn broke, watching the closet, waiting for her to come back and finish me. I looked at my ankles in the morning light. There were bruises, distinct, finger-shaped bruises, but they weren't the size of Marianne's hands. Marianne had small, delicate hands. These marks were large. The fingers were too long. A cold realization settled in my gut. That wasn't Marianne. Marianne had a temper, yes. She could be fiery, but she was never cruel. She would never hurt me physically. She loved me. Even in our worst moments, she loved me. Whatever was in my apartment, whatever was dragging me toward the dark, wasn't the woman I loved. It was something else. Something that fed on misery. And I was an all-you-can-eat buffet. I was terrified to go back to the apartment, but I had nowhere else to go. I spent the day walking around the city, freezing in the November wind, dreading the sunset. That evening, as I approached the front steps of my building, I saw something sitting near the communal trash cans. It was a cat. It wasn't scrounging for food, and it wasn't fleeing from the noise of the street. It was sitting perfectly still, its tail wrapped neatly around its paws, watching me. It was a calico, mostly white with patches of orange and black. I stopped at the bottom of the stairs. The cat stood up and let out a soft merp sound. It walked right up to me, winding through my legs, rubbing its cheeks against my shins. I reached down automatically to pet it. The fur was soft, surprisingly clean for a stray. Then the cat looked up at me. The breath caught in my throat. The eyes, they were blue. Not the greenish yellow or amber typical of cats. They were a deep, striking, impossible electric blue. They were her eyes. I fell to my knees on the sidewalk, ignoring the cold concrete. I stared at the cat, and the cat stared back with an intelligence that felt jarring. It bumped its forehead against my nose, purring, a sound like a small engine. "Hey," I whispered, my voice trembling. The cat didn't run away. When I stood up and unlocked the front door of the building, the cat trotted inside ahead of me, as if it owned the place. I hesitated, then followed. It climbed the 3 flights of stairs to my apartment door and sat there, waiting for me to turn the key. I opened the door. Usually the dread would hit me the moment I crossed the threshold, the heavy, malicious atmosphere. The cat walked in first. It strutted into the center of the living room, sat down and let out a long, low hiss. It wasn't hissing at me. It was staring at the dark hallway leading to the bedroom. The fur along its spine stood up in a rigid ridge. I stood by the door paralyzed. The cat held its ground. It let out a growl that sounded too deep for its small body. Then it strode forward, into the hallway, into the bedroom. I heard a thump like something heavy falling, and then silence. The cat came trotting back out a moment later, its tail held high, looking relaxed. It walked over to the couch, Marianne's favorite spot, jumped up, curled into a ball, and went to sleep. For the first time in a month, the apartment felt empty, but in a good way. The heavy pressure was gone. I didn't kick the cat out. I named her Marianne. It felt sacrilegious to anyone else, I'm sure, but it felt like the only option to me. Things changed after Marianne the cat moved in. The supernatural activity didn't stop immediately, but it changed. It felt like a war being waged. But I was no longer the soldier. I was the civilian being protected. One night, I was watching TV. The air grew cold again. The familiar scent of ozone and rot began to creep in. I tensed up, clutching a pillow. Marianne, who had been dozing on my lap, instantly woke up. She leaped off the couch and stood in the center of the room. She stared at an empty corner near the ceiling, her eyes pinned back flat against her skull. She let out a scream, that specific, yowling caterwaul that cats make when they are about to fight. The lights flickered. The TV turned itself off. Marianne launched herself at the wall. She literally ran halfway up the drywall, claws out, swiping at the empty air. I saw, and I swear this is true, a dark, misty shape recoil from her. She landed on her feet and hissed again, spitting, her blue eyes blazing. The cold air dissipated instantly. The TV flickered back on. Marianne sat down, licked her paw, and looked at me as if to say, "It's handled." This happened a few more times over the next month. Whatever that thing was, whatever dark parasite had latched onto my grief, it was trying to come back, and every time, Marianne was there. She was a sentinel. She slept on the pillow next to my head every single night. If I shifted in a nightmare, she would place a paw on my cheek, grounding me. I started to notice things about her behavior, things that made the hair stand on my arms. My human girlfriend Marianne had a very specific hate for olives. If a pizza came with olives, she would pick them off with surgical precision and stack them in a pyramid on a napkin. One night, I ordered a supreme pizza. I was eating at the coffee table. The cat jumped up. She sniffed a slice. She delicately used her claw to hook an olive, fling it off the pizza onto the table, and then nudged it away with her nose. She did this to every olive on the slice before trying to steal a piece of the pepperoni. I just stared at her. "Really?" I asked. She blinked slowly. Marianne the human also had a habit of tapping her fingers when she was impatient. The cat, when waiting for me to fill the food bowl, would tap her left paw rhythmically against the floor tiles. Tap, tap, tap. She didn't like cat toys. I bought feathers, laser pointers, fake mice. She looked at them with disdain, but she loved watching reality TV. She would sit on the back of the couch, eyes glued to the screen, head moving back and forth as the people argued. Human Marianne used to say it was her trashy, guilty pleasure. Slowly, the fear in my life evaporated. The dark entity gave up. It couldn't get past the guard dog, or rather, the guard cat. By the time spring arrived, the apartment was just an apartment again, but I was never alone. I talked to her. I know that's what crazy cat ladies do, but this was different. I told her about my day. I told her I was sorry about the fight. I told her I loved her. Whenever I apologized for the accident, for the argument, she would butt her head against my mouth to silence me. She would purr so loudly it rattled her ribs. It was forgiveness. I knew it. Life went on. I moved out of that apartment 2 years later. Marianne came with me, obviously. I went back to school. I got a degree. I started a career in graphic design. I dated a few people, though it never really worked out. It's hard to bring someone home when you feel like your dead ex is judging them from the top of the cat tree. And that brings us to today. I was sitting on my porch this morning drinking coffee. Marianne was sunning herself on the railing. I realized the date, October 14th. It has been exactly 15 years since the accident. It has been 15 years, minus 3 weeks since I found the cat. I looked at her. 15 years is a long time for a cat. A cat at 15 is usually slowing down. They have gray hairs around their muzzle. Their eyes get cloudy with cataracts. They sleep 20 hours a day. They have trouble jumping onto high surfaces. Marianne looks exactly the same as the day I found her. I mean exactly. Her fur is pristine, silky, and vibrant. There is not a single white hair on her black and orange patches. Her eyes are that same crystal, piercing electric blue, clear as the summer sky. She jumped from the porch railing to the roof of the garage this morning, a 6-foot vertical leap, to chase a squirrel. She moves with the agility of a kitten. She eats with the appetite of a lion. I took her to the vet last week for a checkup. The vet, a new guy, looked at her chart. Born roughly 15 years ago? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, I said. I found her then. He examined her. He checked her teeth, her heart, her joints. He looked perplexed. He took an x-ray just to check for arthritis. This is bizarre, he told me, showing me the scan. Her bone density, her teeth. If you didn't tell me she was 15, I'd say this cat is maybe 2 years old, maximum. There's zero sign of aging. Absolutely none. I nodded. I wasn't surprised. I came home and looked at old photos. I found a picture of human Marianne from her 20th birthday. She's laughing, looking at the camera. The look in her eyes is defiance and joy mixed together. Then I looked at the cat, sitting on my desk, watching me write this. I don't think she's a cat. I mean, she is a cat biologically, I suppose. But the spirit inside, the thing looking out through those blue eyes, the entity that attacked me 15 years ago wanted to hurt me. It was drawn to my guilt, but Marianne, she fought it off. She came back. She found a vessel that would let her stay. I've read about this kind of thing. Reincarnation, possession, spiritual attachment. Usually spirits move on. They fade, or if they stay in an animal, the animal eventually ages and dies. But she isn't aging. She isn't leaving. I stroked her head a few minutes ago, running my thumb over her ears. I whispered, "You're not going anywhere, are you?" She let out a short, sharp meow. It sounded like no. She bit my thumb gently, another thing human Marianne used to do when she was being playful, and began to lick my hand with her sandpaper tongue. I'm not scared. I should be, probably. It defies every law of nature. I'm living with a creature that is effectively immortal, inhabited by my dead girlfriend who refuses to cross over because she thinks I can't handle myself alone. And the honest truth? She's probably right. She's looking at me right now. She wants me to stop typing. She's tapping her left paw on the desk. Tap, tap, tap. I guess I better go. She hates to be ignored. I ignored the dead woman standing behind Pete. Well, tried to. I'd gotten pretty good at not looking at her, but not listening was another matter. Drip, drip, drip. Was it blood that perpetually rolled down her fingers, or something worse? No way of knowing without looking. My eyes burned with the temptation to take a peek. Just a quick one. Surely it wouldn't do any. I blinked hard and focused on what Pete was saying. No Shirley tonight? Kids have come down with the flu. I volunteered for setup duty. I gestured down the corridor. Shall we? I led the way, careful to keep my eyes away from windows, shiny doorknobs, unexpected puddles, anything that might cast a reflection. When we reached our room, I paused, casting Pete a sidelong look. Do you want to? He knew the drill. No setting foot in the room. Not yet. With exaggerated casualness, he leaned against the wall and fixed his eyes on the ceiling, while I opened the door and hurried inside. I fumbled the key into the storage cupboard lock and found what I needed within easy reach. Thank God for Shirley's organizational skills. All but sprinting back to the door, I uncorked the jar and drew a thick line of salt just inside the threshold. I caught the briefest glimpse of bare feet, bloated. The corpse-white flesh shot through the blue. Dark, viscous liquid pooled around the rotting toes. Then Pete stepped over the salt and walked briskly to the storage cupboard, closing the door behind him with a firm click. That left me to deal with the blinds. It wasn't Pete's fault. It wouldn't be fair to expect him to do it. No amount of logic prevented the wave of resentment I felt as I wrestled with the ever-tangling cords, jaw clenched, waiting to hear. Tap, tap, tap. My mouth went dry. Just to my right, on the other side of the glass, was a glob of black ooze. And was that a fingernail? It's no wonder the cleaners hate us. The words erupted from my lips before I could stop them, followed by a giggle that sounded more like a shriek. Acknowledgement. Bad idea. But it broke the heavy silence of the room, cleared my head long enough for me to win the battle with the blinds. With the outside world at last shut out, I allowed myself a moment, just long enough for my hands to stop trembling. By the time I made it back to the storage cupboard, I'd managed to plaster a smile onto my face. Pete had already retrieved his talisman. He sat cross-legged on the floor, gripping the dog-eared book so tightly his knuckles had turned white. When he heard the door open, he looked up expectantly. All clear, I confirmed. Rough week? I bit my tongue on the question as he scrambled to his feet. It seemed rude not to ask, particularly when the circles under his eyes were so much darker than usual. But now was not the time. Our first and most important rule made that clear. We dragged the chains out in silence and set them in a circle in the middle of a room. Pete retrieved 5 thick white candles, one for each of us, and positioned them next to the chairs, while I retrieved the Book of Talismans. At the bottom was a jumble of metal tokens, symbols of a dozen different faiths. They were a hangover from the early days, when it was just me and Shirley, fumbling our way through the darkness. None of our eventual regulars turned out to be particularly religious, not even Stefan, our formal man of the cloth. We all preferred something a little more personal, a teddy bear worn nearly threadbare, a near-full bottle of whiskey, a dog's rubber bone, imprinted with the tooth marks of its former owner. I dug out mine, a key ring bearing a photo of a seaside town, and pocketed it. The cat tree was too cumbersome for either of us to manage alone, so we wrestled that into position together before parting again to finish up. Pete conducted a thorough search of the room, rifling through every drawer and dropping to his knees to crawl beneath tables. We weren't the only ones to use this room. A compact mirror, misplaced by the Knitting for Anxiety group, could prove disastrous. While he did his rounds, I set out the laminated rule cards. By now, I knew them by heart, but I scanned through them nonetheless. As Shirley often told us, taking a couple of minutes to refresh our memories could save us a lifetime of suffering. 1. Discussion must not begin until all protective measures are in place. 2. Any members with followers must not enter the room until the salt line has been drawn. 3. Cover any reflective surfaces. 4. Once the candles are lit, no one can leave until they have burned out. 5. Don't be a dick. Everyone's stories are valid, even if they don't match your own. 6. Listen when someone is talking. You'll have your own turn to speak. 7. Keep an eye on Ed. Daphne breezed in just as we finished, wearing her favorite fluffy pink jumper and carrying an enormous tin of biscuits. She gave Pete an assessing look before thrusting the tin into his arms. "You're looking too thin. Eat," she ordered. She gave me a quick hug before scooping the teddy bear out of the talisman box, holding it in her lap as she plopped into one of the seats. Mary came next, scowling and sporting a livid black eye. Daphne made a little squeak of dismay. "You poor love, what happened?" She caught herself, clapping a hand over her mouth and staring wide-eyed around the rest of us. "Don't worry," Mary reassured her. "The fist that did this was human." "Who'd be daft enough to take a swing at you?" I asked, incredulous. Short she might be, but when Mary wasn't running the pub, she was pitching in at her brother's farm. Between hauling barrels and bales, her arms might as well have been made of steel. "Punter who'd had a few too many." She plucked the dog toy from the box, clenching her fist around it. The squeaker had long since died, but it emitted a sad puff of air. "He's barred now." "Just barred?" I raised my eyebrows. The corners of her lips twitched. Maybe a bit bruised, too. Stefan arrived last, a few minutes after our designated start time. Sorry, he panted as he wrestled the yowling carrier through the door. He did not want to cooperate tonight. He placed the carrier on the floor with a thud, opened the door, and beat a hasty retreat. Ed stalked out, tail twitching in irritation. He turned his baleful green eyes on Stefan, who held up his hands in surrender. "Don't be a sourpuss." Daphne cooed. "Poor old Stevie, had to get you here somehow." All around the room, hands reached into pockets. They produced little chunks of cheese, cat biscuits, leftover scraps of chicken. Ed accepted our offerings like a king receiving gifts from his subjects. Mollified, he allowed us to pet him for a minute, before sauntering to the cat tree and cleaning the sleek black fur our filthy humans' hands had sullied. "Right," I said, looking around the group. "I think we're ready. Shall we make a start?" My stomach churned with the usual mixture of anticipation and dread. I knew the others felt the same, but they moved to take their places nonetheless. Stefan grabbed the bottle of whiskey as he went. "Okay, guys," I said, trying to ignore the feeling of wrongness as I took Shirley's usual seat. It didn't matter how many times I filled in for her. I'd never get used to it. "If you need to go to the loo, make a cup of tea, whatever, now's the time. Once we light the candles, there's no getting up until they burn out." No one moved, of course. They knew to come prepared. "Pete, do you mind?" He pulled a lighter from his jacket, lit his candle, and passed it to Mary. It did a full loop of the circle until it reached me. "We're safe in the circle," I said as I lit my candle. "Not just from the things that haunt us, but from each other. Remember, there's no judgment here. Listen. Be kind to one another. Now, who would like to start?" I glanced towards Pete, but he gave a tiny shake of his head, pressing his lips together tightly. "Not ready yet." No matter. I turned instead to Stefan, who cleared his throat. I'll go, I suppose. He turned the bottle over in his hands. Danielle emailed me a few days ago. Danielle? Elfie's mom? Daphne ventured softly. The very same. She always gets in touch this time of year. Lets me know how he's getting on. History's his favorite subject. He'll be studying it at uni in a couple of years. Thanks to you, said Mary. You gave him that chance. Pete, thumbing the edges of his book, added, You gave a lot of people chances. Stefan nodded. It's nice to hear about it. The life he might otherwise not have had. Nice to be reminded it's been another year since I chucked this in. He glanced down at the bottle, his grip tightening around its neck. But it's also a reminder that I'm not myself anymore. That I never will be again. His candle flickered, and for a moment his shadow was not his own. It loomed on the wall behind him, its fingers growing, sharpening to points. The air grew heavy around us. Breathing was no longer an unthinking, natural process. It required conscious, painstaking effort. Behind me on that cat tree, Ed let out a low growl. I glanced at the others in turn. Mary stared straight at Stefan, jaw clenched tight. Daphne held her teddy bear close to her chest. The circles under Pete's eyes looked darker than ever. Twisting a little in my chair, slowly forcing myself to act as though I hadn't a care in the world, I looked over at Ed. He stared unblinking at the wall behind Stefan, tail snapping from side to side. Perhaps. Stefan's voice emerged a deep rasp. We should move on to someone else. Good idea. Through sheer force of will, I managed to keep my voice light. Sounds like you need a strepsil, mate. Mary snorted. Daphne looked at her like she'd lost her mind, then let out her own small giggle. Even Pete managed a smile. The oppressive feeling vanished as quickly as it had come. Ed resumed licking his paws. My turn, said Mary, drumming the rubber bone against her knee. The little git has been causing hell all week. Before we could find out exactly what the little git had done, the door swung open. A bespectacled young man smiled in at us from the corridor. Is this the Stop Smoking group? They're in here tomorrow, I said. We're something else. Ah, he puffed out his cheeks, disappointed. I meant to be leading it. Well, come back at 8 o'clock tomorrow. I'm sure you'll do brilliantly. I don't suppose I could sit in on your session. I've never done one of these things before. I could do with some experience. Bad idea, said Mary abruptly. We're a private group, I explained. You won't even know I'm here, I promise. As he stepped into the room, we all rushed to dissuade him, talking over each other in our panic. You can't. This is private. You don't know. Mary, her face so red it was nearly purple, looked like she was strongly considering battering him with the rubber bone. She couldn't. None of us could leave the circle. All we could do was watch helplessly as he waved off our complaints, grabbed a small chair and forced it into the small gap between Daphne and Stefan. The group stared at him, aghast, then, as one, turned their eyes to me. Damn it, Shirley. Why did you breed children with such weak immune systems? Right, I looked at the stranger expectantly. Martin, he supplied. You're here now, Martin, for better or worse. We have strict rules, and we expect you to follow them. Of course. I wouldn't dream of disrespecting your group. I bit my tongue down on the comment that barging in uninvited had done just that, and instead said, the most important one is you're now here until the end of the session. No getting up to go to the loo. No smoke breaks. No fear there, he cut in, beaming at me. I smiled weakly back at him. Secondly, We respect each other here. You might hear things that sound strange to you. It's not your place to interrupt or invalidate anyone's experience. I understand how important respect is, he said sincerely, then with just the faintest tone of pompousness creeping into his voice. I'm a trained counselor, you know. Is the ink still wet on your certificate? Mary snapped. Mary? I said quietly, less a caution, more a plea. She shot Martin a burning look that suggested she would be having words with him in the car park later, but said nothing further. Would you like me to start? Daphne asked. I felt a rush of affection for her. She was fiddling with the bear's ears, clearly uncomfortable, but she was still trying. That would be lovely, Daphne. She took a deep, steadying breath. It's been hard since the nights started getting longer. Winter's always the worst. You know, I've got lots of other little berries at home. She picked the bear up by his paws, made him dance a little jig in her lap. They help, but when I wake up and see it standing there at the bottom of the bed... She shivered, and when she spoke next, her voice was little more than a whisper. It's those eyes, sewn shut, but it still stares at me. Do you all have sleep disorders? Martin butted in. No, I said shortly, and please don't interrupt. Sorry. Daphne, please carry on. You hear stories about stuff like this, she resumed haltingly. People seeing terrors in the night. They always seem to be there one moment, gone the next. You all know it doesn't work that way for me. Once it turns up, it's there until sunrise, following me around the house, always watching. It was a bit more bearable when I still had Graham. He used to sit up and watch films with me, hold my hand on the sofa. Her eyes were sparkling now. In the early days, anyway. By the end... I saw Mary's hands tighten around the bone. I knew how she felt. Logically, I knew I couldn't blame Graham. It took a special sort of person to stick around and deal with this stuff when they didn't have to. And as we'd all learned, those sorts of people were few and far between. Still, I hated him for leaving his poor, sweet wife to suffer alone. Stefan leaned over to Daphne, offering her his handkerchief. She took it with a grateful smile and dabbed her eyes. Creative writing, Martin burst out. What? I asked. You're a creative writing group, right? Mate, you've been told already to keep your gob shut. How hard is it? Mary demanded, jabbing the bone in his direction. She's right, I said. Please don't make me ask you again. When I looked at Daphne, she shook her head, holding the handkerchief tight against her cheek. I raised my eyebrows at Mary. Fine, she huffed. I'll go. As I was saying before, we were so rudely interrupted. She shot Martin a scorching look. He's been causing trouble this week. More than usual, I mean. Has he been in the toilets again? I asked. Yes, literally in this case. That's how I ended up with this. She tapped her black eye. Drunk punter went into one of the stalls, and the little shit popped his head up out of the loo. Course, it's not the place you expect to find a little old man in a bowler hat. Freaked him right out. Came running out, ranting and raving, swinging fists. She let out a grunt of dissatisfaction. 2 of the staff gave their notice that night. It's becoming an issue. We don't have a problem hiring. They hear the pub's haunted and think they might get a little laugh, a little scare, but the moment it inconveniences them. Wait, Martin interrupted. Mary heaved a heavy sigh. Here we go. Are you claiming that you're experiencing some sort of, I don't know, genuine paranormal phenomena? When Mary's only response was a hard stare, he turned to Daphne. And you too? She gave him the smallest nod, just enough to confirm his statement. Martin? I cut in before he could say anything further. I was very clear about our rules. We don't invalidate anyone's experiences. But you should. No, no. He caught himself, held up his hands in a gesture of contrition. You're quite right. Your group, your rules. Please do continue. Mary's scowl made it clear she had no intention of picking up where she had left off. Pete and Daphne both pointedly ignored my looks. Only Stefan met my eyes. He cleared his throat, then suggested gently, "Perhaps you would like to." I really wouldn't. Not when Martin was now leaning forward, gaze intent and full of sickening concern. But I could hardly expect the others to open up if I refused to do so myself. Right. I shifted in my seat, balling my hand into a fist around the keyring. Yes, well, you all know how it started. Martin was acquainted with the story. I could have swung for Stefan, if I wasn't so certain he wasn't intent on torturing me. The rest of us were content to keep our experiences within the confines of our small circle, but he still had a streak of the preacher about him, and it was focused on warning the general public about the dangers we were intimately acquainted with, even if they branded him as crazy for his struggles. If you wouldn't mind. Not at all. The sentiment wasn't entirely convincing through gritted teeth, but it was the best I could manage. When I was a kid, we used to go to the seaside on holiday. I forced my fingers to unfurl and held up the key ring. Here, to be precise. Martin squinted at the key ring, his smile coming too quickly. It looks lovely. It was a bit of a shithole. The smell of greasy chips drifted back to me across the years. I remembered the sky that always seemed to be slate gray, even in summer, and the cold bite of seawater on my thighs. I could feel the musty arcade carpet beneath my cheek. Dad's arms wrapping around me and hauling me against his chest after I dozed off. Somewhere behind him, Mom and Becca bickered about her dress sense, or how her headphones seemed to be glued on, or whatever other piece of teenage rebellion my sister had engaged in to do my mom's head in. I grinned in spite of myself. But it had its good points. Arcades, fish and chips by the sea, that sort of thing. We went every year until we lost my dad. Mom couldn't face it after that. The year after he died, she took us somewhere else instead, some broken down old cottage in the middle of nowhere. That must have been very difficult, said Martin somberly. The disruption in routine after... Shh, Mary hissed. Ignoring the interruption, I pressed on. There wasn't much to do there unless you liked looking at trees or playing board games with missing pieces. Mom spent a lot of time sleeping. That left me and Becca, my sister, to entertain ourselves. Becca was going through a phase, as my mom said. That was putting it lightly. Their arguments could rage on for hours, always ending with Becca slamming her bedroom door so hard that the trinkets on my shelves rattled. They were constantly at each other's throats. She'd even started butting heads with Dad before he died, but she always had time for me. I was 11 on that last holiday, and Becca 16. My friend's older siblings wanted nothing to do with them. They were too old, too cool, to be seen in the company of children. Not Becca. She still helped me with my homework, and threatened to slap the crap out of any kids that gave me trouble. I was a little in awe of her, so when she told me there was a way to see Dad again, she asked for my help. I agreed. We went to bed that night and waited until we heard Mom snoring. The mixture of excitement and stomach-freezing terror slammed into me, as strong now as it had been more than 20 years ago when I huddled beneath my blanket, waiting for the quiet creak of my door and Becca's summoning whisper. I followed Becca into the woods, and then What? My memories of that night were fragmented, like a photo album someone had taken a pair of scissors to. I scrunched my eyes shut, pressing my knuckles hard against them as I tried to remember. There was an old book, thick, bound in leather. God knows where she got it. Stole it, knowing Becca. It wasn't in English. I remember that much because she read out loud from it. I flexed the index finger of my left hand, staring down at the thin, white scar that ran its length. Becca's hands had been gentle as it held mine. "Sorry, little one," she whispered as she raised the knife. "I only need a few drops." She took my blood. Flames danced behind my eyes, dripped it into a fire. When she called out, something answered her, red eyes piercing the darkness, a growl so deep it reverberated in my bones. But it wasn't Dad. She told me to run. I remembered branches whipping against my cheeks, my chest burning as my lungs desperately tried to squeeze in air. I did. I didn't realize I was crying until someone pressed a handkerchief into my hand. I took it without looking up. Meeting any of their eyes was more than I could bear. The shame was too deep. "You did the right thing," said Mary firmly. "If you hadn't listened to her, you would have been taken too." "Taken?" asked Martin. Daphne spared me from having to answer. Becca vanished that night. Their mom called the police. They searched the woods. Nothing. "You believe someone kidnapped her?" "Something took her," Mary answered in a tone that brooked no argument. Martin was either oblivious to the warning or chose to ignore it. I mean no disrespect to your sister, but it sounds like she was troubled, arguing with your mom, grieving for your dad. Couldn't she have run away? "You seem to be under a misapprehension," said Stefan. "Namely, that this was an isolated incident. It wasn't. We have all caught glimpses of this beast. For the 1000th time, I sent up a silent prayer of thanks for my friends. The first time it had returned, 1 year to the day after the night Becca led me into the woods. I was alone. I lay frozen in bed as its red eyes pierced me through the darkness, quaking each time it let out another growl. Staring into its terrible eyes nearly cost me my sanity, but I didn't dare look away, barely dared to blink, certain it would pounce if I gave it an opening. I'd weathered the next few anniversaries in my mom's bed, clinging to her arm as she slept the deep sleep of the medicated. When I left home, I took to spending those nights in churches. Finally, I found a group of friends willing to sit in vigil with me. Martin made to rise from his chair, and was immediately greeted by a chorus of "no" from all sides. Blanching, he dropped back down. Instead, he sought my eyes, his gaze full of sympathy. "I really am sorry for what happened, losing your dad, then your sister, and at such a young age, but..." He hesitated, fiddling with the cuffs of his jumper before seeming to come to a decision. "Monsters, like the thing you're talking about, don't exist. You know that, right?" I took a deep breath and did my very best to keep my tone level as I replied. "How do you explain it then?" "Grief, trauma. They can do strange things to a person." "And the fact that we have all seen it too?" asked Stefan. Martin swiveled in his seat to face him. "Group delusions and hallucinations are documented phenomena, particularly in tight-knit groups that share a belief system." Mary scoffed, opened her mouth to retort, but before she could, tap, tap, tap. We all froze except for Martin. I was vaguely aware that he was still laying out theories, building up steam, but my focus was entirely on the tapping coming from the other side of the window. I knew better than to look, but I couldn't help but listen. The others, the members, had paled. Pete's face had little more color than a cadaver. Across the room, a deep rumble was building in Ed's throat. What do I do? Shirley would know. Damn it. I looked from face to face and saw my own panic reflected there. Stefan rescued us. Young man, I appreciate you've heard things that are contrary to your worldview. There was an undeniable tremor in his voice, but he pressed on. It's difficult. I understand that. It does not excuse your unconscionable rudeness. We ask only for respect. You have failed to give that to us. I don't mean any disrespect. Martin pressed an earnest hand to his heart. But there is no such thing as ghosts, and goblins, and things that go bump in the night. Such beliefs stem from illness. Tap. Ed began to growl properly now, a low, guttural sound that rose up to fill the gaps in the room. Mary opened her mouth, but Stefan held up a finger to forestall her. In some cases, that's true. Not in others. Certainly not in ours. There's medication that can help you, Martin insisted. Therapies. This is our therapy, Stefan said coldly. It's not. It's a shared delusion. It's only going to make you worse. You need... Tap. Martin whipped his head towards the shuttered window. Do you hear that? No, said Stefan, but we've heard quite enough out of you. Tap. There it is again. Surely you can hear it. You don't know what you're talking about, I said. Your cat does. He gestured towards Ed, who was now standing, claws digging into the fabric between his paws, eyes locked on the window. It's coming from over there. Don't, we shouted in unison, as he made to rise from his seat once more. He dropped back down with a thud. As he looked from one person to another, realization dawned on his face. You think it's some sort of monster, don't you? Silence, but for the tapping. I'm going to go over there. Please don't, Daphne whispered. And show you there's nothing to be afraid of. It'll be the end of you, you bloody fool, said Mary. Martin stood up. Stefan jerked reflexively, as if he was about to go after him. He caught himself at the last moment, gripping the seat of his chair to anchor himself in place. Martin. His voice was low and urgent now. I've participated in dozens of exorcisms in my time. I've seen things that have stretched my belief to the point of breaking. Everything I've seen, all my experience, tells me one thing. If you go over there, you will die. Why risk it? Said Mary. If there's even the slightest chance he's right, you're gambling with your life. The look Martin gave her was soft and full of pity. If I play along with this delusion, I'm only hurting you. He stepped outside the circle. With every step he took, we pleaded, begging him to come back, to sit in the safety of the circle. When he reached the window and made to raise the blind, Pete wrapped a trembling hand around my wrist and shook his head. I nodded acknowledgement. It's too late, I murmured. And when the others still clamored at Martin, raising my voice to a shout, It's too late, just don't look. I grabbed Pete's hands on one side and Stefan's on the other, a moment's hesitation, in which their faces cycle through denial, fury, and finally, helpless resignation. Before the others followed suit and joined hands. How the fuck did this happen? Mary spat. We turned our eyes to the floor. Silence now but for Ed's yowling, and beneath it, the soft click of the window opening. Hello? Martin called. Then, see, there's nothing there. It must have been the branches on the... Oh. Pete's nails dug into my skin. Are you okay? The slightest tremor entered Martin's voice. You look... I think he realized his mistake at the end. There was a clattering, as though he'd tried to jerk back and slam the window shut, only to become tangled in the blinds. I think he tried to scream. He only managed a sharp inhale, a muffled groan, Heavy thudding followed, like feet pounding against the ground and finding no purpose. Then silence, except for Ed. His screeching had died down to a continuous growl, low and full of warning. As for us, the survivors of yet another deadly night, we could only remain in the circle, stuck there until the candles burned down. I didn't dare look up, but I could hear Daphne's soft whispering and Pete muttering something unintelligible beneath his breath. At last the candles began to burn out. When the last flame guttered, Pete shot up and ran as fast as his shaking legs could carry him to the storage cupboard. Daphne followed after him, arms wrapped tight around her waist. As she turned to close the door behind them, I saw her cheeks were wet. "Sorry," she mumbled. "I just can't." That left me, Mary, and Stefan to deal with the aftermath. Mary's fingers had punctured the rubber bone, and Stefan looked as though he hadn't had to fight the urge to open his bottle so hard in years. But when I looked into their faces, I saw they were resolved. "On three?" I suggested. When they both nodded, I reminded them, "Don't look out the window." I counted us down. We looked in unison. Martin lay slumped half out of the window. Something stood beyond him, staring at us from outside. Our well-trained eyes refused to see it. "If I get that window shut, can you move the—" My lips refused to form the word body, but they understood. "On it, boss," said Mary. They went first, Mary leading the way with her mouth set in a grim line. Grabbing hold of one of Martin's legs each, they heaved. He came free of the window and landed on the floor with a sickening thud. The moment he was clear, I moved in. For a dreadful moment, my arm refused to move. I was frozen in place, trapped by the fear that cold fingers would wrap themselves around my wrist when I reached for the window. "They've done their part," I told myself. "Now it's your turn." As I reached for the handle, I saw the woman standing outside, still, silent, mere feet away. I allowed my eyes to slip out of focus, giving no sign I had seen her, other than the hammering of my heart, which I was certain filled the whole room. I snatched the window shut, then closed the blinds on her dreadful form. Only then did I allow myself to take a deep breath as I turned to inspect our next problem. The only outward signs of damage were the rivulets of blood that had trickled from Martin's ears, oozing down to stain the shoulders of his jumper. That and his eyes. They were wide and glazed, frozen open by the horror he had witnessed, the last thing he would ever witness. "What are we going to do with him?" said Mary. Her voice clipped. "Do we call the police?" "And tell them what?" I asked. "I don't know," she shrugged. "We could say he collapsed." "And how do we explain that we waited hours before calling for help?" I wrapped my arms around myself, shivering. They'll start poking around into what we do here. Then, next thing you know, we end up locked away in some hospital, finished Mary. "At best," I murmured. "I'll sort it," said Stefan. He was staring at Martin's corpse, face pale and clammy. "That could be dangerous," cautioned Mary. "I can handle it," he said sharply, running a shaking hand over his mouth. I wouldn't have suggested it otherwise. I hesitated. "Do you want company? Or would you prefer if we—" "Privacy is preferable." On the cat tree, Ed had finally fallen silent, but he turned his lamp-like eyes on Stefan, tail twitching. As I ushered Mary to the storage cupboard, Stefan called after us hoarsely, "Draw a salt line, just in case." We slipped inside, to where Daphne and Pete were waiting for us, her arm wrapped tightly around his shoulder. They glanced at us, read our grim looks, and looked quickly away again. When I turned to close the door, I caught a glimpse of Stefan, his jaw unhinging, dropping down to his chest, as his teeth sharpened into fangs. He advanced on Martin, his clawed hands grasping. I slammed the door and reached for the salt. One thing to know about me, I love Halloween. Always have, always will. Every October I spend thousands making sure my house is the spookiest on the block. The decorations put even some of the local haunted houses to shame. Though I make sure not to go too crazy. Don't want another HOA citation. I also give out the best treats. King-size candy bars. That's right, king-size. It's no wonder so many trick-or-treaters come crowding outside my door each year. But of course, they'll have to earn it first. So many kids nowadays don't take Halloween seriously, throwing on last-minute costumes just to feed their sugar fix and rot their teeth out. You only get so many Halloweens before people start saying you're too old, and these brats are wasting them. Don't they know that some people would kill to be that age again? Young like the girl currently ringing my doorbell. Trick or treat, she lisps between two missing front teeth while lifting up her treat bag. She can't be older than 6, and her costume isn't really much of one at all. Just an ordinary child's romper that cuts off above her terribly scraped up knees. Like she'd fallen on the way here. I feign a smile of my own. Now aren't you a cutie? Were you so excited to go trick-or-treating that you forgot to put on your costume, dear? The child freezes. You don't recognize me? I look her over again. Maybe she's dressed as a character from some TV show she likes. Still doesn't change the fact that it's an awful costume. Boring, like those wise kids who think it's a good idea to dress up as someone from The Office. A good costume should be eye-catching regardless of whether someone gets the reference or not. I'm sorry, hun. I really don't. Before I can shoo her off my porch, I notice tears welling up in her big green eyes. For heaven's sake, really? Reluctantly, I reach out to comfort her, and she grabs my arm with a strength uncanny for someone her size. An ugly, guttural sound emanates from her throat as she chokes back sobs. But you, she sniffles. I'm past. I can't make out the rest. Past what? Past the age to be making a scene on someone's porch? Speaking of, where is this girl's parents? I search for them in the evening gloom, and am instead greeted with a sight most unwelcome. Trick or treat! Choruses a new batch of kids. Great. More of them. Normally, more trick-or-treaters would be a good thing, but the 10 or so kids now marching up to me wear some of the cheapest, most half-assed costumes I've seen all night. Bedsheet ghosts, pirates, donning nothing but a paper hat and an eye patch, a Dracula with only a blanket cape and candy fangs. Smell my feet. But all of that pales compared to the one leading the pack. A girl barely in her teens wearing nothing more than leggings and a stained shirt. In one hand holds a pillowcase to stow her treats, and in the other, a coffee mug for some godforsaken reason. Upon climbing the last step, she flashes me the most insufferable grin, finishing the song with, "Give me something good to eat." That doesn't. Everything starts to go red and my blood boils. Anyone who can't be bothered to dress up properly for Halloween deserves nothing. Maddeningly enough, the adolescent has the audacity to look confused at what I said. "She doesn't recognize us," cries the first little girl, still latched onto my arm. In my anger, I'd forgotten her. And wait, did she say us? Were they together? I inspect the little girl and the older one, noting that they share the same sage green eyes. One's not too different from my own, actually. Maybe they're sisters. Whatever the case, The teen somehow draws meaning from the outburst, and her arrogant smirk slips back into place. Oh, but I am wearing a costume. Oh, really now? I snort. Yep, you see, I'm you, but from let me guess, the future? The girl's eyes widen. The present. I'm you, in the present. She finishes lamely. She's even trembling a bit. Ha! She must not have expected me to see through her ruse so easily, paper thin as it is, and had to pivot to an even more pathetic excuse. Like, really now? Me from the present? We aren't even wearing the same thing. What with me costumed as the Red Queen from Alice, and her as a soccer mom? Going off the fact that her treat bag isn't empty, that little trick might have worked on the other bimbos that lived around here. But me? I have standards. The teen quickly recovers. Come on, lady, don't be a Scrooge. What will you do with all that candy if not give it to us? Maybe I'll have it all to myself, I retort. Her green eyes lock onto my own. You won't live very long with a diet like that. My rebuttal dies on my lips as I finally become aware of the other trick-or-treaters. The juvenile mob still silent behind her, and how their eyes, wide as saucers, seem mesmerized by the candy dish in my hand. Drool trickles from their mouths, running down cheap plastic masks and over-painted faces. Greedy little fingers jerk and spasm, forming claws ready to shred anything that stands in the way of their sweets. My blood turns cold and I feel the urge to rush back inside and away from these little monsters, slam the door in their faces. And I try, but the little girl has my arm in a death grip. I can't even budge an inch. Desperately, I search for anything, something, that can get me out of this situation, and spot a lone figure shambling towards us. Now that's what I call a costume, I shout, pointing behind them. A couple of the delinquents manage to tear their eyes away from the candy dish long enough to follow my finger, and what follows after they lay eyes on the newcomer screams. At first it's just one, high and blood-curdling, sharp enough to split the nightly air in half, and then like dominoes the others turn around, first to the screamer, then to the cause of the screaming, and fall into the chorus until all the block seems to be filled with their terror. Not that it's completely unjustified, it's one hell of a costume. The newcomer is a girl of indiscriminate age, being impossible to tell from underneath her costume. Through what must be an ingenious use of makeup and prosthetics, the new girl appears as if she's been eaten alive, or more accurately, gnawed to death by a horde of vermin. A soiled, raggedy dress reveals even raggedier flesh, shot through with countless wounds oozing and congealed blood, and clustered around each one are ants, cockroaches, centipedes, posed to look like they're burrowing inside the girl, tunneling, hollowing her from the inside out. A living, walking hive. It must have cost a fortune. As the new girl shambles up the porch, the other kids back away from her, some of them fleeing outright. The only exception, surprisingly enough, is the first little girl who seems entirely unfazed by the gruesome costume. Still, it serves enough of a distraction for me to slip free from her grasp. Rubbing away the soreness in my arm, I turn to the newcomer with the first genuine smile of the night. Hey there, sweetie. I love your costume. No words pass through the girl's scarred lips. Her only response is a silent stare, dull and one-eyed, as the other eye is a ruined bloody mess with bugs burrowing through the socket. Talk about staying in character. I scoop a handful of candy into her palm, a palm attached to a hand that looks like a Rottweiler's chew toy. The flesh on her pinky has been entirely gnawed off, exposing bone, and from it dangles a small black rat, hanging on by its teeth buried into the bone. Another rubber prop, I assume. That is, until I see the thing twitch. I shriek, jumping back, causing the candy dish to slip out of my hands and into the bushes below. The girl doesn't react in any matter, still as the grave, and so is the rat, just as lifeless. Neither now does the rat biting into her hand, if it had ever actually moved in the first place. I must be more shaken up from that close call earlier than I'd thought. My cheeks burn bright in embarrassment. I'll go get some more candy, hun. Be right back. I dive back inside, heading for the cellar where I keep the leftover Halloween candy. It's dark inside the cellar. The stale air is paradoxically both dusty and humid. I rarely come down here. I'll have to hire a cleaner. The lone, naked light bulb sputters through light to barely make out the far wall. I walk over to a box labeled Halloween Leftovers in fat black Sharpie. As I reach to grab it off the shelf, I notice the date scrawled under it. It's not from last year, but from 4 Halloweens ago. And yet somehow, the box feels oddly heavy, oddly full. Slowly I open the top flaps, and am immediately sent gagging from the stench of spoiled milk and fermented sugar. No, this won't do. This won't do at all. I'm hiring that cleaner first thing in the morning. When the nauseous fumes have finally left my lungs, the tears they sprung blinked away. I realize in dawning horror that this is not a one-time blunder. Deeper into the cellar, lining the walls, are entire shelves of old Halloween leftovers. Like the first, each box is marked with a date, revealing an entire mausoleum of spoiled sweets. A sugary graveyard. How could there be so much of it? Did I really hand out so few treats each Halloween? Perhaps I should lower my standards. Just a bit. Walking down the aisle, I notice underneath the sound of creaking floorboards a grating warble. I can't pinpoint the source. It's effusive, seemingly emanating from all around me. It grows louder as I walk farther in, to the point where it sets on my teeth on edge. I'll have to remember to hire an electrician as well. Obviously, the wiring is faulty. At the end of the hall, I finally reach a box marked as last year's goodies. Unlike the other one, this one is taped up, requiring me to scratch off the corners of the tape on the sides to open it. The candy still looks edible, though the wrappers are a little sticky. This should suffice. I'm lifting it up when the largest cockroach I've ever seen darts from behind the shelf. I yelp, stumbling back into an adjacent shelf hard enough that the box it holds tips over, drenching me in a saccharine emulsion of spoiled chocolate and melted taffy. Yuck. My beautiful costume, ruined, and I don't even want to think about getting this out of my hair. Even removing my now soiled dress doesn't help much. The sugary goop seeped right through it, and onto my skin where it adheres like a candy crust. Double yuck. While I'm picking myself off the floor, I notice something in the corner of my vision. Propped up on a lower shelf is a book, a photo album of my childhood. Conspicuously, already opened to a page in the middle. I recognize the photo instantly. It was taken 20-some years ago. Depicting a me fresh out of kindergarten. I remember the day well, of course. I had fallen off the swing set, landing face first, knocked out my 2 front teeth, and got scraped up real bad. A small part of me thinks it a little messed up that my parents would put this in the album. A much larger part of me is consumed with the realization that the bawling girl in the photo is the splitting image of the little girl I'd met earlier, the one missing her front teeth. Unbidden, her words pop into my head. When I asked about her costume, I'm past. Past. P-A-S-T. That's what she meant. She's me from the past. Baffling choice and get-up aside, there's absolutely no way she could have seen this photo, having been down here collecting dust all these years. Even I had long forgotten about it. And like some great horrendous machine churning to life, my brain begins to turn. Begins to make other connections as well. like about the older girl who claimed to be me from the present, and how, with my costume taken off, I noticed that my underclothes are the exact same. Even the coffee stain from when I spilled my latte during my rush to find batteries for the animatronic skeleton. Okay, so there's one girl dressed up as me from the past, another as me in the present. Did that mean that there was one more girl, the me from the future? For some reason, the thought brings chills. I mentally replay the night's events in my head and can't come up with anyone that could fit the bill. Maybe they don't exist. Maybe there is no third. Weird little girl with an eerily accurate costume. Or maybe I just haven't met them yet. Haven't gone inside before they could arrive. If I was to go back outside as originally planned, would I get to meet her? Maybe she's already out on the porch, right now. Would I even want to? To meet this me from the future? The thought is morbidly tantalizing, like standing on the edge of a cliff. Inexorable as gravity. I shake the thoughts out of my head. This is stupid. With this Halloween being a bust, the only thing I'm going to do is turn my lights off early and get this candy off me by way of a long hot shower. Picking myself up, I dust myself off. Or try to anyway. The gummy sweets adhere too strongly to my skin and clothes to brush off. Definitely going to need that shower. I make my way to exit, but when I try the door, it refuses to budge. Because of course it wouldn't. Guess I'll have to hire a locksmith too. I never should have come down here. I shoot a text to my maid who has a spare key of my house. 2 minutes later and still no response. Just because you're on your day off doesn't mean you can't pick up your calls, Martha. Good grief. For a second, I debate calling 911 but ultimately decide against it. It's not really an emergency. Besides, I don't want to give any of those terminally bored housewives I'm unfortunate to call neighbors anything more to gawk at. Decision made, I plop down on the floor, determined to wait until the maid sees my text, or, at the very worst, when she undoubtedly finds me at 6 a.m. tomorrow when she reports in for work. But as the minutes well away in this dusty cellar, the night's events and revelations begin to gnaw at me. I realize that I'm breathing way too fast. Try to do some breath exercises. Doesn't work. I heard once that journaling can be calming, hence this little story I wrote on my phone, recounting the strange series of events from start to finish. It helps a little, I think. I'm still debating whether I should actually post it or not. On one hand, I'm not much for strangers prying into my business. On the other hand, commiserating with strangers on the crappiness today's generation of kids could very much be what I need to get through this even crappier situation. In the midst of my typing, the buzzing sounds reach a peak, taking on a new form that sounds almost like chittering, a cacophonous noise coming from all around me. I lift my eyes and am met with hundreds more, belonging to a horde of vermin. In every direction lies ants and roaches and rats, all grotesquely fat from years of gorging on spoiled sweets, and I can tell from the way they look at my sugar-saturated form, their appetite isn't quite sated yet. Their ravenous gaze brings to mind the kids still waiting on my porch. All of them had that same hungry look. Well, all except one. The last girl in the impressively made costume. I had seen something almost sadden her one remaining eye. An eye of sage green, just like my own. I'm already onto my feet, pounding on the door before I realize the scream tearing out of my throat, noticed only through the burning of vocal cords shredding themselves against each other. The sound itself doesn't reach my own ears, drowned out as if by the scuttling of thousands of clawed feet and the chittering of gnashing teeth. I don't dare look back, vision narrowing solely to the door in front of me, and how it can't be locked because the knob turns and yet it won't move. I fumble around with my phone, madly shaking my legs to get bugs and worse from crawling up them, and turn on the flashlight, glued stuck with the door hinges and some gummy substance. Old taffy. Desperate, I try clawing it off, but recoil when I feel a sharp pain in my hand. I lift my hand up to the phone's light. Tangling off my pinky is a small, mottled black rat. It had bitten me right down to the bone. Sometimes I think we may have been too eager to own a home. If we had taken our time and been more discerning, we probably would not have ended up as involuntary hosts to the dozens of yearly visitors that wander onto our property from the small business next door. We live next to a funeral home, and by next to, I mean if our two buildings were any closer together, they could be condensed into a townhouse. A small strip of yellowish-green grass, barely wide enough to fit two people side by side, is all that separates our properties. And evidently, that strip belongs to my wife and me, because if we don't mow it, it doesn't get cut. Really, I should say that we live behind a funeral home, because while it is our closest neighboring property on our left side, that side of our house is actually facing its rear. The funeral home is on the corner of our block, and its entrance is situated more or less perpendicular to our front door on the wall farthest from our house. The strange juxtaposition of our two buildings' orientations is ugly and a little uncanny, but I suppose I can't complain, because it means that I rarely have to see the funeral home's clientele, or at the very least, their living clientele. The listing of our house didn't say anything about it being next to a funeral home, and when we pulled up to view it, we were more than a little put off by the prospect of living next to a building that at any given time would most likely contain at least one dead person. But the price was right, and after months of bad luck with the housing market, along with the expiration of our apartment lease quickly approaching, we jumped at the chance to finally have a place we could call our own. Besides, my wife and I both hold a fascination with all things paranormal and macabre. We spent our entire first date gushing over ghost shows and talking about the authenticity of various haunted objects. So after viewing the house and realizing that it had almost everything that we were looking for, we managed to convince ourselves that living next to such a strange, creepy building could actually be pretty cool. And to be fair, sometimes it actually is. Other times, however, it very much isn't. Our house, at 109 years old, is definitely up there in age, but its interior was fully renovated a couple of decades before we moved in, so despite its mildly gothic exterior of gray, faded stone, arched windows, and sharp, multi-pointed roof, the inside is actually mostly semi-modern. All of the surrounding houses, including the funeral home, are even older than and are of a similar build to ours, and we quite frankly love the aesthetic that it gives the entire block. Autumns feel especially cool, and the natural spookiness that our neighborhood exudes lends itself to making Halloween especially fun for the kids, as well as any horror enthusiasts like my wife and me who happen to live in the area. Most of the time we appreciate the overall vibe, but it certainly makes things even more eerie when our guests pay their unexpected visits. Mr. Grayson, the owner and director of the funeral home, is a slightly strange, albeit decent enough guy. He, similar to his home, is getting up there in years, evidenced by his stark gray hair and wrinkly pale skin. But judging by the naked ring finger on his left hand, he doesn't appear to be married, nor to even have anybody else living in the home with him. He mostly keeps to himself, but he came by about a week after we had moved in to introduce himself to us. After exchanging pleasantries and partaking in a brief conversation, he steered the conversation to the business of his business. He said he hoped that living next to a funeral home wouldn't bother us too much, and that the positioning of the two houses would allow us to keep our privacy even when he hosted services. He told us that he didn't provide cremations, that he preferred to do things the old school way, whatever that meant, so he wouldn't have to worry about any unpleasant smells. And while he had a small parking lot attached to his property, often cars would wind up spilling out along the streets, but service goers actually parked on the curb in front of his building and only rarely ventured into the space in front of our house. We thanked him for the heads up and said that it was nice to meet him. He turned to go, but he only made it to the middle step of our front porch before he turned back. "One more thing that I forgot to mention," he said. "You may notice that my clients tend to wander. At times they may briefly wander onto your property. You needn't worry, they won't harm you, and they will listen to you if you tell them to move on. I just thought I should forewarn you now before you find yourself positively spooked for no good reason." He turned to leave again before we could respond. "Well, have a pleasant rest of your day, and don't be a stranger, you hear? We'd love to have you over for dinner so we can welcome you to the neighborhood." He shuffled down our porch steps and made his way back to his home, disappearing inside and largely removing himself from our lives. Neither of us were particularly interested in his dinner invitation, and we doubted that he was either. Pleasantries and all that. At the time, we didn't think much of Mr. Grayson's final warning. We assumed that when he said clients, he was talking about disoriented mourners who sometimes wound up where they didn't belong. We doubted that it would be a big deal, and so promptly forgot about it after a brief discussion about the strangeness of the whole encounter. The first incident didn't come until close to a month later. By then, we had largely forgotten about Mr. Grayson and his cryptic words of caution. We rarely even saw the funeral director outside of the occasional glimpses of him on his grandiose front porch welcoming mourners on service days, and the stress of the move had our minds very far away from our first interaction with the peculiar man. It happened on a night in late spring, one of those hot, sweltering days that feel more like early summer, despite what the calendar would have you believe. I woke up in the middle of the night desperately needing to pee, and seeing as our bedroom had never had a master bathroom installed during any of the house's renovations, I was forced to walk out of our room and all the way down the long hallway to the lone second-floor bathroom on the far end, hoping that my tired, lumbering footsteps didn't wake my light sleeper of a wife. I didn't turn the light on in the bathroom, so by the time I reached the toilet, did my business, and stepped back into the hallway, my eyes had properly adjusted to the darkness that enveloped me. Had I turned on the lights, thus resetting my night vision, I might not have even noticed the little girl standing at the top of the staircase. She couldn't have been more than 5 or 6 years old. The first thing I noticed about her was that she was wearing a pink polka dot bathing suit, which immediately struck me as odd for that time of night. The second was that she was positively soaking wet, her small frame weighed down by a heavy curtain of water that gave her clammy skin an unnatural shine, and which forced her chestnut hair to cling to her little skull like a thin sheet of plastic wrap. She stood staring at me from the shadows at the nighttime gloom. As still as death, while droplets of water fell from her swimsuit and weakly splashed against the hardwood floor at her feet, I immediately picked up on the overpowering scent of chlorine. Had this occurred only a few years later, I may have thought she was my own daughter looking back at me from the shadows, but seeing as we did not have any children at the time of this incident, the girl's presence completely baffled me. She stared at me with her pair of glassy, distant eyes for a few long seconds before I managed to chase away the surprise that kept me frozen in place. "Are you all right, little girl?" I asked her. No response. Are you lost?" Silence. "Where are your parents?" For several moments, I thought she wasn't going to speak, until finally she found her words. I don't know." Her voice was quiet, barely above a whisper, and while she was looking in my direction, I realized that she was not staring at me, but at a point behind me, as if I were not there at all. "What's your name?" I asked her, but before I could get a response, I heard the sound of my wife shuffling out onto the hallway. When she saw me, frozen stiff in the nighttime gloom, she frowned. "Who are you talking to?" she asked in her groggy, half-asleep voice. "And why does it smell like a pool out here?" "This little girl must be lost," I said. "She says she doesn't know." In the brief moment that I turned to look at my wife, the girl had disappeared. For a while I stood completely still in the hallway, dumbfounded, at a loss for words. I may have convinced myself that I had imagined the entire encounter in my head, sleep-deprived mind, were it not for the pungent puddle of chlorinated water that still rested at the top of the stairs. We immediately called 911, not because we were frightened of a little girl being somewhere in our house, but because we were concerned about her well-being. The police arrived fairly quickly, all things considered, and after asking a number of questions that I answered with varying degrees of confidence, they did a surprisingly curt search of our home that turned up no results. The girl was gone. Were it not for the puddle that she had left behind, I couldn't have said for sure if she had even existed at all. I was stunned when one of the officers told me that, well, they would file a police report. There was nothing more they could do. "Nothing more you can do?" I said. "But there's a lost little girl around here somewhere. You aren't even going to ask around the neighborhood about her or something?" The officer, looking like he had a lot to say, seemed to weigh his words before he finally sighed and spoke. "Look, you just moved into this place recently, right? Which means you probably don't know this yet, but this isn't the first call of this type that we've had at this residence. Not by a long shot." "What, you mean like that girl has been here before?" "Not exactly," the officer said. "People tend to see strange things in this house, things that aren't necessarily there." "But she left a puddle at the top of my stairs," I said, flabbergasted. "It's still sitting up there right now. You're telling me I imagined that?" "No," he said. "In fact, I'm sure you saw something, but I don't know that it's exactly what you might be thinking." He paused, seeming to choose his next words carefully again. "Look, you're the lieutenant's nephew, right? I think it's probably more his place to explain this to you. Give him a call tomorrow morning, and he'll give you the skinny on this house. But in the meantime, rest easy tonight knowing that there is no lost little girl in a polka dot bathing suit wandering around this neighborhood. Of that, I can assure you." His words were not at all reassuring. The police left, and after cleaning up the puddle of water that was soaking into the hardwood of the upstairs landing, my wife and I went back to bed. My mind was too preoccupied by the thought of the lost little girl to fall back to sleep, so when morning came, I groggily crawled out of bed and followed that officer's advice. My uncle is, at the time of writing this, a nearly 3-decade veteran of my town's police department. He's seen it all throughout the course of his career, including, apparently, personally going on several calls to my house back in the day, and so when I called him asking about the previous night's incident, he immediately knew what I was talking about. "Geez," he said from the other end of the line. "I didn't realize that you had moved into that house. If I had, I probably would have told you to steer clear of it before you signed anything that was legally binding." I frowned at this, despite knowing that he couldn't see it. "Why? What exactly is wrong with our new house?" My uncle waited a long time before answering, so long that I actually thought he had hung up on me, or we had otherwise lost connection before he finally spoke again. "There is some weird stuff that happens at that house, kid." "I've already gathered as much," I said, trying my best to check my annoyance while speaking to my uncle. "What I don't understand yet is what exactly that means." Again, there was an uncomfortably long pause. "Let me start by telling you this. The reason that officer last night knew that the little girl in the polka dot bathing suit wasn't wandering around your neighborhood is because he knew that she had died earlier this week." I can still remember the chill that ran up my spine when my uncle told me this. The invisible line that connected our two phones suddenly felt very heavy, and only grew more dense with each passing moment of silence that followed. I knew that I needed to speak if I wanted to alleviate some of that weight. An exasperated, "What?" was all I could muster. "Yeah," he said, sounding sorry to have been the one to tell me this. She drowned during her swim lessons over the weekend. All of the adults in the pool were distracted with other students, and, well, did you know that a person can drown in less than 30 seconds? I hardly even heard my uncle's drowning fact. For a few seconds, I didn't even know what to say. But how is that possible when I just saw her here last night? Without looking into it, I'm willing to bet she wound up at the funeral home next to your house. What makes you say that? Because the clients of that funeral home, they don't like to stay in the funeral home. I can't tell you how many calls we've gotten over the years of new homeowners, seeing mysterious figures and uninvited guests in that house of yours, and each time we've looked into it, we've learned that the guests in question match the description of recent arrivals at Grayson Funeral Home. What, you mean like they're ghosts? I said. You're not telling me the entire police department believes that, are you? It's not hard to believe with how many times it's happened, he said. The facts don't lie, and all I'm doing is telling you the facts. It took a moment to absorb this. Okay, so assuming I believe you, what are we supposed to do now? Just live our lives in this house, never knowing the next time we're going to see another one of these visitors? There's a reason so many people have moved in and out of that place over the years, my uncle said. Living with ghosts certainly isn't for everybody, but you shouldn't be in any sort of danger. As far as I know, the visitors don't seem to mean any harm. They're merely lost, confused, not yet able to accept that they've died. A little push in the right direction usually sees them on their way. Usually? Some of them might be a little more stubborn than others. We've definitely gotten calls about the same figures appearing over and over again in that house. But again, they don't mean any harm. They just might inadvertently give you a fright every now and again. Right, like how that girl last night would have made me piss my pants had I not already taken care of my bladder a few moments beforehand. I wanted to say. Instead, I thanked him for being a big help. No problem, buddy, he said. And if you ever have any questions about the people you see, just give me a call. I might be able to dig something up about them that will set your mind at ease. While I very much doubted that last statement, I appreciated my uncle's offer anyway. I didn't realize it at the time, but I would wind up relying on his insight a lot more than I ever would have expected. I told my wife what my uncle had told me. Being a paranormal buff, she was immediately accepting of the news, if not a little put off by it. She even seemed a little bit jealous that I had been the one to see the girl. The only evidence she had of the spirit's existence was the chlorinated puddle of water that had been left behind. She half joked that she hoped she'd be the next one to see something paranormal, and acted as if that was for my sake, so she could carry some of the burden that our now home had bestowed upon us. It wouldn't be long before she regretted this wish. About 2 weeks passed without incident. We settled back into our home with the new knowledge that my uncle had given us. On the outside, not much had changed, but I could tell that we were both thinking about the little girl in the polka dot bathing suit, more than either of us wanted to admit. We talked about her a handful of times in those 2 weeks, more about who we thought she was in life, than about our brief experience with her in death. The more we thought about her, the more upset we became over the tragic end of the little girl that we had never met and not even known the name of. Eventually she would fade into the background, becoming just another number in the vast collection of visitors that we would gather throughout all of our years in this house. For the time being, her presence was very much felt, and it felt incredibly raw. We could understand why so many people had moved out of this house throughout the decades. Even as paranormal enthusiasts, the weight of what we had experienced was significant, and we could only imagine how heavy it felt for others who wanted nothing to do with the ghostly interlopers that regularly found their way onto our property, and all of this was after only a single experience. But there were certainly many more to come. At the expiration of those 2 weeks, I heard my wife scream. I was cooking pasta in the kitchen, the hot pot in my mitted hands headed toward the strainer in the sink, when her terrified screech stabbed through the house like a stiletto, so shrill and horrific that I nearly scalded myself with the boiling water. I placed the pot back on the stove with as much haste as I dared to, and rushed toward the sound of her voice, calling her name and asking her if she was all right as I went. I found her in the second-floor bathroom, sitting curled up in the tub and sobbing so hard that I thought she was going to cause herself to asphyxiate right there beneath the dripping faucet. After crawling into the tub with her and comforting her for a minute or so, I managed to get her calm enough that she could tell me what had forced her into such a state. She had been cleaning the bathroom sink, her eyes focused on the bowl as she went to town with her trusty scrub brush, when she happened to look up into the mirror. Standing behind her, staring into the mirror, was a shirtless, middle-aged man, his face caked in a sickening mixture of shaving cream and blood. More of the red-hot liquid spurted from a deep, long wound in his throat, and she swore she could feel the blood's sticky warmth splashing against the back of her neck. When she turned around, he was already gone, but that didn't stop the banshee-like shriek from forcing its way out of her. She didn't remember climbing into the bathtub, but she must have raced toward it with primal expedience, where she then coiled up in fear until I arrived. We stayed in the tub for a long time after that, while she battled with her lungs to regain control of her breathing. Eventually, I helped her shaking, weak form climb out of the tub and walked her to our bedroom, where she rested for a while afterwards. No longer in the mood to eat, I threw my pasta in the trash and returned to the bathroom, where I finished her chores for her. While cleaning the sink, I noticed a small splotch of white shaving cream smeared upon the counter, which I promptly wiped away. I somehow managed to convince myself that it had been my own shaving cream, despite the fact that I had been growing a beard at the time and hadn't used the stuff in months. I reluctantly asked my uncle about the incident, and what he told me disturbed me enough that I decided I would not repeat it to my wife unless she asked me about it. To this day, she never has. My uncle told me that the man in question had recently been murdered by his wife. She had come up behind him while he was shaving, one of his old-school double-edged razors, blades hidden in her hand. She sliced open his throat before he even had a chance to realize what was happening. Now she was sitting in the local jail, while he was in the funeral home next door, waiting to be put to rest by his confused and devastated family. At the time, his wife had not provided a motive for the murder, and I never followed up with my uncle about it. I didn't see much good in knowing. Naturally, we discussed moving out after this. Oddly enough, my wife was the one who was more intent on staying in the house, despite her experience being significantly worse than mine was. "We've made a commitment to this house," she said, "and we're going to stick to it. There's no way we can let this place beat us that easily." She forced a smile. "Besides, both Mr. Grayson and your uncle said we don't have anything to worry about with these visitors. It's not like they can hurt us or anything." "Yeah," I said, "but they can scare you so badly that you wind up hiding in the bathtub." I was more surprised than anything else. I'm sure I won't react nearly that badly next time. My wife placed a reassuring hand on my forearm. "You don't need to worry about me. I'll be all right." "Are you sure?" I asked, unconvinced. She nodded. "Yeah, I can handle a few scares here and there if you can." I finally gave a smile back to her. It was mostly genuine. "Of course I can. It's going to take more than a few unexpected guests to scare me out of this place. And so we were in agreement, and the matter was settled. Years passed in that house. We raised a family together, a pair of beautiful daughters that became our entire world. All the while, we continued to be inconvenienced by our regular visitors. Sometimes weeks would go by where nothing paranormal happened, but other times we'd both have experiences for multiple days in a row. As it turned out, my wife had been right. She had never had as bad of a reaction as the one after the first incident. Some ghostly encounters were worse than others, but never once had we ever felt threatened by any of the presences in our home. Or at least, not for a while. But I don't want to get ahead of myself. We eventually mustered the bravery to do as Mr. Grayson and my uncle had told us to, and encouraged any guests we encountered to leave. Like my uncle said, there were a few that ignored our urges and stuck around for a while after we had spoken to them, but most of them didn't put up a fight. The good ones did, as we instructed, usually disappearing with such little fuss that it often took us a little while to even realize that they had left. As our two daughters grew up, we taught them how to deal with the apparitions they encountered, and soon they would even begin telling us stories about the ghosts they vanquished throughout the house. My youngest once encountered an elderly woman in our garden when she was gathering peppers for her mother, and on the same day, our oldest came across a young boy around her age while she was pulling her bike out of the shed. Both of them encouraged the interlopers to move on, and both guests had listened without any complaint. I was oddly proud of my girls. It felt as if they had taken up the mantle of some old family tradition and were following in the well-trodden footsteps of their ancestors before them. Their experiences at home made them tough and difficult to frighten, and they eventually became minor celebrities at their school. Kids started coming over wanting to have paranormal experiences, and a few of them even did. Or so they said. I suppose I'll never really know if they were being honest about their encounters, or if they were simply making up stories to tell their friends on the playground. But I guess it doesn't really matter. Not every visitor was the result of a recent death. As I said before, the funeral home is quite old, and some of its patrons over the decades, and even centuries, have chosen to stick around for much longer than they ever should have. Once, I was working under the hood of my car in the garage when I suddenly smelled cigarette smoke. I looked up and saw a man standing in front of my workbench, a lit cigarette drooping lazily in his mouth. He wore a white t-shirt, tucked into a pair of dark blue jeans, which were themselves cuffed over top his pair of worn work boots. His black hair was sturdily slicked back, and held in place with what looked to be a strong pomade, and was so dark and shiny that it was difficult to make out the thick layer of blood that caked the crown of his head. He was studying the bench, his arms planted against its surface, his profile facing me. "Looking for something?" I asked. He didn't turn to look at me when he responded. "You seen the monkey wrench, boss?" "No," I said, "and I think you ought to leave." "Oh," he said. "All right, then." I turned my attention to my car, and when I looked in his direction again, he was gone. The smell of his burning cigarette lingered in the garage for the rest of the afternoon. There was a time one summer when my wife and I had some of our college friends over for a cookout. We had warned them that they might encounter one of our regular guests during their visit, but they all laughed it off and didn't think much of it. At night, we spent a few hours around a campfire in our backyard swapping stories, playing games, and just generally enjoying each other's company. The group initially consisted of 5 of us, my wife and me, along with our 3 friends. But at a point that I could not, and I still cannot discern, our number increased to 6. My wife was the first to notice him sitting in an empty space between 2 of our friends, and she subtly drew everybody's attention to him in the uneven light of the guttering fire. We could see his messy brown beard and matching hair beneath his brimmed hardy hat, as well as the Prussian blue jacket that adorned his upper body, and in the light of the flame, I could just barely make out that the jacket had been torn to shreds there. Our friends, too frightened to move, could only watch as the man in blue sitting between them leaned forward, pulled a metal flask from his hip and began to drink. The scent of whiskey cut through the burn of the campfire and drifted on the nighttime summer air as he drank, and in a few moments, the liquor that found its way to his stomach came pouring out of the tattered hole in his coat. The blue man slowly turned his head toward our friend, seeming to notice her for the first time. He raised the flask in his hand, presenting it to her. "Care for some?" Our friend, despite our earlier warning, was too petrified to respond, and so my wife spoke in her place. "No, thank you, and I think it's best that you move on." The blue man capped his flask, then followed up with a lethargic tip of his hat directed at nobody in particular. "All right." He went silent and turned his attention to the fire. The living members of our group did our best to carry on with the conversation as if he wasn't there, and eventually one of us noticed that our number had once again been reduced to 5, but the smell of whiskey remained for some time, and an inspection of the ground near where the blue man sat revealed that the dirt was wet with the jettisoned contents of his ruined stomach. Our friends stopped making fun of our ghost stories after that. None of them had visited our home since then. Considering the age of the funeral home, I don't think we'd ever had a guest that was older than the blue man. So you can imagine my surprise and confusion when only a few months later I encountered a Roman centurion with a bruised, swollen forehead in our basement. More baffling still was the fact that he spoke to me in English, and understood me when I told him it was time for him to leave. Everything made a lot more sense when my uncle informed me that an especially intoxicated man had recently fallen to his death from a 4th-floor balcony during a Halloween party. He had apparently hit his head pretty hard when he landed. It is more important to reiterate that of all the visitors mentioned up to this point, never made any of us feel unsafe outside of the occasional initial reaction of surprise or fright, and even then, the occurrences became so frequent that we weren't even startled by our guests half the time anymore. Any fear instilled in us faded not long after the visitors left, and the only returning guests we've had are the ones we failed to make leave during our first few encounters with them. But even these have all eventually passed on just the same as their predecessors had. This is all to say that not once have we ever experienced a presence in our home that we have not been able to handle, at least not until that night. It happened the winter after our oldest daughter's first birthday. My wife had to stay late at work, which wasn't unheard of, especially back in those days. On nights like those, I'd handle getting our 1-year-old settled into bed before drifting off to sleep myself shortly after. But I'd always leave a few lights on for when my wife got home, one of them being the wall lamp in the upstairs hallway. I had just gotten our daughter to fall asleep and was in our bedroom, reading a book in bed while preparing to hit the hay, when I happened to look toward the open bedroom door and saw the apparition standing there. She was a little girl, similar in age to that first spirit I had seen standing at the top of the stairs all those years ago. Immediately upon seeing her, I knew that something was wrong. Her presence brought with it a disturbing chill that was uncharacteristic of any other spirits we'd encountered up to that point. Plenty of them had come with strange feelings or auras that sometimes manipulated the temperatures in the room, but none of them had ever had this level of intensity to them. It made all the hairs on my body stand up as if they had suddenly been frozen into an army of needling icicles. As we stared at each other, her in the doorway and me in the bed, I felt an overwhelming sense of terror latch onto me that I had never experienced before, and hopefully will never experience again. The hallway behind her was black with an almighty darkness. which I knew should not have been possible, since I had left the light on for my wife, and I had seen its soft glow streaming into the room out of the corner of my eye while I was reading my book. As I noticed this powerful umbra, I realized that the overwhelming energy I felt was not coming from the girl, but rather from the presence that existed in the space beyond which light could reach. And as the understanding of a fresh, terrible danger continued to bubble up within me, something happened that stood in complete contrast to every ghostly encounter that I had experienced up to that point. The girl was the one to tell me that she needed to leave, and I knew that I needed to stop her from doing so. Something in my gut told me that whatever presence existed in the void beyond the doorway was beckoning for the girl to come to it, and I knew that I couldn't allow that to happen. I knew that for her to listen to that dreadful umbra would only result in her eternal doom. I was the only thing that stood between her and the certain damnation that awaited her just beyond the edge of that cataclysmic precipice. "No, I think you should stay here for a while," I said to her. Sitting up in my bed, I planted my bare feet on the chilly hardwood floor. Its cold touch steeled my nerves and fought back the cacophony of voices in my mind that screamed for me to let her leave. Let the umbra have her just so long as it would leave me alone. She seemed confused, or at least as confused as a ghost could be. "Are you sure? I really think I should leave now." Her voice sounded small, distant, and vulnerable, which only made me all the more protective of her. "I'm sure," I said. "Stay in this house for a bit, okay? You can even go play in our daughter's room for a little while. You'll like it in there. It's cozy, with lots of toys and big, soft pillows." "I don't know," she said, turning to look through the doorway toward the darkness. "My friend says he's going to take me to my parents. He says they're looking for me." "Don't listen to him," I said. "He's a stranger. You shouldn't talk to strangers." She paused as if hearing somebody speak. "He says that you're a stranger." "I know your parents," I said. It felt wrong to lie to her like that, but I knew I had to do anything I could to stop her from going with the presence in the hallway. "They'll come to get you soon, but you have to stay here, okay?" The girl remained silent for a long time while I barely so much as breathed from my spot on the bed. The room grew heavier, darker, and I found that my lungs soon struggled to take in air, as if they were freshly recovering from running a marathon. My forehead grew slick with sweat despite the chill that infested the room. My body began to burn and ache. Paradoxically, rather than escape the heat, I felt the almost uncontrollable need to crawl beneath the warm, safe covers and hide from the powerful umbra that seemed to be slowly sweeping into the room in the form of long, black, shadowy tendrils. I suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. I feared that the girl was going to follow the presence, and that she would quickly be lost to the unending darkness that so sweetly coaxed her from such an agonizingly short distance away. But soon, I noticed that the dark presence was beginning to recede, until finally the light in the hallway was able to once again pierce through the weakening gloom. The terrible chill fled from the room, and the dense miasma that had been suffocating me and draining the very will to live from my bones faded back into light, breathable air. "Okay," she said. "I'll stay." "Good," I said. "And let me know if he tries to talk to you again, okay?" "Okay," she said again. The girl stood staring at me for a spell while my nerves continued to strum all along my anxious body, like a mass of broken guitar strings. Reaching a shaking hand toward my nightstand, I picked up my book and forced myself to return to my reading in an attempt to calm myself down. When my body was once again my own, I looked back at the doorway. The girl was gone, and gentle lamplight bled in from the hall. Strangely enough, I was no longer worried for her. I somehow understood that whatever presence had wanted her had been thwarted that night, and that she was safe for the time being. The truth was confirmed to me when I saw her again a few weeks later, and with the umbratic presence absent, I finally told her that it was time for her to move on. When she vanished for the last time, I felt an inexplicable peace overwhelm me, and I started to cry. To this day, I don't know the extent of what the Umbra wanted with the girl, but I know now, as I did back then, that its intentions were nothing short of sinister. I still wonder what had caused that presence to specifically latch onto her, instead of the countless other souls that drifted through our home. But I could never muster the courage to research the entity or ask my uncle for more details about the girl's death. I debated not even telling my wife about this encounter, but ultimately decided that she needed to know. I stayed up until she got home that night, much to her confusion, and immediately told her what had happened. She remained quiet for a long while after that. Neither of us slept that night. It has been the better part of 2 decades since that incident. My youngest daughter just started high school, and my uncle retired from the police service going on 5 years ago now. Mr. Grayson still holds his funeral services next door. I saw him outside welcoming mourners just last week, and I try not to think about the fact that the old man looks like he hasn't aged a day since I met him. Countless guests have come in and gone in the years since that terrible night. But that dark presence has not returned. I don't know if it ever will, and I pray to God that I never have to feel what I felt that night again. More than that, though, I pray that my wife and daughters never have to experience what I went through on that night. If that shadow decides to show itself again, I just ask that it does so to me, and to me alone, because I'll be here, waiting for it, should it ever choose to make itself known. I already know that I'm going to spend the rest of my life in this house, ghosts and all. If they couldn't scare me away in those first few months, then they're stuck with me until the time comes that I join their ranks on the other side of that thin, translucent veil that we call death. And who knows? Maybe I'll wind up in the funeral home next door when my time finally comes, and I'll have the chance to pay this old house one last visit before I say goodbye. Children ask a lot of questions, but they're never the right ones. For example, when I was a kid, I never asked my parents why we had to live in the middle of the woods. I never asked why our neighbors lived so far away, or why none of them had children. And I never asked why we had to turn off all the lights before sundown. I never suspected something was off because my parents were smart about it. They treated the lights rule like it was normal. So I did too. They even made a game out of it. Every sundown, the 3 of us would race around the house, scrambling to see who could turn off the most light switches. What could have been a traumatic memory was transformed into whimsical fun. But you can only cheat the inevitable so many times. One night, Dad was working late. Mom lost track of time for some reason, and I was distracted by my bionicles. The setting sun didn't cross my mind until Dad burst through the front door in a panic. I looked up, startled by the sudden entrance, and saw the sky behind him was pitch dark. "Honey, turn off the lights," Dad barked as he dashed to the nearest light switch. My parents scrambled the house in a panic, but I stayed calm. Thinking about it now, their urgency should have frightened me, but I was naive and invested in my game, so I continued playing until the house went completely dark. Reluctantly accepting that it was time for bed, I gathered up my Lego warriors and put them where they wouldn't get stepped on. Once all of them were safely accounted for, I looked out a nearby window and noticed twin lights staring out of the trees. At first, I was scared, but as my eyes adjusted to the dark, I realized it was just some critter out for an evening stroll. I knew that animals roamed the woods at night, but I'd never seen one get that close to the house before. Overcome by childish excitement, I waved hello to it. It waved back. "Carson?" Dad hissed, doing his best to stay quiet. "Where you at, bud?" Shh, I whispered back. You'll scare it off. What? Dad bolted into the room, his footsteps a clumsy contrast to the stillness of the night. I looked away from the window to shush him. When I turned back, the thing was gone. Never mind, Dad, I said with a shrug. It ran away. Dad sighed in relief and picked me up. I felt his heartbeat thunder in his chest as he checked to make sure the window was shut. Don't worry about it, he whispered in a strained voice. Come on, let's get to bed. Mom and Dad had me sleep with them for some reason, but otherwise the rest of the night was completely normal. There was no cataclysm, no punishment for breaking the rules, no ominous sense of dread lingering over the house. Life continued on normally, unaffected by the night's mistake. My parents were nervous at first, but laughed it off after a week or two. They never suspected something was off because Mr. Pallywag was smart about it. I still remember the day Mr. Pallywag introduced himself. Mom had left me to my own devices again, so I went out to the backyard and invented some game to keep myself occupied. Whatever I'd come up with must have been good, because I was so absorbed in what I was doing. It took me a while to realize someone was watching me. For a while I pretended it was my imagination, but when I couldn't ignore the feeling of eyes peering out from the woods any longer, I stopped and scowled at the trees. Quit being weird, I shouted, my courage bolstered by youthful ignorance. Come on out. In response to my demands, a large bipedal creature shuffled out from the tree line. It was covered in a shaggy coat of gray fur, and its small dark eyes reminded me of a great white shark's. It would have been frightening, if not for the pork pie hat, lightly perched on top of its head. Between the hat and its spotless white gloves, it looked more like a cartoon character come to life than an animal. Hello, the creature said with a shy, friendly wave. Do you live here? Uh-huh. Oh, good. I'm your neighbor, Mr. Pallywag. Sorry it took so long for me to introduce myself. What's your name? Carson. It's a pleasure to meet you, Carson. Are your parents home? Mom is, so you should stay back. She doesn't like it when animals get too close to the house. Mr. Pallywag frowned, which made him look even more cartoonish. I couldn't help laughing at his expression. I don't see what's so funny. Mr. Pallywag huffed. I'm not an animal. I'm a respectable citizen. I'm sorry. You made a funny face, that's all. Oh, that's not a funny face. This is. Mr. Pallywag stuck out his tongue and bulged his eyes. It looked so goofy I nearly passed out from laughter. I laughed so loudly, Mom popped her head out of the window and asked me, What's so funny, Carson? Mr. Pallywag made a funny face. Mr. Pallywag? Yeah, don't you see him? Mom scanned the trees, a frown firmly etched on her face. I looked behind me to find that Mr. Pallywag had disappeared. That's weird, I said. He was right here. Honey, who's Mr. Pallywag? He's a big, furry monster wearing a hat. You can't miss him. Oh, Mom sighed relieved. He's imaginary then. Part of me wanted to argue, but I stayed quiet. If Mom didn't want me to believe Mr. Pallywag was real, that was her choice. Nothing worth arguing over. Besides, adults always hated being wrong. An argument could only end with me getting dragged inside. Well, I'll leave you boys to it. Have fun, okay? Okay. Mom went back to whatever she was doing. Once he was sure she wouldn't come back, Mr. Pallywag popped out from behind a tree and grinned at me. Sorry I called you a monster, I said quickly. But you got mad when I said animal, so... That's all right, Carson. I understand. But I won't forgive you unless you do something for me. What's that? Play a game with me, Mr. Pallywag cried, dramatically flourishing his hat. Okay. And just like that, I made a friend. Mr. Pallyweg came to visit me as much as he could. Sometimes he'd go missing for days or even weeks. But I didn't mind. He always made up for it with a fantastic new story about his travels. I always liked stories, but my parents rarely told me any. Most nights it was too dark to read anything, and they were too busy during the day. Luckily, telling stories was Mr. Pallyweg's favorite pastime, and I was happy to listen. Some nights when I had trouble falling asleep, I would even crack the window open so Mr. Pallyweg could continue telling me about his adventures. He was always happy to do it, but he never came into my home. I asked him why once, but he just shook his head and said my parents wouldn't like it. That makes sense to me now, but at the time I thought it was silly. Mom didn't mind Mr. Pallyweg at all. Dad did at first, but then one night, he and Mom had a fight about it. It got really intense until Mom said it was perfectly normal for a kid with no friends to make one up. That made Dad go quiet. He didn't say anything about Mr. Pallyweg again. I can't blame my parents for thinking Mr. Pallyweg was imaginary. He was very good at hiding. In fact, he was so good that, at first, I tried to make a game out of catching him. "Look, Mommy," I'd squeal with delight. "He's behind the swing set. No, now he's behind the sandbox." But eventually, I let him hide without calling attention to it. He was quiet as the wind and quick as a fox, and nobody could find him if he didn't want to be found. I also got the feeling something bad would happen if my parents caught him. I didn't want that. He was my best friend. Most of the time, Mr. Pallyweg was content to play in my backyard, but he asked me to come into the woods with him twice. The first time happened because Mom yelled at me. Before I tell this part, I want to make it clear that Mom was not abusive. That said, she wasn't exactly Mother of the Year either. There were mitigating circumstances, granted. She didn't have a lot of friends, and we didn't leave the house much because of our isolation. Most days she was either alone or only had me for company. If that doesn't sound so bad, imagine being trapped in a remote cabin and the only person you can have a conversation with refuses to talk about anything that isn't related to cartoons, or how hungry they are. Frankly, it's a miracle she didn't kill me. I was usually content to entertain myself, but one day, for whatever reason, all I wanted to do was spend time with her. "Mom, come play with me," I whined. "Not right now, honey," she said, doing her best to keep her voice calm. "Why don't you watch a movie?" "I don't wanna." "Well, how about you play your PlayStation?" "No, I want to play a real-life game." "Okay, well, why don't you ask Mr. Pallyweg to play with you?" "I don't want to play with Mr. Pallyweg. I want to play with you." "Carson, I want to play." My tantrum raged on like that for a while. Mom tried to soothe me, but I refused to be sated. Finally, she snapped and shouted, "Enough." The force of the shout shut me up immediately. "I can't play with you right now, Carson. I need some time to myself, okay? Just shut up and go outside." With that, Mom stormed to her bedroom and slammed the door shut. Tears welled up in my eyes as I scurried outside. It was my first rejection. I remember it better than my first kiss. For what felt like hours, I sat on my swing set and bawled. If Mom noticed, she didn't come out to comfort me. Odds are she was just holed up in the house somewhere, but at the time it felt like she was actively ignoring me. "Hey, Carson!" Mr. Pallyweg's sudden appearance didn't surprise me. He made a habit of showing up out of nowhere. Normally I pretended to be surprised, but I was so depressed I couldn't summon the energy for it. "Carson?" Mr. Pallyweg asked. "You okay?" "Mom yelled at me," I choked out between sniffles. "Oh no, come here, bud. It's okay." Mr. Pallyweg opened his arms and wrapped me in a big hug. I always liked Mr. Pallyweg's hugs. It was like hugging a big warm pillow. There was something else about them too. Something that made you feel safe and protected. Kind of like falling asleep. "Tell you what," Mr. Pallyweg said when I calmed down enough. "How about we do something special today?" Special? Yeah, I'm gonna show you the best spot in the entire forest. I don't know. Mom and Dad said I can't go into the woods because it's dangerous. That's not true, Mr. Pallywag replied as he patted my head. They said you can't go in the woods alone. You're not alone if I'm with you, right? Besides, they won't even know you are gone if we're quick enough. For a moment I hesitated. I was a good kid. I always followed the rules. But Mr. Pallywag had a point. If I was with him, I wouldn't be alone, and I wanted to get back at Mom somehow. I could bend the rules a little, just once. Okay, I said, but we have to be quick. Deal. Mr. Pallywag took my hand and we walked into the woods together. It was a beautiful day. Birds chirped sonatas above us, and sunlight slipped through the cracks in the tree branches to cast macabre shadows on the ground. I made a game out of jumping from sunspot to sunspot. Mr. Pallywag thought it looked like fun, so he joined in as well. The two of us got so wrapped up in the game I almost forgot how upset I'd been. Almost. Eventually our route led us to a circular clearing. Mr. Pallywag strolled to the center of it and sat down with a great big sigh. I followed his lead and inspected my surroundings. The clearing felt peaceful, but there was something vaguely sad about it too. This is my special spot, Carson, Mr. Pallywag said. What do you think? I like it, but what makes it so special? Well, this is where most of my friends decide to come to the party. Party? What party? Why, only the greatest, most fantabulous party ever. There's cake, balloons, and games galore, and there's plenty of music and dancing. And stories? Of course, Mr. Pallywag laughed. All the stories you could ever want. That sounds nice, I said, trying to imagine it. Are there other kids there? Oh yes, tons of kids. Does everyone get along? Of course. And nobody's left out? Nope. Good. We sat in silence for a while. I didn't mind. Silences felt okay with Mr. Pallywag, not like when Dad got quiet. That was usually a sign he was about to start lecturing me about how I didn't clean my room enough, or that I was spending too much time on the television or something. It wasn't like when Mom got quiet either. When she got quiet, it was because she was mad and didn't want us to know. It didn't work though. I always knew. Something in the trees caught my attention. It was slowly swinging back and forth like the pendulum in my grandma's old clock. I watched it for a while, back and forth, but couldn't figure out what it was. Part of me wanted to take a closer look, but Mr. Pallywag squeezed my shoulder before I had the chance. Okay, Carson, he said. It's time to go back now. Oh, really? Can't we go to the party instead? Mr. Pallywag grinned. For the first time, I noticed how large his teeth were. They weren't sharp fangs or anything. They were just large. I had a sudden urge to run away, but I ignored it. One day, Mr. Pallywag said, taking my hand. But not just yet. Why not? You're not sad enough. I wasn't sure what Mr. Pallywag meant, but I let him lead me away from the clearing without complaint. As we entered the woods, I glanced over my shoulder, hoping to get one last look at whatever was swaying back there. No luck. It was too well hidden by the foliage. Let's race, Mr. Pallywag said. Last one there's a grounded swallow. Mr. Pallywag let go of my hand and sprinted into the woods. I ran after him, the swinging object forgotten. When we got back, he stopped me and knelt down to my eye level. One quick thing before you go, Mr. Pallywag whispered. Promise you won't tell your parents about my special place, okay? Why not? Well, it's not very special if everyone knows about it, right? It made sense, but there was an icky feeling in my gut as I nodded and swore to keep it a secret. Thanks, Carson. I'll see you later, okay? I smiled and nodded again. Mr. Pallywag grinned and gave me a big hug goodbye. I hugged him back and walked into the house. When I ambled into the kitchen, I found Mom crying at the kitchen table. "Mom? Carson!" Mom wailed. "Where were you?" She didn't let me answer before she scrambled over and wrapped me in a bone-crushing hug. "I'm fine, Mommy," I said, shocked. "I just went into the woods with Mr. Pallywag." "Carson, what have I told you about going into the woods alone?" But I wasn't alone. Mr. Pallywag was... Mr. Pallywag doesn't count. You're not allowed to leave the backyard unless you're with me or Daddy. Do you understand? But... no buts. Honestly, what were you thinking? It was Mr. Pallywag's idea. He said... I don't care what he said. I was worried sick about you. I thought about protesting more, but I didn't bother. There was no use fighting her. As promised, I didn't tell my parents about Mr. Pallywag's secret spot. I didn't tell them about the party either. Something in my gut said they wouldn't like it. At some point, I went back to school, but the only thing I remember about it is getting bullied. I tried talking to the nicer kids about Mr. Pallywag once. They didn't care. I stopped trying. Thinking back on it, nobody in my family had many friends. I guess that's why we all loved Uncle Dan so much. Uncle Dan was born in that backwater town and never quite managed to escape, but he didn't let it get to him. My parents liked him, and I was thrilled whenever he came over. He was no Mr. Pallywag, mind, but he was the closest anyone got. Unlike most adults, Uncle Dan took time to make sure I was feeling okay. He was a great listener, too, no matter what the topic was. He'd patiently allow me to ramble about it until I'd exhausted myself. If it was something bad, he'd offer sympathy or advice. I was just talking about Power Rangers or my latest video game. He'd run his fingers through his thick red beard and let out a low whistle of amazement. "Wow," he said in a tone implying I'd solved world hunger. "That is really something, kiddo. Thanks for sharing." When most people said stuff like that, I knew they were only saying it to humor me. Uncle Dan was special because I believed him. One time I asked Uncle Dan why he liked talking to me so much. He got real serious and said it reminded him of spending time with his daughter. I asked if I could meet her sometime. He got real quiet and shook his head. I didn't ask about her again. For some reason, the one thing I didn't tell Uncle Dan about was Mr. Pallywag. In fact, he might never have known if I hadn't shown him my drawing. It was just a crayon scribble of Mr. Pallywag waving hello, but I'd gotten the hat just right, and I was proud of my work. Obviously, the next time Uncle Dan came over, I made it a priority to show him my masterpiece. Uncle Dan, look at what I drew." I chirped as I shoved the drawing at him. "Carson," Dad scolded, smiling despite himself. "Give him a second to breathe." "That's all right, Keith," Uncle Dan chuckled. "Let's see what Picasso whipped up for us." Uncle Dan ruffled my hair and took the drawing. The second he saw what it was, his smile faded. I waited for him to say something, suddenly self-conscious. He was quiet for so long, I looked to Dad for reassurance. He looked just as confused as I was. "Uncle Dan?" I asked. It's great, Carson," Uncle Dan replied, his hands and voice shaking. "Great job. What's the fella's name?" "Mr. Pallywag." Uncle Dan's face went pale. "That's fun," he said in a low, emotionless voice. "Carson, would you excuse us for a moment? There's something I need to talk to your dad about." Okay." Unnerved, I left the room. I'd never seen an adult act like that before. I knew I shouldn't have eavesdropped, but I was so worried about Uncle Dan I stopped by the doorway to listen in. "Jesus, Dan, what's wrong? You look pale." "How long has Carson been talking about this thing?" "I'm sorry?" "Mr. Pallywag, how long?" "Oh, right. Couple of months, I think." "Months?" Uncle Dan yelled. "Yeah, the kid's got an imaginary friend. So what?" "Have you been leaving the lights on?" "No, of course not." Well, okay, we did once, but that was... Mom must have walked in because I heard her ask. What's going... Dan, are you alright? You have to move, Uncle Dan insisted. Now. Move? I don't... We're not moving, Dad snapped. Don't give me that tough guy crap, Keith. Christ, I should have figured this would happen. Excuse me? What gives you the right to... Shut up and listen. Jenny? Jenny drew that thing too. Right before... The house went deathly quiet. I could just barely hear Uncle Dan quietly sobbing. It made me uncomfortable, so I slunk off to my room. I didn't come out until Mom called me for dinner. As I sat down at the table, I looked over to Uncle Dan. It was like nothing had happened. He even shot me a cheerful thumbs up. Sorry for the scare, kiddo, he said. I remembered something really important. Boring grown-up stuff. Nothing you need to worry about. I nodded and pretended everything was fine. Uncle Dan was doing a good job acting normal, but my parents couldn't keep up the facade. Little things gave them away. They'd laugh a little too long at Uncle Dan's jokes, or they'd shoot me worried glances when they thought I wasn't looking. The second Uncle Dan left, my folks turned out the lights. Carson, why don't you go get ready for bed? Mom asked. But it isn't even dark yet. I know, but your dad wants to read you a story. Really? Yes, really. I dashed to the bathroom and got ready for bed in record time. When I was done, I jumped into bed and Dad walked in with a beat-up old book. Hey, bud, Dad said in a soft voice. All set? I nodded, too excited to speak. Good. I've been saving this one until you were old enough. It's called Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. With great care, Dad gingerly flipped to the first chapter and began to read. I fell in love with it immediately. After finishing the chapter about poor old Bill the Lizard, Dad shut the book and smiled at me. Well, liking it so far? Yeah, it kind of reminds me of Mr. Pallywig's stories. The corner of Dad's mouth flickered. Oh yeah? He asked. Yeah, you do the voices better though. Well, glad I've got that going for me. Suddenly Dad sniffed and wrapped me in a gigantic hug. That startled me. Dad wasn't opposed to hugging, but he rarely initiated. Carson, you know Mom and I love you very much, right? Uh-huh. And that we only want what's best for you, right? Uh-huh. Okay, good. I hugged him back and we sat there for a while in uncomfortable silence. It might have been my imagination, but I swear I felt a tear drop onto the back of my neck. After what felt like forever, Dad sighed, let me go, and gently punched my shoulder. Good night, kiddo, Dad said softly. Love you. Love you too, Dad. Dad smiled, turned out the light, and shut the door. I sat in bed and watched the sunset. I had a feeling something significant had happened, but I was too young to understand what it was. My parents were different after that night. Dad used to be content to spend weekends at home, but suddenly he wanted to spend every free moment away from the house. The nearest thing to do was an hour's drive away. But he didn't care. The longer the trip, the better. Mom changed too. She went from always wanting space to constantly occupying mine. If I was playing video games, she'd read her book on the couch nearby. If I was making something with my Lego sets, she would develop a keen interest in the construction effort. If I vaguely stated I was interested in something, she'd help me become the world's best expert in it. Because of my parents' sudden interest in my affairs, I didn't see Mr. Pallywig for weeks. They never officially told me to stop talking about him, but I could tell they didn't like him anymore. Whenever I mentioned wanting to play in the backyard, they always found some excuse to keep me inside the house. Then one night, my parents sat me down to talk. Neither bothered hiding the relieved expressions on their faces. Great news, buddy. Dad said. I got a new job. We're going to be moving soon. Really? Yep, we're going to the city, far away from these boring old woods. What about Mr. Pallywag? Well, Mr. Pallywag is staying here, Mom replied, shooting my dad an unreadable glance. What? Why can't he come with us? He just can't, Dad said forcefully. I mean, the forest is his home, right? It wouldn't be fair to make him move out too. If he can't come, I don't want to leave. Carson, no. Despite my parents' best efforts, I bawled for hours. No matter what they tried, I refused to be comforted. I loved my parents and Uncle Dan, sure, but they were family. Mr. Pallywag was my only friend. I was inconsolable until I remembered Mr. Pallywag's party. Somehow my childish logic determined that the party was the solution to all my problems. If I could just figure out how to get there, everything would be all right. I wouldn't have to move. I wouldn't have to leave Mr. Pallywag behind. I wouldn't have to feel alone. My feelings about the move didn't deter my parents' plans. Within a week, they had all of our stuff packed and ready to go. I tried my hardest to see Mr. Pallywag, but Mom and Dad refused to leave my side. It was looking like I'd never get to go to that party. Then, when I'd finally given up hope, I stumbled into my opening. The day before the move, Dad was trying yet again to sell me on our new home. You're going to love it, bud, he said. There are a lot of other kids in the neighborhood. I didn't reply. The phone rang. Dad ignored it. I faintly heard Mom answer it in the other room. I bet you'll make a ton of new friends, he said. No, I won't. They'll be mean to me. You don't know that. Yeah, I do. Honey? Mom called. It's the mill. Something about paperwork? Dad swore under his breath and dashed out of the room. I stayed behind and scanned the room bored. That's when I saw the unguarded back door. I knew I wouldn't get another chance. I crept to the door and opened it as quietly as I could. After making sure my parents weren't coming, I scanned the trees for any signs of life. Mr. Pallywag? I whispered. Mr. Pallywag, are you there? Shh, over here. Carson, quick. Without thinking, I bolted into the woods. I didn't get far before something strong and furry yanked me behind a tree. It put a hand over my mouth and shushed me. Carson, I heard Dad call. Carson, where'd you get to? Stay quiet, okay? Mr. Pallywag whispered in my ear. Carson, this isn't funny. Carson! Mr. Pallywag placed me on his back, dropped to all fours and dashed into the woods. I gasped and held on tightly to his neck. I'd never seen Mr. Pallywag run that fast before. It was exhilarating. I would have enjoyed it more if Dad hadn't sounded so distraught. This next part won't make sense unless I talk about Eli Miller. Bad timing. I know, but bear with me. I didn't know Eli very well. He was a teenager, and even if we were the same age, he wasn't the type of guy Mom would want me to hang out with. He was the resident, troubled kid. Graffiti, antagonizing the police, drinking, that kind of thing. Dad always shook his head whenever he came up. I think that was his way of saying he felt sorry for him. Even though I heard a lot of stories about Eli, I only saw him in person once. Mom had dragged me along on a shopping trip to our local Dollar General, and I wasn't overly thrilled about being there. Normally, Mom insisted that I stay close to her when she was shopping, but that day she said I could browse the books by myself as long as I didn't leave the aisle. I was thrilled. It was one of my first tastes of freedom, and I capitalized on it immediately. As I browsed through the scattered copies of Animorphs and Goosebumps, Eli strolled into the aisle without a care in the world. He whistled a tuneless song, picked a magazine off the shelf, and casually flipped through it. I was so low to the ground that he didn't notice me. Something about the way Eli flipped through the magazine made me stop and watch him with juvenile fascination. After a minute or two, Eli scanned the store. When he thought nobody was watching, he casually slipped the magazine into the inner pocket of his jacket. A perfect crime. That was when he caught me staring at him. He froze, his hand still clutching the stolen loot. I knew I should have called someone over, or told him off for stealing or something. Instead, I put a finger to my lips. Eli smirked, nodded at me, and walked away. He didn't get to the end of the aisle before he stopped and looked back at me. I kept my finger on my lips in silent assurance. A weird expression spread across his face. He rocked on the balls of his feet and kept glancing from me to the door. He was home free and he knew it. And yet... Eli shut his eyes and sighed. He removed the magazine from his pocket and put it back on the shelf. I cocked my head, confused. "Don't steal, kid," Eli whispered. I smiled at him and nodded. He shot me a wink and left the store. I never told anybody else about it, but that little encounter left a big impact on me. Weird as it sounds, Eli transformed into a sort of Robin Hood figure in my head, someone who understood right and wrong in a way stuffy adults don't. He was a living legend. A hero, maybe. That's why I was devastated when he killed himself. I never got the full story. From what I heard, the poor kid hung himself in the woods without leaving a note. It took a week for anyone to notice he'd gone missing. Took another 2 for somebody to find him. What hurt me most was the injustice of it. In all the stories I'd heard, dying alone in the woods was a fate reserved for villains. Eli deserved better. It wasn't fair. After Eli's death, I had a recurring nightmare. In it, I'd be walking alone in the woods. I could feel something watching me, but I couldn't see it because it was hidden by the trees. Eventually, I'd start running, but thick vines would lash around my throat and yank me off the forest floor. The vines would lift me off the ground by the neck. Higher, higher, and the higher I got, the harder it was to breathe. And I would choke and choke and choke until I finally woke up, panicking and screaming. I still have that nightmare sometimes. Mr. Pallywag didn't stop running until we reached his secret spot. I gave him a moment to catch his breath, then climbed off and wrapped him in a massive hug. "I missed you," I whispered. "I missed you too. I'm moving away tomorrow." "I know. I don't want to leave," I sniffled. "Can I go to the party instead?" There was a brief pause. "Oh, I don't know," Mr. Pallywag said with calculated indifference. "I'm sure you'd have much more fun living in your fancy new house in the city." "No, Mr. Pallywag, I don't want to move. I want to stay here with you." "More than anything?" I nodded. "More than anything in the whole wide world?" I nodded again and looked up to see Mr. Pallywag's expression. He was grinning, and there was a triumphant expression in his dark eyes. "Well, if you're absolutely sure," he said, "I guess I can arrange it, but there's a few things we have to do first." "Like what?" Mr. Pallywag pulled off his hat and rummaged around inside it. "Let me see. It's around here somewhere. Ah, there it is." With solemn dignity, Mr. Pallywag pulled a long, thick rope out of his hat. The rope kept going and going to the point where I laughed at how absurdly long it was. Mr. Pallywag laughed too, and ended the bit by dumping the rest onto the ground. Then, suddenly serious, he picked up one end of the rope and held it where I could see. "Watch carefully, Carson," he said. "You have to get this just right, or it won't work." I paid close attention as Mr. Pallywag slowly tied a knot with the rope. It wasn't very complicated. A couple simple moves, and he'd made a knot which left a big loop at the end. When he was done, Mr. Pallywag undid the knot and handed me the rope. "Easy, right? Now you try." Slowly I copied Mr. Pallywag's technique. My knot looked just like his when I was done. He took the rope and gave it a couple firm yanks. The knot held. "Great job, Carson. You're so smart. Now watch this." Mr. Pallyweg held up the rope and snapped his fingers. To my amazement, the inside of the loop shimmered, blurred together, and rearranged into strange, kaleidoscopic shapes. "Wow," I exclaimed. "Is that magic?" "Of course it is, Carson. Not only that, it's a portal that goes directly to the party. Here, have a look." Mr. Pallyweg held out the rope and I leaned in closer to see. There was a large room on the other side of the portal. The room was brightly decorated and filled wall to wall with people. Most of them were kids. No sound came through the portal, but I could see people having animated conversations and laughing. What a party it was. It was everything I'd hoped it would be. There was cake and pizza and a ton of TVs with all my favorite movies and games on them. Everyone was having so much fun. I didn't see anyone who looked excluded or bullied or unwanted. It was like something out of a dream. A red-haired girl on the other side of the portal noticed me and enthusiastically waved hello. I waved back. The girl pointed me out to some of the other partygoers, and they all began beckoning me over. I couldn't hear them, but I could see their mouths moving as they shouted encouragement. For some reason, I couldn't stop staring at the girl. She looked vaguely familiar, but Mr. Pallyweg yanked the rope away before I could figure out why. "Now," Mr. Pallyweg began, "there are a few things we have to do before we can go to the party. Are you ready?" "Uh-huh." "Great. First, you'll need your invitation." Mr. Pallyweg cleared his throat, grinned a wide, toothy smile, and took a deep bow. "Carson, on the most momentous of days, I hereby offer you an exclusive invitation to the greatest party there ever is, was, or will be. Good for whenever, wherever, whatever, and forever. Do you accept?" I giggled and said, "Yes." A soft wind blew through the trees. Something changed. Something subtle. A muffled static in the air. A slight shift to the left. A delay so tiny, no one would ever notice. The only word I can think of to describe it is magic settling in. Old and powerful magic mankind chose to leave behind. I didn't like it. "Wonderful," Mr. Pallyweg said, clapping his hands. "Just 2 more steps and you can go to the party. The first one's easy. All you have to do is pick a tree." I nodded and began inspecting the nearby trees in turn. Midway through my search, something in the forest stole my attention. I squinted and leaned towards it to get a better look. It was a yellow strip of police tape. The strip blew gently in the breeze, tracing lazy shapes in the air. It marked the spot where I'd seen the swinging thing last time. I frowned and turned back to Mr. Pallyweg. He was still smiling, but there was something hard in his eyes. "Something wrong, Carson?" "No." "Good. Which tree did you pick?" Despite a sudden sense of unease, I pointed at my tree. Mr. Pallyweg walked me over to it and positioned me under one of the branches. The branch looked thick and sturdy. "Good choice, Carson. Very good choice." Mr. Pallyweg nodded in approval and showed me the portal again. The red-haired girl was there waiting for me. She shot me a huge, sincere smile and held up a slice of cake. It was my favorite. A corner piece of red velvet with tons of icing. The icing had even been lathered into a big letter C, just for me. "Hey, Mr. Pallyweg," I said, unable to contain my curiosity. "Who's that girl?" "Oh, that's Jenny. She's a very good friend of mine. Do you two know each other?" The name was familiar, but I couldn't place it. I shook my head. "Well, you'll get to know each other soon enough. Just one last step, and you'll be at the party." "What is it?" "It's very easy. Just put your head through the loop and close your eyes real tight." An intense, shaky feeling shot through my body. I took an involuntary step back. "What's wrong?" Mr. Pallyweg asked. "Everyone's waiting. See?" His smile didn't waver as he pointed at the portal. All of the partygoers were gathered in a big crowd. They were clapping and chanting something. I couldn't hear them, but I knew it was my name. I instinctively scanned their faces. It didn't take me long to find the one I was looking for. When he caught me looking at him, he held a finger to his lips and winked. Eli. I felt the blood drain from my face as I backed away from the rope. Mr. Pallywag chuckled. "It's okay, Carson," he said, his voice as friendly as ever. "I won't lie, it's scary at first, but don't worry. When it's done, you get to stay at the party forever. Just you, me, and all of our friends. Doesn't that sound fun?" Mr. Pallywag's grin widened. I'd never realized how big he was before. About the size of a grizzly bear, maybe even bigger. I wanted to run, but I'd seen how fast he was. There was no way I'd be able to get away from him. I thought about the night Dad read me Alice, about the long hug he gave me, and the tear rolling down my cheek. With as much courage as I could muster, I shook my head. I don't want to go to the party anymore. Don't be silly, Carson. Everyone wants to go to the party. I don't. Carson? I shook my head again. Mr. Pallywag stopped, smiling. Did you know I could see the future, Carson? He asked in a low growl. I saw yours the moment I met you. Want to know what I saw? No. It's so awful it makes me want to cry, he said, his mouth contorting into a massive frown. You're always a little bit different, a little bit off. People don't notice it at first, but they always find out. And when they do, they abandon you. Shut up, you're lying. No, I'm not, Mr. Pallywag droned, an annoyed teacher lecturing his student. You're going to end up all alone, Carson. No lovers, no friends. Eventually, you won't even have a family. No mommy or daddy or Uncle Dan. Nothing but a slow, depressing slide into endless misery. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Don't fight it, Carson. You already know I'm right. Something rustled in the woods. Dad's panicked voice echoed out soon after. Carson, Carson, where are you? The corner of Mr. Pallywag's mouth flickered. I started to yell, but Mr. Pallywag was on me in a flash. I closed my eyes and waited for the rope to close around my neck. To my surprise, Mr. Pallywag just clasped his hand over his mouth. When I opened my eyes, he was grinning at me again. You already accepted the invitation, he said. Just follow the steps when you change your mind. I nodded, too afraid to do anything else. Mr. Pallywag chuckled, uncovered my mouth, and walked away. Goodbye, Carson. See you soon. In the blink of an eye, Mr. Pallywag was gone. Dad burst out of the trees moments later. When he saw me, he nearly bowled me over and wrapped me in a hug so tight, I thought my spine would snap. Thank God, Dad kept whispering. Thank you, God. Thank you. I didn't say anything. Dad took me home. Mom held me close, and none of us ever discussed the incident again. We were too relieved to jinx the miracle. The move went as planned. I never went back to those woods again. I did my best to move on, tried to make friends, even attempted dating a few times. But so far, Mr. Pallywag's been right. Nobody stays. My parents are still alive, but we don't talk much anymore. Uncle Dan's dead. I talk to my coworkers a little, but I'm basically alone. Sometimes on really bad nights, I pull out some rope and tie that special knot. I let the loop shimmer, peek through the portal, and watch the party. More people join every year. Jenny and Eli are still there. They haven't aged a day. They look happy. Mr. Pallywag is there too, of course. He always knows when I'm watching. He stops what he's doing, looks me in the eye, and waves at me. I wave back. When he knows he has my full attention, he claps his hands and leads his guests in a mad dance. He whirls among them, hat in hand, dancing and singing and laughing. The party guests follow along, delirious with glee. I've tried to find a flaw with the party, an ulterior motive, or a sign that it's part of some sinister master plan. The problem is, it's perfect. Nobody disappears. Nobody's in pain. There's nothing there but fun and games and acceptance and love. Even though it's hard, I don't want to give up. I tell myself stories where I'm the hero, and no matter how dark it gets, I have to live. It's worked for a while, but every year gets harder, and deep down, I'm scared Mr. Pallywag was right. It's not if I go to the party, it's when. So, why is it called Hollow Skin Grove? Eli finally began a few minutes into our hike. I don't know, Heather returned. Probably named after a type of tree that grows around here or something. What? That's a lame answer. What do you mean you don't know? Isn't it your job to research the locations before we check them out? Well, yeah, but the location names aren't always the important part. Just because an area is allegedly haunted doesn't mean it'll be named after the legend. Yeah, it does. That's like 90% of haunted locations. Goatman's Bridge, Amityville House, Gettysburg Battlefield. Okay, well, Goatman's Bridge is a nickname given to Alton Bridge. It was named something else before it was haunted. Same thing with the Queen Mary. The boat isn't actually haunted by the Queen, dude. Look, all I'm saying is that Hollow Skin Grove definitely sounds like a location based on a local legend, more than the local flora. Heather shrugged. I don't know what to tell you. Well, I looked into it. All that came up was mentions of it in online forums, and nobody had seemed to actually walk all the way out to the place to confirm what it was. It was all inconsistent accounts from locals about strange noises and figures in the woods. Nothing to link the name to. Hang on. Eli snickered, slowing his pace and placing a hand to his head. You're telling me that we're walking miles out into possibly gator-infested bayous on the word of inconsistent accounts? Look, Eli, we're already scraping the bottom of the barrel here. We've hit all the big ones that we can afford to drive to, so unless you want to start funding plane tickets out of state, this is the best we got. My friend put his arms up in defeat, then crossed them with a smirk. Alright, fine. I'm just saying, we already drove 3 hours to get here, so it'd better be worth it. What's one of these so-called accounts? Convince me. I saw a slight smirk appear on Heather's lips, eager to finally flex her knowledge. Well, like I said, there was a lot of the usual stuff. People hearing noises late at night, screams, moans, ghoulish wails, standard ghost fare, she mocked, wiggling her fingers. But the thing that got me was the disappearances. One of these spots. Jackson finally cued in with a chuckle. How many this time? Allegedly, quite a few. I didn't look into records and stuff for authenticity, but there are a few people who claimed it and gave names, so there has to be merit. A lot of decent-sized towns surrounding this area, so it's not unbelievable that the population could get lost out here. Jackson kept his hands stuffed in the pockets behind his overalls, but adjusted his shoulders nervously. I mean, isn't it possible that they just sort of got stuck in the swamp somewhere, fell into the water, and a gator ate them? That caused Eli to stop in his tracks. Oh, come on, Heather, really? Is that what we're walking into? I am not wading into the bog if... Okay, would you two chill out with the gators? Heather rolled her eyes. This area is clear. There haven't been wildlife reports on crocs in a long time. I made sure of all that. You think I'd want to be out here if that were the case? Hey, don't lump me in with Eli. Jackson chuckled. I was simply pointing out the possibility that maybe those whales and vanishings were not so paranormal. Always healthy to have a stick in the mud along for the ride on our paranormal hunting crew. I quipped at him with a smug look. Keeps us grounded. He flipped me off. Well, if y'all would let me finish my debrief, I could probably diffuse any skepticism you may be having. Heather teasingly huffed. Right. Carry on. I urged her. I had already heard the tale that I knew she was about to tell when she texted me about the spot. But I was eager to hear it again. Thank you, Shell. She gleamed showily before setting her face back into its ominous glare. So there's all these disappearances, right? And that's creepy enough, but get this. There's this guy on one forum, and this area is super low-key, mind you. Not the kind of place that people would actively just make stuff up over, like other urban spots. This guy comes in with a story about how he's out in the woods fishing, right? It's secluded, it's peaceful, and there seems to be a decent amount of fish. So he hangs around for a while, and gets carried away till the sun sets to about where it is now. I can feel the hot, humid air around us chill a bit as Jackson, Eli, and I look at the sky that Heather gestures to. The sun's nearly set below the fingers of the surrounding trees, casting the world in that silvery blue haze that comes with twilight, that scarce hour between the hushing of birds and the waking of crickets. A limbo where the comfort of day meets the unknown of night. My excitement grew as Heather continued. Now, according to him, he's a rugged redneck type, the kind that doesn't scare easy, and certainly doesn't fear the dark. But he says that as the lights start to dim, he starts getting this eerie feeling. The air starts to smell rancid, and not like the usual swamp stench. He said it was pure rot. Dead fish and hot old meat. So he's standing there on the shoreline near the water, starting to get a chill up his spine, and he's finally about to leave, but then he hears a slosh across the way. Heather stuck her boot out to a spot where enough water pooled to make a puddle and dragged her foot roughly through it, acquainting our ears with the same sound the man must have heard. He looks up, and there among the trees of the willows and water oaks that are sticking out of the bayou, he sees this man. Oh, crap, Eli mutters, a tinge of excitement to his tone. He says, from what he can make out, the guy looks normal, average size, plain build, hair not too long like he's wild or something. But the thing that stands out about him is his skin. The dude is pale as hell and completely naked, just standing in the middle of a swamp before nightfall. Oh, hell no, I chuckled, the anticipation building in my chest. I already knew the payoff, and Heather knew that I did, but she indulged me anyway. Oh, it gets worse, because the guy isn't even moving. He's just standing there, still as a statue, staring, sopping wet, with his eyes open wide and mouth hanging in a silent scream. What the? Jackson gasped. The guy who posted the story said that he just stands there, not moving, too shocked by what he's looking at. He says the guy doesn't move either, at least, not for some time. He just stands there with his arms out like this. Heather demonstrated by lifting her arms slightly from her sides and letting them hover there, inhumanly, uncomfortably. He said that as he stood frozen, eyeing the stranger down and waiting for him to make a move, he focused in on his face, and that's when he noticed it. He hadn't seen it before because of the weird lighting in the distance, but the man in the water, his eyes were black like coal, just two dark pools boring deep into him. Heather came to a complete stop in her leading, turning to face us with an expression to mirror the one flickering against the back of our eyes. He said as soon as he noticed it, and the flag finally went off to run, the man out in the swamp crouched down, sinking himself into the water until he disappeared. He said the last thing he saw as he snatched up his rod and ran was bubbles on the surface slowly gargling toward him. We'd all been so invested in her story that we hadn't even realized we'd reached the end of the walking trail. so all of us jumped a bit as Heather backed up without looking, sloshing into the water of the bayou until it rose to her knees. With an innocent smirk, she said, "Well, come on in. The rest of the way we move by pond." Eli, Jackson, and I all looked at one another, and with varying degrees of confidence, checked our waders, then sloshed in after her. And there it was, with the finale of Heather's masterful storytelling. I felt it, that shiver up my spine, that anxiety in my gut, that sweet, sweet adrenaline of fear that only the unknown could bring. It was the high we all chased. It was the reason we did what we did. A lot of people wouldn't fancy the idea of willingly going somewhere they thought might be haunted, but me? I lived for it. Ever since I was a kid, I was fascinated by ghost stories and urban legends. Things that people couldn't explain or places that's origins were borderline unknown. That's a special rush with the unexplained that you just don't get anywhere else. A nagging itch that begs you to scratch it as you uncover more and more truths. That's what always drove me into places like this. Dark forests and abandoned houses. Places so mysterious and dripping with potential that an entire county could make up cultures built around them. But it's always a double-edged sword. That mystery is great, yeah, but it only takes you so far. Most of the time you get there, and after a few hours, the case is closed. It's all made up. The forest really is just dark, and that's all that it is. And that abandoned house, the detached footsteps you were warned of and ghostly groans tend to just be its old wooden joints creaking and popping. The payoff is never as good as the build-up, and though years of running the same routine had yielded minimal results, it never stopped me from pursuing more, because at the end of the day, the high was worth the hangover. It was fun to explore and freak yourself out with friends for an hour or two, because at least the memories that followed outweighed the letdown of the lack of anything real. I think deep down, though, even though I often told myself that, I truly did one day hope to find a pot of gold at the end of that rainbow. Something real and tangible to show that I wasn't silly for chasing childhood campfire tales. Something truly paranormal to scratch that insatiable itch once and for all, whose mystery I could chase until the end of time. Looking back now, I feel foolish for ever wishing for such a thing, for ever thinking that finding such a horror would bring anything good. Our hike through the water began slow and careful, moving through the murk so as to not slosh any into our overalls. We borrowed the gear from Eli's dad, and aside from wanting to keep dry ourselves, we really didn't want to return it waterlogged. "Shelby, can you pass the GPS?" Heather asked, leaning back. As much as I'd like to pretend I studied the map by heart, we're gonna get turned around fast with all the water. "What's up with all this anyway? I thought you said there was a walking path," Eli asked. "Apparently there is, but the summer rains flood the bayou and brings the levels up. Someone in the forum who came out here said the place is more worth coming like this anyway. Adds to the creep factor." "I hope so," Jason snickered. "This has to be one of the most intensive treks we've done so far." "It'll be worth it, I bet," I chimed in. "I've got a good feeling about this one." I really did. Maybe it was all that prep and extra effort that made it feel more of a grand adventure, but as the sun set lower in the sky and the space between the trees grew from that hazy blue to a dark, foreboding black, my heart thrummed faster. Deeper into the bog we went, further away from civilization, and more into an unknown that so few other people had dared to travel. Us, though? We were going all the way. That was the plan, at least. Where so many other people had chickened out and never made it to the grove itself, we had the intention of getting to the clearing and seeing if we'd really find the mysterious man of the bayou. Solid proof that all our searching wasn't in vain. We were grizzled veterans at this by now, and we weren't going to be deterred. Then again, maybe a grizzled veteran would have turned back. Maybe they would have seen the signs and got out of that swamp as fast as possible. Maybe it was so many years of that nagging itch that drove us deeper into those woods against our better judgment. I didn't start to feel it until the twine. We had been moving around for half an hour, Heather guiding fearlessly in the front. Eli was behind her, then me, then Jackson heading up the rear. We'd flicked our flashlights on now that the swamp had become a dark maze of moss-tangled stumps and algae-ridden pools. I held my breath each time I swept mine through the trees, caught in the middle of both the desire and fear of spotting a man nestled among the dark bark. He never appeared, though, no matter how deep we went, and there wasn't a noise out of place save the occasional Huron song to join the chorus of cricket chirps. That changed when suddenly Eli went tumbling forward in front of me, nearly toppling into the musky basin, if not for Heather's back to catch himself on. "Whoa, Eli," she scoffed as water sloshed up behind her, sprinkling her back and pouring a bit down her waders. She was mad, but once she saw the state of our friend, she stopped complaining. It was clear he got it worse. All of us tried to be sensitive, but we couldn't help but crack snickers as Eli stood back up, water dripping down his face and shirt as he glared unamused. Eventually our chuckles broke him down, and he started to giggle too. Yeah, laugh it up. It was bound to happen to one of us eventually. There was no way we made it out of here dry. "Of course it happens to you too, man." Jackson shook his head. "You good? What did you even trip over?" "I think a root or something. Whatever it was hooked my foot good." "Maybe it was this," I offered, shining my light in the space between him and I. Up from the depths, a thin line of string had surfaced. We all gathered to look and saw that it was just simple twine. Coarse hairs tangled together and bound to make a rope just thicker than a plastic straw. Heather reached out and pulled it up with a finger. We had gloves on, so none of us had qualms about touching it, but she still couldn't hide her disgust as the string dripped with pond scum and algae. Beneath it, we could barely make out the fibrous bright white the twine once was. "This looks man-made," Heather noted. "You did say this was a walk path," Jackson replied, grabbing one end and tugging. At first we thought the string was simply loose, but as he pulled, more emerged from the water, going taut somewhere beneath the surface near a tree, like it was tied to the stump. "If this is a flood area, they probably strung these up to make sure people could still find the trail." "I guess that would make sense," I nodded. Eli hesitated a moment before responding. "Either that, or it was a fence to warn to keep out." That sent another chill across the air, this one much stronger than the last. It was night now, and though Heather's recount was scary, nothing was more exciting than being closer to the grove, possibly finding the border that warned there was no going back. Still, even though I bought the boys' theories, something about the string put me off. It was unusually low to the ground for a guiding line, and though it could have slipped, it was also white. Wouldn't something for safety be a more fluorescent color like yellow or orange? Heather didn't help ease the feeling as she spoke, tugging the coil tight again and tracing it with her eyes between GPS glances. "Well, my money is on Jackson. The rope leads along the same path we need to walk." "That's good to know. If we get lost from your terrible navigation, we can use this to get back." Eli smirked. Heather flipped him off before turning forward and continuing on, the rope still in her hand as a railing. Everyone laughed at the interaction and moved on, but I couldn't give more than a courtesy chuckle. The rope on the abandoned path in the middle of nowhere that rarely anyone ever walked led along the same path we were on. And well, maybe Eli was right about getting back. To me, it felt more like it was beckoning us forward. From that point on, the twine became our new GPS. Before, Heather had to stop now and then to orient us, but with the rope, it was winding onward in the exact path toward hollow skin. Maybe Jackson was right, but the longer the rope ran, and the more stumps we found it lassoed to, the less it sat right with me. If this trail really was so obscure and unknown, why would someone take the time to hang lines up around it? We'd been down roads far more traveled with fewer safety precautions. Still, I didn't say anything yet. Nobody else seemed bothered by the occurrence, so I left it be, lest I amp up the fear too early into the journey. Turns out, I didn't have to. Our second omen to turn back came another 10 minutes later. We heard our first abnormal noise. Eli and Heather were small talking about the surrounding trees, pointing out a few barkless types that could be considered hollow-skinned. How is that hollow skin? Eli snorted. It would have to be a tree with all bark and no trunk, not the other way around. Whatever. People name things weirdly all the time. Why do we call it a driveway when it's where we park? Eli ignored that excuse and looked around. These trees are pretty weird, though. They look like regular oaks, so why do so many have their bark missing? Maybe termites, or something about this area makes it rot off. Heather fake gasped, then turned back and slapped his shoulder to a halt. Maybe the skin falls to the ground and becomes, get this, hollow. Boo, Eli scoffed. Jackson and I sat listening to their bickering with amused grins, the only other noise being the ambience of our sloshing and the nocturnal fauna. Then it wailed out. It was distant, yet too close for comfort, somewhere just off in the trees beyond our flashlight beams, a shrill, raspy whine. It was low and crackly at first, but slowly whined out to a steady tune after a moment, like somebody slowly scraped at an untuned violin string. It was impossible that we imagined it, because the forest heard it too. The symphony of the night went hushed around us, and our sloshing stopped. All flashlights shot in its direction, and the four of us held perfectly still, not even ripping the water pressed against our pants. We stood that way for what could have been an hour, and the whole time I don't think I heard a single person take a breath. But then water sloshed from behind a tree. At that, I let out a yelp, and Eli swore under his breath. All of us pivoted in the water and took a few steps back, but with the murk pushing back against us, we didn't make it far. Whatever was coming at us was much faster, and we didn't stand a chance. In the chaos, Heather finally managed to shine her beam in its direction to get a clear view of our attacker, and an offended river otter squinted its eyes as we rudely blinded it before ducking away from us and submerging in the water. All of us stopped our frantic thrashing and panted before turning inward to make eye contact. In our wild sprint, we'd all joined Eli among the wet and waterlogged. Slowly, we broke into laughter. Alright, that may be the most terrified I've ever been on one of these expeditions. Jackson chuckled. That scared the piss out of me. Literally, Eli said, looking down. You all may want to clear away. Shut up, Heather splashed him, wiping her own face and sighing. God, when people said they heard things out here, I thought for sure it was just going to be owls or something. What the hell was that? There's no way it was the otter. I chuckled nervously. I was amused by the whole situation myself, but admittedly, I was still pretty freaked. It came from way past it. It could have been a bird call, Jackson pondered, looking back to the shadows we'd heard the sound from. There are some animals that sound creepy like that. Hell, even mountain lions at night sound like women screaming. Maybe, Eli agreed. But whatever it is, I don't think I care to find out. Was that a good enough fill for this trip? We all got a good kick of adrenaline and were soaking wet. So I think that's a win in my book. Finally, having an out, I jumped in. Yeah, honestly, even if that was an animal, I don't know if it's one we want to see. Not if it sounded like that. I think I could chalk that up to ghost proof and be happy. What? Seriously? Heather scoffed. Guys, we've already hiked for an hour. The glade isn't much further. We may as well go the rest of the way. I thought the whole goal was to do what everyone else couldn't, remember? Eli made a face. Heather, did you not just hear that? There's no way you want to go closer to whatever that was. I was just going along with the animal thing to keep from freaking, but it was not natural. It kind of sounded mechanical, Jackson said, like an instrument. Okay, and so what? Heather shrugged with a smile, trying not to seem too eager. I thought the whole reason we did these trips was to find the paranormal, and now that we've finally got something truly weird, we just want to run? Well, the real paranormal is a lot freakier than convincing ourselves we heard something, Eli said. Heather kept her face high for a moment, trying her best to still win us over with confidence. But when she saw that nobody was biting, not even me, she broke with a sigh. Well, I'm still going to go. It can't be more than 5 minutes of walking. Sticking the GPS out, she handed it to Eli. He shook his head. Heather, no way. What? I'll be fine. I can just follow the rope back. I'll be right behind you guys by the time you get back to the car. No, nuh-uh. I know what you're doing, Eli threatened. She cocked her head. What am I doing? You know that if you go alone, we're not going to let you. No, seriously. I want you guys to go back to the car. I don't want you to be miserable out here if you're done. I just really want to know what's up with this place. Heather's eyes fell on me as she said that, and suddenly guilt weighed heavy in my stomach. I sensed she was being genuine, so I shouldn't have felt bad if I wanted to leave, but it wasn't that. Heather was ride or die. She'd followed me into some more places than I could count, and all of it was for nothing. Now, here we were with something that actually had potential, something I'd looked for my entire life, and I was running from its literal call to adventure. What kind of friend would I have been if I had made Heather go at it alone? I'll come too. I spoke softly, a smile turning at my lips. Well, I guess we all go then. Jackson jumped in. We aren't just gonna let you two get lost out here. Heather tried to protest. No, guys, seriously. I don't want you to. Yeah, so noble. Thanks for the offer. Come on, ladies. Eli sighed, brushing past us and following the GPS he now held in his hand. Heather turned back at me with a beaming smile, then quickly faced forward, tagging close behind a grinning Eli. I was happy they were smiling in that moment. Jackson and I were too. I think it was the last moment that any of us ever did. As we approached the glade, patches of land once again became visible among the oaks. They were mainly plateaus of mud and shrubs, nothing stable enough to walk on, but it was at least nice to see land again. Eli was leading now since he had the GPS, but the string was still our guide. Its slimy, slick coat gunked our gloves as we tugged along it, shining our beams in every direction to make sure nothing caught us off guard again. As we moved, that squeal on the horizon kept looping in my head like a bad song, making the skin crawl and itch the closer we got to its source. I imagined how much more chilling it would have been to hear it from the distance we now stood, only a few yards from the grove. Ahead, I could see it. The trees got denser a dozen yards ahead, then beyond, opened up into a small pond the size of a neighborhood cul-de-sac. The trees had been ominous with our lights dancing between them, but somehow the open space was even more foreboding. The still, algae-topped water could hide anything below, and with the fisherman's story still fresh in my mind, I kept thinking about that pale, naked man with soulless eyes rising from the depths. Before we reached it, however, there was one more step. One final chance for us to turn around. Protruding from the water a few yards in front of us, our flashlight skimmed across a small island of muck and pond scum, a plot of land just barely gasping above the surrounding flood. The rope led straight onto the platform, but there was no tree that it was tied around this time. Instead, it roped onto something nestled among the shrubs that contrasted the dark muck harshly. As we approached with caution, I tried to make out what it was, but something paused our progress. "Ow!" Eli suddenly blurted. We all hesitated behind him, and our heads popped out of line to see what the holdup was. "You good, man?" Jackson called. "Yeah, there was just a huge thorn caught on the rope that stuck me. Punched straight through my glove." We broke formation and sloshed forward, gathering around to investigate. Eli held his hand beneath the beam of his light until one of us offered our own, to which he plucked out the pale barb that had stuck into his hand. It was a milky white, and straight like a needle. I furrowed my brow, finding the color and shape odd for a thorn bush, then turned to check the spot in the twine that he'd got bit by. "Oh no," I gasped, running my beam along the rope. The whole thing was covered in them. They weren't all as big as the one that got Eli, but beneath the mud and grime that had been coating the string, I finally saw them, tiny little barbs frayed from their binding. At first I thought the twine was just old and tattered, but the closer I looked, the more I noticed it was by design. The quills all furled out in the direction we'd come from, and as I checked my glove, I noticed there were several that had caught the latex, but not been able to puncture. My breaths grew rapid as I hastily plucked them out and threw them away from me. Eli and Jackson turned to see what I saw, then grew worried looks on their faces. Eli tugged loose his glove and looked down at his palm to find that the spot where he'd been pricked was already turning red and inflamed. The three of us were so confused and horrified that we hadn't even noticed that Heather had stayed a few feet away. Before any of us could commentate on the matter, she called out with utter distress in her voice, "Oh my God!" The three of us turned to her, then looked past where she was looking. On the island, the pale objects in the bushes were finally visible. Bones. More specifically, a rib cage. They were far too large to be a human's, but bones were bones nonetheless. Almost in a trance, we all sloshed closer, our collective hearts banging the same dread-filled drum. It was a cow, large and half stuck in the mud. Its legs had sunk beneath the murk as it collapsed onto its side, leaving only its top half exposed. Its neck ran in a jumbled mess of parts to where its skull lay half peering out at us. But all of that was only the parts that we could confidently make out. Because while it was clearly a cow's skeleton, something was horribly wrong with it. Scraps of flesh and fur still clung to bits and pieces of it, as well as a strange, spongy red meat, porous with holes and glistening in our lights. Its bones in places along the rib cage had seemingly grown outward, fusing together at spots to make solid bridges, almost like a barrel of bone and marrow. All of that maybe could have been explained away by strange decomposition conditions, or a birth defect, but what we couldn't deny was what covered the rest of it. Along its femurs and spinal cords were strange bubbles in the bone, bumps like the burls on a tree. Half its skull was unrecognizable this way, a cloud of strange lumps like its face had boiled into a froth, then hardened. Bubbles was a very intentional word choice, because that's exactly what they were. Certain parts of the bone had cracked and fallen away, showing that the lumps were hollow. It was as if the beast liquefied, then hardened in a matter of moments. None of us had any words, and none of us could move, only stare down at the abhorrent thing glued to the swamp floor beneath our feet. I remember as we all tried to process what we were seeing, I could only muster one single horrifying thought. A body this decayed would have certainly been sunken underneath the water, during the flood. That meant it was fresh, and somehow still missing its skin. How did a cow get out here? Heather muttered. Why does it look like that? Jackson tried to bring us back down with logic, his comforting form of denial. Still, the frantic shudder in his breath betrayed his words. It must have been a pasture cow that wandered off from a nearby field. The swamp gases, maybe it messed with its decomposition. Swamp gases? Heather laughed with no humor to her tone. Jackson, you need nuclear waste to do that to a body. What is this? I don't know. I cut in. But we've seen enough. We need to leave. Now. Heather looked down at the body with wide eyes and shallow breath, nodding in agreement. Seeing her go from so adamant to continue to downright petrified only compounded my fear. I had never seen the girl so afraid in my entire life. If even she felt something was wrong, then something was undoubtedly wrong. Finally, we were all in agreement to leave, but even though we'd taken that last chance, it was too late. A sloshing from the clearing ahead made us all jump and stagger back. Whipping our beams up into the shadow, the sprawling pool before us ignited beneath the ghastly white beams of our flashlights. And there it emerged, a pale figure wearing no clothes, mouth agape and dark sockets staring holes through us. The man from the story hadn't done the horror justice. Its skin was loose and haggard on its skeleton, like it was nothing more than a cheap rubber suit, and its hair was greasy and foul. Its feet were still hidden below the water, but its fingers were nothing more than limp, dangling flaps that dripped marsh water as it slowly rose from the pond. It wasn't until I noticed the dark spots on various parts of its form that I realized its true nature. Dark spots, like its sockets. They weren't marks or black, soulless eyes. They were holes. Holes in a suit of skin stretched up on some unseen skeleton rising out of the water. Its open mouth and sunken brow suddenly looked less like a haunting wail, and more like a horrified scream frozen in time, a cry for help that never came. As its feet crested the water, those awful, flayed feet that flapped loosely in the night breeze, I saw what was holding it up. A mountain of that spongy red meat soaked in mud and algae, a tangle of white, curved bone winding up and disappearing in its hollow puppet. Pale, worming tendrils waved from the holes in the crimson flesh, not dissimilar to the ones on the rope we'd been holding up, and my stomach turned over in my gut. That wasn't the end, though. In the fraction of a moment that I was able to take all of that in, more bubbles began to froth in the clearing around us. From the water rose even more suits of skin, all with the same desperate, wailing expression gasping at their face. Men, women, animals of every kind that were stretched in abnormal ways. As if whatever was holding them up didn't quite know what to make of their various forms. I prayed that the smaller human suits I saw weren't what I believed them to be. None of us screamed or made a sound. We just turned to run. The water had never felt thicker as we splashed into it, making a break back the way we'd come. I turned over my shoulder, horrified that I might see the figures gliding through the swamp after us, but instead I saw something worse. Eli wasn't moving. He was still perched on the island, staring vacantly off into the bog. I could see by his posture that he wasn't sharing the same fear that we were. In fact, he looked almost calm. "Eli, let's move," I shouted, my voice breaking with utter terror. Still, it scared me more that he didn't move. He didn't even flinch. I knew then and there that something was wrong. Whatever was in that water had him already, and it was too late. Still, I began charging back. We couldn't leave him. Not here. Not with these things. My boots sloshed out of the water back onto the mud just in time to see the full horror set before me. Dozens of bodies, conglomerated together, flies flocking and buzzing in and out of their holes, like some sick sort of hive. Then in the middle of them, one last body bubbled up. It wasn't human this time, nor animal. It was pure, incomprehensible flesh, a mountain of soaking meat filled with excited white worms that squirmed and danced in the hot swamp air. Spines and large ribs stuck out from its serpentine mass. That stiffness had been stolen. They seemed to shift and writhe beneath my flashlight like tentacles, snapping straight at random and releasing harsh clacks. From its center spread large blankets of red tissue, almost like petals on a flower, and they too seemed to jitter and vibrate in the air like it was alive. Its head was nowhere at all, just a large, gaping pit, plunging into a darkness of its body, a darkness that several pale ropes ran into. The string that we'd been following went taut, and from the water arose even more, running off into the woods in every direction. I felt mad looking at the creature, my brain hardly fathoming that something so horrifying might exist. Unable to bear it any longer, I reached out for Eli's hand. "Eli, please, let go." My palm gripped around his hand, the one that had been pricked with the thorn, and my body went numb as it crumbled in my grasp. The skin wadded in on itself, like I was grabbing a latex glove filled with water, and inside I could feel hard bits floating around like chunks in a stew. Bile would have risen to my throat if it could, my swirling brain unable to take any more. But I was shocked numb as Eli turned back to me, his face vacant and blank, and his eyes pouring blood. Behind him, the vile flower of flesh and bone released a sound from its pit that vibrated my teeth and made my head pound, a sound like a coarse violin string being scraped. Eli turned back to it, as if in a trance, then began moving closer into the water, his skin sagging as he went. I could barely move as tears streamed down my cheeks, the image of my friend sinking below the murk, etching into my memory for the rest of my days. A harsh yank from my right brought me back down to reality, and I turned to see Heather tugging me along, her own face slick with tears and snot. She called out to me, but I couldn't hear her. The world had gone silent. Still, her expression demanded loudly without sound, and my body followed it instinctively. Run. So we did. I don't know how long or how fast, but we simply ran. Eli had the GPS, which meant we had no clue which way we were going, but it didn't matter. So long as it was away from that thing at the heart of the glade, it didn't matter. My legs had been aching from the miles of water we'd already pushed through, but they were in a whole new pain as they pumped to their absolute limit. It felt like running in a dream, that slow, painful slosh away from something out to tear us limb from limb. Even if the thing wasn't giving a proper chase, which none of us dared to look back and check, there was still the ropes. Each spear of our legs into the water was a heart-pounding gamble. Each push forward was filled with dread that we might feel the prickly tongues of the living flesh catch our guts, and turn us into the same living soup that it had to Eli. His name hurt to think. It hurt even more with each step we ran away from him, leaving him to whatever fate had swallowed him whole. I don't remember when I blacked out, or for how long, but when I woke up, it was to a flurry of family, doctors, and police. Apparently the three of us had been found collapsed on the side of a road near the swamp's edge, covered in blood and rambling incoherently. None of us remembered this, too exhausted to even think past that point. Once we were checked over and released from medical care, it was straight to the police. They asked us what had happened and where Eli was, but we didn't have a good answer for them. There was none to either question. We tried to tell the truth. We knew how it sounded and we knew how they would react, but it was worth a shot. The concerned looks and skeptical glances between the officers told us all we needed to know. There was one thing I noticed, however, a look on the sheriff's face when I brought up the name Hollow Skin Grove. It was recognition. It was a small flicker of fear. As quickly as I noticed it, however, the man smoothed it away to never return. Still, as I talked, I could sense it behind his gaze. Something deeper than skepticism. Whether my insight was correct or not, it didn't matter. Our story was never entertained. And in the end, the whole thing was ruled as group mania. A hallucination induced by a collective panic we'd gotten while lost in the swamp. And Eli? Searches were conducted over the next few weeks, but of course a body was never found. Not that I believe in the efforts that were claimed to have been made. When his parents kept pushing that they search until at least a corpse turned up, the police finally released an official statement. An alligator. A rogue gator had migrated north and found its way into the country, settling in the swamp and yanking unsuspecting hikers into the murk. They were convincing about it too. Even hauled the corpse of a gator they must have shot down south, up and paraded it out of the forest to back their story. I like to think that Eli would have found it all funny if he were still here. He ended up being right about the crocs all along. He's not here though, and of course, none of us are laughing. Jackson hasn't been able to get out of bed for the last few months. I'm pretty much the same. Heather blames herself for what happened. Of course, how could she not? Still, I don't fault her too much. Even if it was her who urged us to keep going, we had no idea what was sleeping in those waters, what horror was lying beneath the pond. We do now, though. We know far too much. I suppose that's why I'm writing this, because unlike the others, we did what we had set out to do. We went to the end of Hollowskin Grove and found out what was there. So despite what you see about it hushed whispers on forums, and in the quiet corners of the internet, I'm begging you, if you're a thrill seeker like we once were, don't go to Hollowskin Grove. I assure you, whatever it is you'll find there is more horror than you ever want to witness. Every year, in the weeks leading up to Halloween, my mom used to take my sister and I to the pumpkin patch at Walbach Farm. It was a popular seasonal attraction, a family-owned vegetable farm about a half-hour's drive from the suburbs where I grew up in Missouri. Many locals remember it fondly, but I recently learned that I am the reason it was shut down for good. One of the biggest attractions at Walbach Farm was the haystack maze. They had a haunted hayride and pumpkin carving and corn mazes too. Every upstanding pumpkin patch does. But only Walbach touted a pair of monumental, sprawling haystack mazes as the main event. Most haystack mazes are nothing to write home about. The walls are usually only a few feet high, so short that most kids are able to peer over the top of them. But the haystack mazes at Walbach were different. These were massive, fully enclosed structures. Skeletons made of wooden pallets and chicken wire with bales of hay stacked all around to form a series of branching tunnels on the inside. Giant straw pyramids, a bona fide feat of farmhand engineering. There were two mazes, a smaller one for younger kids, and a bigger, more complicated one for the teenagers. Of course I wanted to go in the bigger one, but anyone younger than 13 had to be accompanied by somebody older. My big sister clearly thought she was too grown up for the whole pumpkin patch thing, opting to sit on one of the swing sets and pick away at her Game Boy, while my mom joined me on an exhibition of the kids' maze. She held my hand as we ducked through the main entrance of the maze. The opening led straight into a central area with the first tunnel attached to it. It was much bigger than any other space inside the pyramid, with enough headroom that even an adult could stand straight up. Since the haystack maze had a roof made of wooden pallets and hay, it was pitch black inside. I was 10 at the time, and a bit of a scaredy cat, 4 years younger than my sister, and deeply afraid of the dark. As scared as I was at the darkness of the haystack maze, I was excited for the opportunity to try out my new flashlight. It was just a small plastic piece of crap that they gave to all of the kids at my dad's company barbecue, but I was absolutely blown away by it. The flashlight was hand-powered. A small crank protruded from the back end that you had to turn to charge up the battery. This was well before smartphones came around, so it was the perfect breed of gimmicky device to boggle my early 2000s kid mind. Watch this. I flicked my flashlight on, extremely proud of how bright it was. I had spent the whole car ride there winding it up, getting as much juice in it as possible. My mom acted super impressed. I stuck to her like glue for the first few minutes. The tunnels were much smaller than the first room, meant to be navigated by crouching or crawling. Some tunnels had wooden ramps leading up to a second level. Eventually I got more comfortable and started running ahead, scoping out possible dead ends while my mom crawled behind me. Even with my mom there, it felt a little eerie. Being surrounded on all sides by thick bales of hay had a sort of noise-canceling effect. All of the footsteps around us sounded muffled, and I could clearly hear my own breathing despite being surrounded by other kids. The air was hot and stuffy and claustrophobic. The kids' maze was well occupied, but there were still some empty pockets here and there, routes that were clearly dead ends after just a few steps. I made a point to check every nook and cranny. As I peered around the corner of one of these dead ends, the beam of my flashlight met a sign that made my heart drop. A small boy sat huddled in the corner, facing away from me. His shoulders shook, and he whipped his head around as soon as I appeared. My flashlight hit his face, and I saw tears on his cheeks. He looked only a year or two younger than myself, clearly overstimulated by the whole affair. He brought his knees closer up to his chin, and silently wiped his eyes with his sleeve. "Hi, honey." My mom had caught up with me. "Are you lost?" She had the sweetest voice. The boy nodded. "Is your mom with you?" He shook his head, fresh tears welling up in his eyes. I could tell he was embarrassed, and I felt bad for him. "We're lost too," I said, holding my hand out. The boy smiled, took my hand, and picked himself up off the ground. "What's your name?" my mom asked. "Henry." "Nice to meet you, Henry. Do you have a flashlight?" "It died." He held out a small Buzz Lightyear themed flashlight and flipped the switch to demonstrate how its batteries had failed him. "That's okay. Simon can share his. Right, Simon?" I nodded, jumping at any excuse to show off my favorite gadget. "You know," my mom said leadingly, "there's a secret trick we can use to find our way out of here." Henry and I leaned in. My mom stuck her right hand out to the side, touching the wall of hay next to her. "This maze isn't very big. There's only so many ways we can go. We only get lost if we lose track of what we've checked already. So if we pick one wall and keep following it no matter what, we'll find our way out." Looking back, her method was far from perfect. The stick-to-one-wall approach might work if you applied it from the very start of a maze, but because we were already inside, the wall to our right could have easily been a freestanding divider fully contained within. Doing this could have led us in circles if the maze were complex enough. Fortunately for us, the kids' maze was intentionally straightforward. With the three of us sticking to one wall, we found the exit in just a few minutes. Henry's mother was waiting for us on the other side, looking worried. She exchanged niceties with my mom, thanking her for helping Henry out. She said that he had insisted on tackling the maze without her. I felt a sting of shame knowing that this kid, who was younger than me, had proven himself more independent. Henry and I spent the rest of the day running around together. We did the corn maze, sat next to each other on a hayride, even went back through the kids' haystack maze again. I used to get picked on a lot, so it was nice to make a new friend outside of school. After making our way out of the kids' maze a third time, we decided that we were ready for something more challenging. We begged our moms to take us inside the bigger maze, but they waved away the idea, tuckered out from the day's events. "What if Zoe took us?" I asked, prompting my sister to tear her attention away from Fire Emblem for the first time all day. "Right, like I want to go running around in the dark with a couple of kids." Zoe's words cut me, though I didn't think she meant for them to come out as harshly as they did. Upon seeing my face fall, she begrudgingly agreed to join us. A freckle-faced farm boy wearing a Grim Reaper cloak over his blue jeans stood watch at the entrance of the PG-13 haystack maze. He told Zoe to stay by our sides at all times. This maze started just like the kids' maze, with a big open chamber and a single tunnel leading forward, though there was a clear sense of larger scale. Zoe plopped down on a haystack bench and flipped her Game Boy back open. Aren't you coming with us?" I stuttered. "Why did you want to do this if you're too chicken to go in yourself?" She groaned. Henry shifted uncomfortably on the balls of his feet. "I'm not chicken," I said, puffing my chest out. "Just come get me when you're done," she said. "Won't that guy know you didn't stay with us when we go back through the front?" She laughed. "Like I care about getting in trouble with some hick." And with that, I flicked my flashlight back on. Henry and I steeled ourselves and set off down the first tunnel. Right off the bat, I could tell there were way less people in the maze. Faint footsteps from above were few and far between. We only passed one other group of people after the first fork. A teenage boy eyed us down as we passed, likely guessing we weren't supposed to be there alone. Henry's company washed away a lot of the unease, but I quickly realized that we were in over our heads. It didn't take long for us to get turned around. "Maybe we should go back and try from the start," said Henry. "Nah," I said, not wanting to admit that I didn't remember the route we took. "This place isn't that big. I bet we're almost there." We passed the same group of teenagers again. It was a good indicator that we were going in circles, but we were both too timid to ask for help. I cranked the flashlight's battery a bit as we hit a dead end after dead end. It wasn't showing any signs of losing power, but the fear of losing our only light source was starting to dawn on me. "Are we supposed to go this way?" Henry's question broke my train of thought. I followed his pointer finger to the wall with the beam of my flashlight and saw a small gap in the haystacks. Some of the hallways in that maze were pretty cramped, but this was the smallest opening we had come across. So small, in fact, that I had walked right past it. To answer his question, I wasn't sure. The entrance was no bigger than 3 feet tall. Even we would have to get down on all fours to fit through it, and it didn't seem likely that the people who built this thing would expect teenagers to fit through it all. The hole was just small enough to appear unintentional, but just big enough to suggest that it was the way forward. "Can't hurt to try," I said. Henry was a head shorter than me, so he went in first. I squeezed through behind him, holding the flashlight out in front of me. The opening was deceptively deep, stretching far enough to be considered a tunnel on its own. Henry stopped in his tracks halfway through, wary of its unexpected length. "You're sure this is part of it?" Henry called over his shoulder. "Look, there's an opening right there." I pushed him forward. The small tunnel led out in the middle of a standard-sized one. As Henry came out the other side, I heard a muffled laugh and some scampering footsteps above us. Henry stumbled as he tried to get on his feet, falling back into me. I was still crawling out of the shortcut, and he fell right onto my outstretched arm holding the flashlight. Snap. My heart sank as the flashlight was sandwiched between Henry and the dirt. It didn't go out, but when he rolled off of it, I saw that the hand crank used to charge it had completely broken off. I frantically started rooting around in the hay for the handle. "Is everything okay?" Henry asked, his voice shaky. My hand found the little plastic knob. Yeah, everything's okay." I went to pop the crank back into place, only to find that it had snapped off in a way that was truly irreparable. The handle left behind a good chunk of plastic in the hole that it had been dislodged from. I tried forcing it back in, but it just plopped right back out when I went to turn it. I heard Henry's breath quicken. "It's okay," I assured him. Before now, our age difference had seemed negligible, but all of a sudden, I felt that it was my responsibility to calm his nerves. "Look, I can still turn it like this." I plugged the hole with my finger and started twisting it. There was only about a millimeter of open space left for my finger to latch onto, but it provided just enough leverage for me to rotate the disc like a rotary phone dial. As the mechanism whirred, jagged remnants of the plastic crank dug into my skin. I winced and withdrew my finger, but Henry seemed convinced. I helped Henry back up to his feet. Come on, we'll be out of here in no time. I couldn't have been more wrong. After going through that opening in the hay, we walked for what felt like an hour. Occasionally, we would hit a fork in the road and pick a way forward at random. We tried doubling back to the small tunnel that had led us here, but we never came across that opening again. Eventually, the flashlight started to dim. It was a slow fade. By the time I realized what was happening, our visibility had been cut in half. I tried to charge it as much as I could bear to, rotating fingers until all of them were bright red and stinging. There wasn't much use to it. The mechanism ran off kinetic energy, and I could only get in a few turns at a time before the tips of my fingers would rub raw. We started calling out at any footsteps from the floor above us, but those had become even more infrequent. The slow depreciation of our flashlight went completely unspoken for what seemed like forever. Neither one of us wanted to bring it up. I only know that he saw it too, because the more it dimmed, the more our pace quickened. We were full-on sprinting through the maze. At that point, we could barely see more than a foot ahead of us. I made a turn and Henry missed it, running headfirst into a wall of hay. He fell backwards onto his butt. Tears started streaming down his cheeks for the second time that day. "Simon, we're lost," he cried. I know. I could barely choke the words out. Our light was rapidly depleting, like the dying embers of a campfire. Henry screamed for his mom. I did the same. I felt sick to my stomach, but too hungry to vomit. My body was aching and out of breath, but the maze was far from done with us. I started cranking the flashlight with my finger as fast as I could. The bulb shot back to life, but I could only push past the pain for a few seconds. As soon as I took my finger out, it immediately started to dim again. The battery was too far gone, and the skin on the tip of my finger was in a nasty state. Henry was hyperventilating, clawing at a solid wall of hay and screaming like a maniac. "Henry?" He didn't even hear me over the sounds of his despair. "Henry!" I grabbed him by the shoulders, letting the flashlight fall at our feet. It illuminated us from below as I pulled him close to address him face to face while I still could. "Henry, the light is gonna go out," I finally admitted. He burst into a tirade of shrieking sobs. Snot and tears caked his face. It broke my heart seeing what little faith he had left completely drained from his eyes. A knot sat high in the back of my throat. My mind raced for the right words as his face faded from my view. What would my mom say? "It's going to be dark, and it's going to be scary," I said, doing my best to steady my voice. "I know we're lost, but we can still get out." No. "Henry, there has to be a way out, and even if we can't find it, it's only a matter of time before everyone comes looking for us." I grabbed his hand, and I stuck it to the wall right next to us. "We'll keep walking, and we'll make it to the end no matter what." The luminescent bulb's final glimmer sunk into his eyes. "Henry, will you walk with me?" His pupils disappeared into the dark. "Yes." And with that, the light was completely snuffed out. I'm realizing now that I may not have been descriptive enough earlier. When the flashlight went out, we were cast into a darkness the likes of which I've never known before or since. Every wall and ceiling was packed thick with bales of hay. Even in the middle of the day, not an inkling of sunlight was able to pierce through the layers upon layers of crisscrossing straw. If somebody held their finger an inch away from your open eye, you would have no way of knowing it was there. Compounded with the hay's soundproofing quality, we were essentially lost in a labyrinth sensory deprivation chamber. I let Henry cry out for a while. When he finally spoke again, I could hear the resolve in his voice. "Okay, let's go." I kept my hand pinned to the wall as I stood up and instructed him to do the same. After a moment to collect ourselves, we set off again. It took a long time for us to adapt to the darkness. Just putting one foot in front of the other was a challenge. Henry kept bumping into me from behind, as we were completely unable to sync up our strides. We walked slow and steady. After walking headfirst into a left turn, I took to keeping my other arm stretched out in front of me. I started calling out turns as we came across them, not wanting to overshoot and risk taking my hand off of the wall. We took lots of breaks. The feeling of pins and needles crept into our outstretched arms frequently. We didn't talk any more than we had to, outside of calling out turns. I kept my thoughts to myself. My ears rang in the sickening silence. I felt some slight comfort in hearing Henry's feet dragging behind me, though it was entirely outweighed by a dread which grew exponentially with each passing second. We just kept going, and going, and going. Winding paths forked into more winding paths. We circled dead end after dead end. We weaved our way through countless corners and endless entrails, walking, and walking, and walking still, and as we walked, things started to change. First, I felt it in my feet. The ground beneath us became firm. I thought we had made our way into some wooden boards, but when I knelt down, I still felt dirt. I still felt dirt, but the dirt felt different. It felt as if the dry soil was giving way to a more solid material, slowly rising from the earth as we advanced. The walls started to feel different too. Strands of hay began to feel sparse until the bouncy, dry texture was replaced by the smooth, cold feel of cobblestone. Even the air started to feel less stuffy. "Simon, do you feel it?" I didn't have to ask what he meant. "Yeah, let's stop for a second." I plugged my finger back into the flashlight, which I had fastened to my belt loop since it went out. I took a deep breath and started turning. Once again, the plastic bit into my finger. The hallway lit up around us. I was terrified to learn the details of our new surroundings. Somehow, as soon as we could see again, my fears were redirected in a way that I could never have predicted. As light filled the area, the feeling of hay and dirt beneath our feet returned. The walls, the ceiling, it was all hay. The stuffiness and stillness returned, as though the air around us reverted back to that of the haystack maze. Henry looked ghoulish, sweaty and covered in dirt, desperation in his eyes. I'm sure I looked just as bad. I pulled my finger out of the flashlight when it drew blood, and the light started to die once more. As the room around us disappeared from view, the feeling of the cold, stony atmosphere returned. There were no words to be said. I couldn't bring myself to believe the reality of where we were, and I couldn't fathom the possibility of where we might end up. Henry whimpered as we were cast back into unequivocal darkness. "I don't like this," Henry said. "Let's go back." "Back the way we came?" "Yeah." I racked my brain for a better idea. "Okay." We turned on our heels, swapping hands on the wall. I had no faith left in the wall method, but clinging to it was the only way for us to retain some sense of direction. I think we were doing it for comfort more than anything. Henry was now in the lead, taking us back the way we came. I expected the familiar feeling of hay beneath our feet to return as we retraced our steps, but that feeling did not come. If anything, the following hours made it even more clear that no matter which way we went, each step took us further into parts unknown. I heard the sound of our shoes against the hard stone reverberating more and more as we continued. Our steps accumulated a sizable echo, suggesting that we had ventured into some sort of wide-open space the size of a coliseum. I even felt a cold breeze. I stuck my free arm out to the right in an attempt to reach the other side of the tunnel, but it only found open air. I felt numb to the surrealism of the situation. I had abandoned all disbelief hours ago. Even if we had spent a significant amount of time walking in circles, there was no way we couldn't have stumbled across the exit by now. The texture of the wall and the feel of the room continued to evolve as we walked. The air became thick and dry once more. The stone texture beneath my fingertips began to soften, until it felt akin to some sort of crumbling, sedimentary rock. I heard the sound of crackling fire, as if large torches lined the wall above our heads. Yet they cast no light, and we felt no warmth from the invisible flames. Thunk. I grunted as I ran right into Henry, sandwiching him against a wall in front of us. It had been so long since we hit a turn. I guess we had stopped holding a hand out ahead of him. My nose smacked into the back of his head. Stars danced in my eyes. The force almost knocked my hand off the wall, but I managed to keep hold of it. "Shoot," I said, rubbing my nose with my free hand. "Are you okay?" He didn't respond. My heart started pounding ferociously. Henry, are you there?" "Yes," he squeaked, his voice barely a whisper. Whatever we had just hit, it had shaken him to his core. "What is it?" I pleaded. I jumped as I heard a whisper directly in my ear. It was Henry's voice. I hadn't heard him inch closer. His words were barely audible, but they punched me right in the gut. "I think it's a door." I stood speechless for an eternity. "Are you sure?" I whispered. I felt his hand grip my wrist. I instinctively ripped it away from him. "Sorry." "Go in front of me," he said, still keeping his voice low. I felt him squeeze underneath my armpit to get behind me. I steadied my breath, took a step forward, and stuck out my left hand. It was met with a wall of solid wood. I could feel the coarse, splintery grain as soon as my fingertips hit its surface. Hairs rose on the back of my neck. I slid my hand to the position where I would expect to find a doorknob, and I found one. The metal was warm, an unnerving juxtaposition to the cool air we had been experiencing as of late. I didn't try to turn it. In school they told us that when a door handle is warm, that means there's a fire on the other side. That was reason enough for me to not open the door, but it wasn't the only one. A foreboding sense of anticipation crept up my spine as soon as my hand felt the knob. I can't explain it, but I could tell that there was someone, or something, standing right on the other side of that door, waiting for us to open it. I took my hand off the knob. "Let's turn back around," I whispered, not wanting to question or even acknowledge our horrifying discovery. "Okay," Henry replied, likely feeling the same. Even now I have no idea how long we were actually in that maze for. I tried counting as high as I could to pass the time, and I stopped somewhere in the thousands. Hours felt like minutes, but seconds felt like days. Realistically, we had only been without food or water for a handful of hours, but I'm sure that the time we spent running around in a panic had expedited our hunger and dehydration. We took breaks more frequently. Blisters had formed on my heels. My knees felt like they might buckle beneath me at any moment. I began to miss the sweat on my forehead that had stung my eyes while we were in the thick air of the haystacks. I began to wonder if we would walk for days until exhaustion overtook us. "I need to go to the bathroom," said Henry. His voice took me by surprise. I figured he had already gone in his pants like I had, but I guess he had been holding it the whole time. "Okay," I said, slowing to a stop. "I'm gonna go a couple steps ahead. Call me when you're done." I did as I said, sinking down to a crouch with my back against the wall as he did his business. As I heard the sounds of his relief, a ping of revelation struck me. I slapped my hand against the cold stone of the ground, and heard no echo ring out after. Wherever we were now, the lacking acoustics suggested that tunnel had become narrow again. I heard Henry pull up his zipper, and I walked back towards him. "I think we should try to touch the other wall," I said. "What?" "I think the tunnel is small now. We should try to get to the other wall, and see if that leads us out." He didn't have to think about it long. The path we were already on hadn't helped. "Keep your hand on this one," I said, finding his shoulder again, "and stretch out as far as you can." I felt him spread his arms wide, and I followed his left arm out into the middle of the hallway that I hoped we were standing in. We locked hands, and I stretched as far away from the wall as I could, begging for the tip of my middle finger to brush against another wall. But that other wall wasn't there, and in my strain to find it, I accidentally pulled Henry too far. Suddenly we were falling to the right, the opposite direction from which we had been leaning. I toppled on top of Henry in the space where the wall had been a split second ago. My palm stuck the cold, hard ground, catching me just before my face would have hit it. Henry wasn't so lucky. I heard him groan as the back of his head smacked against the floor hard as granite. "Are you okay?" I screamed out. He moaned. "Did you let go of the wall?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "Just for a second," he mumbled. I shot to my feet and frantically started shuffling around in the dark, waving my arms out in front of me like a zombie. I didn't feel anything. The wall was gone. Our only tie to the maze had vanished into thin air the second we let it out of our touch. Tears flowed. I screamed as loud as I could. I screamed for my mom. I screamed for God. Nobody answered. I felt Henry curl up on the ground by my feet. As my voice broke, I collapsed on top of him, molding us into a human heap of misery. We sat there in silence for quite a while. Henry, tired and completely consumed by the darkness. I have no words to describe the complete and utter hopelessness I felt. Henry laid his head on my lap. I felt his tears soak into the fabric of my jeans. I brushed a comforting hand through Henry's hair, and I felt a warm, sticky substance oozing out of the back of his head. My stomach sank through the floor. "Henry?" "Yeah," he replied, his voice broken and faint. "Are you sure you're okay?" His grip on me loosened a bit. "Yeah." I let that sit for a moment. "Do you want to keep walking?" I asked. I felt him lightly shake his head no against my lap. "You want to stay here?" He nodded. "Okay, we'll wait for them to come find us." Henry's breathing became labored. I sat and stroked his hair and closed my eyes. This is where we would die. I was sure of it. After everything that we had been through, it didn't seem that bad. We had slipped into a crack between worlds, lost in a boundless, incomprehensible void, betrayed by our reality, forgotten by our God. There was nothing left to do but sit and cry and wait. And then, out of the dark, we heard him. At first, he was just a pair of creeping footsteps in the distance. They appeared so subtly that I didn't even process them until they were almost upon us. I thought they were a trick of my imagination, but sure enough, a deep, booming voice soon rang out to accompany them. "You boys lost?" The sound of another voice was so unnatural to me. Maybe it was the hunger or the exhaustion or the pure emotional turmoil, but I swear the voice sounded exactly like my father's. "Dad?" Henry called out from my lap. A low chuckle split the air. "No, I'm not your father," the shadow man cooed. "I'm just a friend." As he inched closer, I heard that our visitor was not alone. His footsteps were joined by those of a four-legged animal. Claw tips clacking against the hard floor suggested it was some sort of large dog. Suddenly, his animalistic companion bounded towards us. I braced myself and pulled Henry close to my chest as I felt the cold, wet prodding of a large snout against our bodies. Sniffing and snorting like that of a basset hound filled the air. I could hear a large metal chain dangling from its neck, the other end no doubt held by the mysterious man. "You boys seem mighty lost," he said. On the surface, he sounded concerned, but the more he talked and the closer he got to us, I sensed a jovial undercurrent in his words, like someone trying their best to suppress a smile. "Can you get us out of here?" Henry pleaded. "Of course I can," said the man. He was now standing right in front of us. "I came here to collect you." I heard the basset hound go off towards the spot where Henry had relieved himself earlier. It sniffed around a bit before returning to us. I heard the chain settle as it sat at its master's heel. "How can you see us?" I asked, my voice raspy. "Do you have a flashlight?" "Don't need one," the man said, a slight twinge of annoyance in his voice. "I've done my fair share of rooting around in the dark. Guess my eyes have adjusted to it." I tried to visualize what he might look like. I did my best to keep the nondescript shape of a man's face in my mind as he spoke. But the dancing fuzz of my vision kept contorting his features into something unnatural. I heard a shuffling, and the proximity of the man's voice When he next spoke, suggested that he had knelt down to address us. "You're in a rough shape," the Shadow Man sighed. "Please get us out of here," Henry moaned, barely audible. "Well," said the man, "I sure would like to, but I can only take one of you at a time." I couldn't believe my ears. "What do you mean?" I pressed. "Why can't you take both of us with you?" "The boy is far too hurt. Trying to manage both of you at once would just slow us down," the man said, his voice rife with false emotional strain. "Wish there was another way, but that's just how it is." "What are you talking about?" I growled. "I'll walk right behind you." "I said no," he boomed. His baritone shook my body so hard that my teeth clattered. "One child at a time, that's the rule," he growled. He sounded exasperated at the notion, as if the rule were not to his own design. My gut told me not to follow this man anywhere, but the thought of being separated from Henry petrified me. The man let out another deep sigh. "Don't you worry. As long as you stay right where you are, I'll be able to get you just fine. What do you say, son?" I was scared and confused and filled with a million questions, but far too weak to protest further. Despite my complete lack of sight, I felt the unmistakable aura of an outstretched hand in front of me. I went to meet it, and upon feeling the leathery flesh of his palm, an icy jolt of terror shot through my veins. I had been trying as hard as I could to keep the basic image of a human man's face in my mind, but in that moment, the dancing specks behind my eyes insisted on warping those features into something horrifying. I tried hard not to imagine him as a towering, slender figure with spindly arms that stretched multiple yards long, so long that he had to fold them over thrice like the crooked legs of an exotic bird, just to offer his hand to me this close in proximity. I tried not to imagine a robust pot-belly jutting out of his otherwise slender frame, covered in thick black fur, and hanging low over his legs, which were just as long as his arms, and folded up like an accordion. I tried not to imagine his face as a grunt, eyeless visage with dark, rugged skin stretched tight around an impossibly wide grin. I tried not to imagine a pair of ivory horns atop his head that spiraled several feet up towards the heavens. I tried and tried and tried to keep that ghastly depiction out of my head. But for as long as he held my hand in his, it persisted in my mind's eye, as if it were an unquestionable truth. I withdrew my hand from his grasp, awestruck with a terror that I cannot possibly describe. I pulled Henry as close as I humanly could, and I whispered directly into his ear, "Henry, I don't think we should go with him. I think we should stay here." The man definitely heard me, but he didn't react. He remained crouched in front of us, skeletal fingers held out in offer. "I want my mom," Henry whispered. He felt limp, like a rag doll in my arms. "Please, son, I reckon he ain't got much time left," taunted the Shadow Man. I had no tears left to cry. Henry was dying in my arms. Whatever might happen to him, should I let him go, he wouldn't last much longer here. I loosened my grip as I felt Henry's arm leave my lap. I whimpered and felt him being tugged away. "Don't worry," the man sneered. "I'll carry you." I heard the hound pull at its chain and set off into the dark. The footsteps of the man followed behind it. "You stay put," I heard him call over his shoulder. "I'll come back for you later." I curled up in a ball as the footsteps became increasingly faint. My mind raced with the possible outcomes of my decision. What awaited Henry in the arms of the Shadow Man? Did he really intend to help? Or had Henry just met a terrible fate? My thoughts were bombarded with untold horrors that might be in store. I imagined Henry's blood-curdling screams at the hands of the conniving specter. I could sense his suffering. I could hear his torment. I could feel his blood on my hands. I don't know what possessed me to finally get back on my feet. Maybe it was pure adrenaline, or my fear of the Shadow Man. But the newfound isolation was a big enough push for my survival instincts to fully kick in. I was struck with the sudden, intense realization that I had to get myself out of that maze. whatever the cost. I shot up so fast I nearly keeled over. I fumbled around for the carabiner, latched onto my belt loop, and freed my flashlight from its clasp. I took a deep breath and shoved the mangled tip of my pointer finger back into the hole. It was time for a Hail Mary. I gritted my teeth and began to spin the dial like my life depended on it. Needles of pain shot up my arm as I fed the mechanism with my suffering. Every second the plastic shards dug into my skin felt like a hot lick of hellfire, but I viciously worked it round and round until the room began to illuminate. Once again, the sight of the hay walls and a dirt floor began to creep into view. But that wasn't all this time. As the light brought me out of the dark, endless void, I began to hear muffled voices and footsteps all around me for the first time in days. They were looking for me. They were looking for us. A wave of relief crashed over me, but it stole my mind from the task at hand. My cranking had slowed, and the light began to dim again. As it faded, so did the sounds of my salvation. I was slipping away back into the dark. I took off running, the promise of rescue, reinvigorating my work in the flashlight. I winced as it shredded my skin, alternating fingers until each one was coated by the steady drip of flesh blood. I cried out as much as I could, my voice raspy from overuse and dehydration. I ducked and weaved, desperate to make contact with someone, lest I fall back into the darkness. I turned a corner and finally I was met with the glow of another flashlight. I dropped to my knees, letting the bloody hunk of plastic clatter to the ground. Beams of light bounced toward me, accompanied by the worried cries of my rescuers. The next thing I remember was waking up in the arms of a stranger. Daylight scorched my retinas as a teenager carried me out of the maze. It seemed impossible for the sun to still be up, but the time spent was the farthest thing from my mind. Through a blur of tears, I saw my mother frantically screaming at a bunch of farmhands. My sister shrank behind her, face snow-white with guilt. A crowd of people was forming around them. Whoever found me hadn't been searching for long. I barely remember anything that happened once I was out of the maze. I remember being delivered into my mother's arms. I remember how tightly she held me, while I told the firefighters about everything that had happened in the maze. I remember my sister crying profusely. I remember waiting there past sunset while a team of first responders and farmers dismantled the haystack maze bale by bale. I remember Henry's mom pacing back and forth as the layers were slowly peeled away. I remember her screaming and bawling, and slamming her fists in the dirt when they removed the last haystack. And Henry was nowhere to be found. I remember all of that now, but to be honest, I don't remember anything that I've written here until just a few months ago. Back in July, a couple of Zoe's friends and I staged an intervention about her drinking. She never made it past high school, and by the time I got home from my first year of college this spring, she had a reputation around town for being a total barfly. I think her friends were worried about her getting worse when I went back in the fall, but I wasn't sure why. We'd barely spoken for years. She lashed out at me as soon as she saw the circle of chairs in her living room. She claimed that I was the reason she couldn't keep her face out of a bottle, and wept about how a little boy went missing because of her carelessness. At first I had no idea what she was talking about, but the more she spilled about everything from that day, the more those memories poured back into my head. The stone hallways, the wooden door, the man who took Henry, everything. Even as I write this, new memories from my time in the haystack float to the surface. I feel adrift in a river of recollection, grasping out at small islands of information as they pass. Whenever I manage to latch onto one and start digging, I uncover the same system of roots connecting them all below the murky depths. I don't dare ask my mom about that day, but I've done my research. No matter what actually happened in that maze, a little boy named Henry went in and never came out. The local papers all say that he was led away by a strange man who took him off the farm. Nobody saw the two of them leave. Nobody knew what the man looked like. But I know. Try as I might, I still can't shake the sight of him from my mind. I can't escape the familiar sound of his voice. When I'm left alone with my thoughts, My ears replay his parting words to me like a broken record. My fear of the dark has already followed me into adulthood, but since remembering all of this, it has amplified immensely. I haven't slept much these past few months. Even when I crash from exhaustion, I always do so with the lights on. I've avoided going anywhere after sunset, and I never let my phone battery dip. I haven't gone to the movies, or anywhere that would put me at risk of finding myself in total darkness. I'm not sure why I chose to share my story here. Maybe seeing all of the Halloween decorations going up around town stirred some guilt. I don't want any kid out there to go through what I did, and I definitely don't want anyone else to end up like Henry. Part of me thinks Henry is still out there. I don't know if that would be a good thing or a bad thing. Maybe I'll try to go back someday. Shut myself in my closet with the lights off and try to find him. For now, sharing my story is all I can stomach to do, because I know that even if Henry is somehow still alive, he won't be alone. I'll come back for you later. Out there, in the dark, I know he waits for me still. My grandfather froze to death on the kitchen floor in the middle of summer, and I'm the only person who knows what happened. My mom found him early on the morning of July 15th, stretched out between the refrigerator and the breakfast table like he'd been reaching for something. His skin was blue-white, ice crystals still clinging to his eyelashes when Mom screamed from the doorway. The thermometer on the kitchen wall read 82 degrees. I'm Theo, 17, part-time sandwich artist at Subway, full-time disappointment to my parents, college fund expectations. Normal kid from normal Midwestern stock, the kind who knows the difference between a blizzard watch and a blizzard warning, who can drive in snow before I can parallel park. I play JV basketball badly and work the closing shift 3 nights a week, biking home past empty storefronts and gas stations that close at 10. Nothing about my life prepared me for finding my grandfather's body that morning, or for understanding what had happened. My grandpa, Isaac, had lived with us for 4 years. Ever since Grandma died and Dad decided the old man shouldn't be rattling around the farmhouse anymore. Grandpa was 74, with arthritis in his hands and a habit of falling asleep in his recliner with the TV remote balanced on his chest. He'd worked 20 years managing the local IGA before retiring, knew everyone in town, remembered their kids' names, and which checkout girls have the best customer service. He was practical, steady, unremarkable in every way that mattered. He was also dead in our kitchen, ice cold in 80-degree weather. The coroner, Dr. Willits, spent 45 minutes examining the body. He took photographs, checked the thermostat, questioned Mom and Dad about Grandpa's health, his medications, whether he'd seemed confused or disoriented lately. He measured the room temperature 3 times with different thermometers, frowning at readings that made no sense. Hypothermia, he announced finally, signing papers with the kind of confidence that comes from 3 decades of determining cause of death. Severe hypothermia due to unknown environmental factors, possibly a neurological episode affecting temperature regulation. Dad asked the obvious question. How does someone freeze to death when it's 80 degrees outside? Dr. Willits adjusted his glasses and delivered the answer that would satisfy the insurance company, the death certificate, and everyone except me. Sometimes the body's regulatory system fails catastrophically. Medication interactions, undiagnosed conditions, stroke affecting the hypothalamus. The body can literally lose the ability to maintain core temperature. Mom mentioned the frost she'd seen around the body, but Dr. Willits dismissed it as condensation from the air conditioning. I didn't correct him, even though our AC had been off for 3 days. The funeral was on Thursday. Half the town showed up, filling past the casket to pay respects to a man who'd bagged their groceries and remembered their faces for 2 decades. They spoke about his kindness, his reliability, how he'd given their teenagers first jobs and second chances. None of them knew about the temperature of his skin when they found him, or the thin layer of frost that had formed around his body, like he'd been lying there in January instead of July. None of them had seen what I saw when I came downstairs that morning, when Mom's screaming brought me and Dad running. I saw my grandfather's final expression, frozen on his face in the moment death took him. He wore no peaceful look like most people would imagine. His eyes were wide, staring at the ceiling, and his mouth was open like he'd been trying to say something important. He looked terrified. Strange things started happening 2 months ago. May 28th in Minnesota means tornado watches and sudden thunderstorms, the kind of weather that keeps you checking the sky every few minutes. It doesn't mean finding patches of kitchen floor so cold they make your feet ache through wool socks. But that's exactly what I found that Tuesday morning after Memorial Day. A circle of tile near the sink that felt like stepping on January pavement. Mom blamed the air conditioning, even though we hadn't turned it on yet. Dad checked the basement for broken pipes, crawling around with a flashlight and muttering about foundation settling. The cold spot vanished by Thursday, but another one appeared in the hallway upstairs, then another in the living room by the weekend. "Old house to settle," Dad said when I mentioned it. "Foundation shifts, creates drafts you wouldn't expect." Our house was built in 1987. It wasn't exactly old by anyone's standard. Dad liked cheap explanations that didn't require calling repair services. I pressed my palm against the frigid patch of living room carpet, watching my breath form small clouds in the 70-degree air. When I called Mom over to feel it, her hand passed through the cold like it wasn't there. "Feels normal to me, honey," she said, giving me that concerned look parents get when they think you're coming down with something. But I could see the frost forming on the carpet fibers where my breath hit them. The winter winds started a week later. I'd be watching TV or doing homework, and suddenly smell snow in the air. That sharp, clean scent that comes from a blizzard. The smell would drift through rooms like invisible smoke, carrying whispers I could almost understand. Once I followed the scent upstairs to Grandpa's room, where he was sitting on his bed looking at old photo albums, his face pale and distracted. "You smell that?" I asked him. He looked up from a picture of him and Grandma at some company picnic. His hands were shaking as he closed the album. "Smell what?" "Like snow. Like winter." "It's May, Theo," but his voice cracked when he said it, and I noticed he was wearing a sweater despite the warm afternoon. The whispers came with the wind that smelled like snow, voices so quiet I couldn't be sure I was actually hearing them. Sometimes they seemed to be calling a name, sometimes just murmuring like people having a conversation in another room. I'd turn my head to catch the words, but they'd fade into nothing, leaving me wondering if I'd imagined them entirely. But Grandpa heard them too. I'd find him sitting in his chair at midnight, eyes wide open, responding to things the rest of the family couldn't detect. "I'm sorry," he'd whisper to the empty room. "I know you're cold. I know." When I asked him who he was talking to, he'd look at me with the desperate expression of a drowning man. "You can hear them too, can't you, Theo?" His voice barely above a whisper. "The voices in the wind?" I nodded, and something between relief and terror crossed his face. "Then you know she's coming." The shivering started in June. I'd wake up at 3 in the morning, teeth chattering, pulling my covers tight around me. The room would feel normal to everyone else, maybe even warm, but my body acted like I'd been sleeping outside. When I mentioned it to Mom, she immediately started checking for fever and asking about my appetite. "Growing boys need more calories," she said, adding extra bacon to my breakfast. "Your metabolism's probably just running high." She couldn't see the frost forming on my bedroom windows while the thermostat read 75 degrees. Grandpa started acting strange around the same time, but this was different from the whispers. This was paranoia. He began looking over his shoulder when we watched TV together, checking the locks on doors that nobody ever used. During dinner, he'd pause mid-sentence and listen to sounds the rest of us couldn't hear, his fork halfway to his mouth, eyes darting toward the kitchen doorway. "Nothing there," he'd mutter, when I followed his gaze. "Just tired." But tired people don't spend 20 minutes staring at the same photograph, and they don't whisper apologies to themselves while they think no one's listening. I started finding him with those photo albums more often, usually the ones from his working years at the IGA. He'd flip through pages slowly, his fingers tracing faces I didn't recognize, his lips moving in silent conversation. One afternoon in late June, I found him in the kitchen at 2 in the morning, still in his pajamas, staring at the spot where his body would be found 3 weeks later. The linoleum around his bare feet was covered in frost that sparkled under the overhead light. "Grandpa?" He turned toward me, but his eyes took a moment to focus, like he was seeing me from across a great distance. When he exhaled, his breath formed a small cloud between us. "She's coming," he said quietly. "She's been walking through the snow for 27 years, and now she's almost here." "Who's coming?" "I should have stopped. I should have helped her." His voice was barely audible. "But she was so cruel, Theo. So very, very cruel." I asked him what he meant, who he was talking about, but he just shook his head and shuffled back to his room, leaving wet footprints on the kitchen floor that steamed in the warm air. Everything came together the night I saw her. It was July 4th, just past midnight. Fireworks had been going off all evening, late celebrations from people who'd bought too many bottle rockets and didn't want to waste them. I was lying in bed, listening to the occasional pop and crackle from somewhere across town, when the temperature in my room dropped 20 degrees in the span of a heartbeat. I sat up, pulling my sheet around me, and saw her floating 3 feet above the hallway carpet. She was translucent, like looking through ice, but I could make out her basic shape, a woman in what might have been a winter coat, her hair hanging in frozen strands around her face. Snow clung to her shoulders and sleeves, never melting, never falling. She moved without talking, drifting down the hall towards Grandpa's room with the deliberate purpose of someone who knew exactly where she was going. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't do anything but watch as she passed my doorway, leaving a trail of frost on the walls where she'd been. The air around her shimmered with cold, and I could hear the sound winter makes, that particular silence that comes with heavy snow, broken only by the soft whisper of ice crystals forming. She turned her head toward me as she passed, and for just a moment I saw her face clearly. Her eyes were the color of winter sky, pale and empty and cold enough to freeze blood. Her mouth was open in an expression that might have been speaking, but no sound came out. Just that patient, terrible silence. When she reached Grandpa's door, she didn't open it. She simply passed through the wood like it was made of mist. I stayed in bed until morning, wrapped in every blanket I owned, listening to the one-sided conversation that drifted through the walls. Grandpa's voice apologizing over and over to someone who answered only with the sound of wind through bare trees. By the time the sun came up, the temperature had returned to normal, but I found a single perfect snowflake on my windowsill, refusing to melt despite the July heat. I knew then that my grandfather was going to die, and that I was the only one who could understand why. My grandfather told me the worst thing he'd ever done. It was July 13th, 2 days before we found him dead on the kitchen floor. He'd spent the morning pacing between his bedroom and the kitchen, muttering under his breath and checking door locks that were already secure. The house felt like a meat locker, despite the air conditioning being off, but only Grandpa and I seemed to notice. By afternoon, he looked like a man who hadn't slept in weeks. "Theo?" he said, finding me in the garage where I was fixing a flat tire on my bike. "I need to tell you something. About Mary." I'd never heard him mention anyone named Mary before, but something in his voice made me set down my wrench and pay attention. He looked older than his 74 years. His shoulders bent forward like he was carrying something impossibly heavy. When he breathed, small puffs of vapor escaped his lips despite the stifling heat. "I worked at the IGA for 20 years, he began, settling onto Dad's workbench with careful movements. "Made some good friends there. Jimmy in produce, Alice in customer service, Bill who ran the meat counter." He paused, his hands working against each other in his lap. And then there was Mary. The temperature in the garage dropped 10 degrees when he said her name. She worked in the office, bookkeeping, scheduling, handling complaints. Been there longer than anyone, maybe 15 years when I started. Everyone called her Mean Mary behind her back, though never where she could hear it. His voice got quieter, more distant, like he was seeing something I couldn't. Mary had a talent for finding people's weaknesses and pressing on them until they broke. New employees, part-timers who couldn't afford to quit, anyone she thought was beneath her. But what she did to Tommy was the day I knew she was something beyond cruel. Beyond human, maybe. The Tuesday she destroyed Tommy was like watching a predator hunt. Tommy worked maintenance, had some kind of mental problem that made him talk slowly and repeat himself sometimes. Sweet kid, maybe 25, lived with his mother and needed that job more than anything. A customer complained about water on the floor near produce. Standard stuff. Happens every day. Grandpa's breath came out in visible puffs now, and frost began forming on the workbench where his hands rested. Mary saw her chance. She called Tommy over to the customer service counter where everyone could see. Employees, shoppers, kids waiting with their mothers, started interrogating him about his careless mopping, making her voice loud enough for the whole front end to hear. I could see the scene playing out in his eyes, 27 years of guilt etched in the lines around them. Then she started imitating his speech. Made her voice slow and halting like his, stumbling over words the way he did when he got nervous. "Tommy, sorry. Tommy, try harder." She kept getting louder, drawing more people over to watch this grown man being humiliated like a child. The frost was spreading now, crawling up the garage walls in delicate patterns that caught the afternoon light. Tommy just stood there holding his mop, tears streaming down his face. He didn't understand why everyone was laughing. Mary wasn't done. She told the customer, loud enough for everyone to hear, that Tommy was mentally deficient, and that the store kept him on out of charity. She said maybe they should find someone more capable to clean up after normal people. Grandpa's voice broke completely. The customer looked horrified, tried to say it wasn't that big a deal, just a wet floor, but Mary kept going, called Tommy a burden to decent society, and said his mother should be ashamed for inflicting him on normal people. Tommy collapsed right there, sobbing so hard he couldn't breathe. He never came back. Found out later his mother had to take him to the emergency room that night because he wouldn't stop shaking. The doctor said it was a panic attack, but I knew better. Mary had broken something inside him that never got fixed. That was the kind of person Mary was, Grandpa whispered. Someone who could destroy an innocent man for entertainment and sleep soundly that night. I asked him why he was telling me this, what Mary had to do with the cold spots and whispers that followed us throughout the house. His hand stopped moving. When he looked at me, his eyes were wet and desperate. "Because I'm the reason she's dead." The story came out slowly, like he was pulling each word from somewhere deep and painful. February 14th, 1998, 7 years before I was born. A blizzard had moved in faster than predicted, dropping 19 inches of snow in 6 hours, and creating whiteout conditions across 3 counties. Store management made the call to close early, 2 in the afternoon instead of 9 at night. Everyone was anxious to get home before the roads became completely impassable. Mary had left first, as she always did. She lived alone in a rented house on the other side of town, and drove an old Buick that wasn't reliable in the best conditions, let alone in a blizzard. Grandpa stayed another hour, helping to secure the store and making sure all the coolers and freezers were properly sealed in case they lost power. By the time he left, the snow was falling so hard he could barely see his truck in the parking lot. "I took County Road 47, he said. "It was faster, and your grandmother was waiting with dinner. I'd driven that road 1,000 times. His voice got quieter, forcing me to lean closer to him. I saw her headlights first, flashing on and off, like someone signaling for help. The Buick was nose first in a snowbank, maybe 15 yards off the road. As he got closer, he could see Mary standing beside her car, waving her arms frantically, even through the snow and wind. He could tell she was in trouble. I pulled over, he said, sat there with my engine running, looking at her through my windshield. She was walking toward me, stumbling through knee-deep snow. The garage was freezing now, cold enough that I could see my own breath mixing with his in the space between us. I thought about Tommy crying while everyone laughed, about the way she'd call him deficient, a burden. I thought about the kind of person who could destroy someone like Tommy and sleep soundly that night. His hands were shaking now, from the cold or emotions I couldn't tell. She reached my truck, started pounding on the passenger window with her fists, screaming something I couldn't hear over the wind. Her face was pressed against the glass, and I could see the terror in her eyes. She knew she was going to die out there if no one helped her. He paused, his breath coming in short, sharp puffs that crystallized in the air. I put the truck in drive and kept going. The words hung between us like icicles. She ran after me for maybe 20 yards, waving and screaming. I watched in my rearview mirror until the snow swallowed her up. Then I drove home and told your grandmother I'd taken the main route because it was safer. They didn't find Mary's body until March, when the snow finally melted enough for a farmer to spot something that didn't belong in his field. She'd made it almost a mile from her car before the cold took her, found frozen in a drainage ditch, with her arms wrapped around herself, still wearing the same winter coat I'd seen floating through our hallway. I killed her, Grandpa whispered, and I've been living with that for 27 years. The frost had covered every surface in the garage now, turning our breath into clouds, and making the metal tools ring like bells when the expanding ice shifted them. She's been walking through that blizzard ever since, he said, walking through the snow and the cold, getting closer every year. And now, she's found me. I asked him why he was telling me this now, after keeping it a secret for so long. He looked toward the house, where shadows were beginning to gather in the windows as evening approached. Because she's here, Theo. She's been in my room every night for a week, standing at the foot of my bed, dripping snow melt on the carpet. She doesn't say anything, just watches me with those frozen eyes. His voice dropped to almost nothing, and I think you're the only one who can see her too. The air conditioner stayed off for the last 2 days of my grandfather's life. After his confession in the garage, he became obsessed with heat. Every time someone turned on the AC to combat the mid-80s weather, he'd shut it off within minutes, his hands shaking as he adjusted the thermostat. Can't stand the cold air, he'd mutter, pulling on another sweater despite the sweltering house. When Dad complained about the temperature, Grandpa begged. Just keep it off, he pleaded. Please. The whispers were constant now. Where before I'd barely been able to make out voices on the wind, now I could hear words clearly. Left me. So cold. They drifted through the house like smoke, always in Mary's voice, though I'd never heard her speak when she was alive. Mom and Dad noticed Grandpa's behavior, but attributed it to grief or maybe early dementia. They scheduled a doctor's appointment for the following week and talked in hushed voices about assisted living facilities and medication adjustments. They couldn't see the frost forming on windows despite the 80-degree indoor temperature. They couldn't see the way their breath became visible whenever they stood too close to Grandpa's usual spots. When I pressed Mom's hand against a wall covered in ice, her fingers passed through it like it wasn't there. "Don't you feel that?" I asked desperately. "Feel what, honey?" She looked at me with growing concern. "Are you feeling all right?" But I could see the frost spreading under her touch, could feel the supernatural cold seeping through my clothes and into my bones. On July 14th, the day before he died, Grandpa stopped sleeping entirely. I found him in the living room at 2 in the morning, fully dressed, staring at the front door. The house was stifling without air conditioning, but his breath formed steady clouds when he spoke. "She's getting closer," he said without looking at me. "Where is she?" "Right there." He pointed toward the empty hallway. "Can you see her? She's standing by the stairs, just watching." I looked where he was pointing and saw nothing but shadows, but the temperature in that spot had to be below freezing, because frost was forming on the wall in the shape of a woman. "What is she doing?" "Nothing, just looking at me, but I can feel the cold coming off her, like standing next to an open freezer. And her eyes," he shuddered, "her eyes are like looking into a January sky." We sat together until dawn. I held his frail, cold hand, listening to him whispering apologies to the empty air, while I watched frost patterns spread across surfaces that should have been warm. When the sun came up, he seemed to relax slightly, but I knew the relief was temporary. That evening, our house felt like an oven. The air conditioner sat silent while the July heat pushed the indoor temperature well into the 90s. Every fan in the house ran at full speed, but they couldn't compete with the supernatural winter that followed my grandfather from room to room. The whispers started earlier than usual, just after sunset. This time they weren't random phrases, but something more focused, more demanding. I couldn't make out all the words, but Grandpa could. He sat in his chair, no longer pretending he couldn't hear her. "I know," he said to the empty room, his voice steady for the first time in days. "I remember leaving you there." A pause, as if he were listening to something I couldn't quite catch. "Yes, you called my name. You begged me to help." Another pause, longer this time. The frost was spreading faster now, covering the walls around his chair in intricate ice patterns. "I'm sorry," his voice cracked. "I'm so sorry, Mary, but you have to understand what you did to those people." The temperature plummeted. My breath came out in thick clouds, and ice began forming on the inside of windows. "No," Grandpa said, shaking his head. "Sorry isn't enough. I know that now." The conversation continued for hours, Grandpa responding to accusations I could only partially hear, accepting blame for a decision that had haunted him for 27 years. Sometimes I caught fragments of her voice on the wind. "Left me to die. So cold." Near midnight, his voice changed, became resigned. "Yes, you were alone. You died alone because of me, and that was cruel. Maybe as cruel as anything you ever did. I deserve this, but please, leave my family alone. They don't know what I did," he said with a tired, dejected voice. By 1 in the morning, the house felt like a walk-in freezer. Ice covered every surface I could see, turning our home into a winter landscape. The whispers had stopped, replaced by something worse. The sound of someone breathing slowly in the darkness. each exhalation bringing more cold. "Theo," he said with all the warmth and affection he could muster, "go to bed. You can't help me. I'm ready. I'm tired, and this is nothing you or anyone should ever have to see." I went to bed knowing I'd never see my grandfather alive again, but unable to do anything except watch it happen. Mary had finally gotten her revenge, and she'd made sure my grandfather experienced every moment of the cold that killed her. The only difference was that she'd died alone in a field, while he died surrounded by the warmth of a family who loved him. It wasn't mercy, it was just a different kind of cruelty. 3 weeks later, I sent my college applications exclusively to schools in Florida and Arizona. Some things are too cold to forget, and I never want to feel winter again. The frost disappeared from our house the day we buried Grandpa, but sometimes on the colder nights, I still hear whispers in the wind. They're fainter now, more distant, like someone calling from very far away. I think Mary is walking again, looking for the next person who left someone to die in the cold. A few weeks ago, my wife and I went on a road trip for a family reunion in El Paso, Texas. I am now sitting in the hospital waiting room, desperately wishing we hadn't. "How much longer?" Melanie asked, leaning her seat back and putting her hand into the small of her back in a feeble attempt to find a more comfortable position. "Google says we've got a few more hours to go," I said, glancing quickly at my phone sitting in the cup holder, then putting my eyes back on the road. "Do we need to stop again?" Melanie shifted in her seat a bit, removed her hand from behind her, then sat it back up to its original vertical position. At 7 months pregnant, her options for comfort were quickly dwindling, and none of them involved the front seat of a car. "No, let's just go. If we stop again, I'm not going to want to get back into the car." "Signal lost," my phone's robotic female voice announced. I sighed. The phone had been doing that for the past couple of hours at increasing intervals. There had apparently been an accident or something on the main highway, which would have backed us up by at least an hour according to the all-knowing Google. In order to avoid that, we'd taken a detour that snaked around the accident through the desert on a 2-lane highway. That had been 3 hours ago, maybe more. It was hard to keep track of when it had happened because, even before the phone had alerted us of the accident, the whole trip had been little more than a palette of browns and grays, broken up only by the regular bathroom break. As I saw it, the New Mexico desert was the skid mark on the underpants of America, and if I never had the pleasure of driving through it again, it would be too soon. The sun had set about an hour ago, not long before the signal started getting more spotty, and the highway hypnosis had really started to get to me. There was nothing but desert on either side of us, and even with the high beams on, the darkness covered us like a thick blanket. "Got any more Red Bull?" I asked. "If we're gonna go for a few more hours, I need some wings." Melanie reached into the back seat for a second, grunting with discomfort, then returned with a can of Red Bull. "Last one," she said. "This was sitting on the seat, so the sun warmed it up for you." "Great," I said, taking the can, cracking the seal, and swallowing 3 large gulps. "This will sit well with all the other junk I've been eating for the past 2 days." Without a baby on the way, Mel and I could have driven the stretch between Bozeman and El Paso in 2 days without a problem, but with her being as pregnant as she was, we had to carve out almost double the time, and she was still miserable. I let out a burp that tasted like all the atrocious snacks and truck stop food from that day mixed with the warm energy drink I was layering on top, and solemnly promised myself I would eat nothing but salad and water for the rest of my life. "Turn left here for the Church of Christ." "I thought the Church of Christ was back there," Mel said, reading the dilapidated sign as we passed it. "No, that was the Church of Jesus Christ." I said. Big difference, apparently. All through the drive, we'd seen a wide variety of local churches, mostly generic, but after passing one called the Church of Liberty over a backdrop of a poorly drawn Confederate flag, we had turned it into a sort of game to see who could find the most outlandish one. We sat in silence for a while, listening to the hum of the engine and the intermittent signal lost notification from my phone. I had looked at the phone earlier when the signal was stronger, and saw that we just needed to go to the end of this road, turn right, and we'd find ourselves getting back onto the freeway. So although the intermittent announcement from the cup holder was annoying, I wasn't particularly concerned. That wasn't until we saw a sign that said, "Freeway entrance, left, 1 mile." "I thought you said it was a right at the end of the road," Melanie said, sitting up and grabbing the phone. "That's what it said," I insisted. "I checked it last time we had service like half an hour ago. We had about 60 or so miles to go and then it was a right." "How sure are you?" she asked, putting the phone back into the cup holder. "'Cause your phone is still saying it has no service, so it's not going to be any help." "Pretty," I said. Just then we passed another sign, "Freeway entrance, left, 0.5 mile." "At least, I think so." "I think we should follow the signs," Mel said. "I don't want to get lost out here, and the phone hasn't had consistent service in a while. It could have reset and changed routes or something to have us avoid the highway. Remember last time?" I did remember last time. A Vegas trip that ended up being 4 hours longer than it should have been because my phone reset and had us taking frontage roads and city streets. It would have been longer had Mel not thought to check the route on her phone. I was sure that I had seen it was taking us back to the highway, and that the next turn was a right in about 30 minutes or so given our current speed. But with the evidence to the contrary quickly approaching me in the darkness, illuminated by my headlights, I made the single most critical mistake that I would regret for the rest of my life. I followed the street sign and turned left. Mel leaned back in her seat, embarking again on her quest for a comfortable position, and I continued to stare at the lines in the road as we passed. Time begins to lose meaning when you've been on the road in the dark for as long as we were that night. It could have been hours that we spent speeding straight down the desert road, or it could have been days. With no focal point, it was really up to the clock alone to tell us how long we'd been there, and the clock on the dashboard had inexplicably reset at some point, something it did on occasion for most of the time I'd owned the car. Another bullet for Melanie to fire at me whenever we got into our marital spats. I didn't care, and she didn't really either, but it was another straw to load up on the camel's back nonetheless. My faith in the phone had begun to waver even further, as I was becoming sure even that clock was running slow somehow. We'd go for 5 or 6 miles according to the odometer, and the clock would only read a minute or two had passed. I drained the last bit of Red Bull down my throat, again promising myself nothing but clean eating after this trip was over. Moments later I felt a dull pressure in my bowels. The last drop of liquid must have been the last straw for my bladder. Mel slept quietly next to me, having finally crashed a while back, and I made the second decision I would come to regret. Although we hadn't seen another car for miles, I flipped my hazard lights on and pulled over to the side of the road. I turned off the car and stepped out of the car and relieved myself, relishing one of the finer points of being a man, and having the ability to take a leak in the middle of the road without much fanfare and return to the car. Mel stirred then and asked if we were there yet. "Not yet, just a bit further. I had to take a leak." She rolled her eyes and closed them again. I turned the key to start the car back up and heard a sound that sunk my heart into my stomach. Click, 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 click. I said under my breath. "Please don't do this." I turned the key again and once more heard the series of clicks telling me that my car didn't have enough power to start back up. I sighed, resting my head against the steering wheel in defeat. "What's wrong?" Mel asked, opening one eye. Battery's dead. What? There was a hint of panic in her voice, and she sat back up, totally awake now. But the car was just running. Yeah, it was running off the alternator. The battery needs just enough power to start, then the car can run off of the power generated by the alternator. All we need is a jump, and we should be able to get the rest of the way, as long as we don't turn the car off. But who's gonna jump us? Mel asked. When was the last time you saw a car? It's been a while, I admitted. Definitely not since we made that turn back there. Mel spat. Stay here, I said, unbuckling my seatbelt. Where are you going? She asked, the panic in her voice rising. Just up there, I said, pointing down the road. I think I see a sign maybe 100 yards out there. It might give us an idea of which direction we need to go, or if we need to just wait until the sun comes up. I could tell she didn't like it, but she didn't say anything. I'll keep my flashlight on so you can see where I am. I'll just go there, then straight back. She nodded. Unless I see a Denny's, then you're on your own. She flipped me off. I kissed her cheek and stepped out into the night. The air was brisk despite having been downright hot during the day, and I remembered learning in science class as a kid that desert wildlife had to be tough enough to endure not only the heat during the day, but the cold, sometimes freezing temperatures at night as well. I shivered and hugged my arms around my torso and made my way down the road to where I thought I'd seen a road sign. As I approached, I realized it wasn't the kind of sign I was hoping for. It was made of cracked wood that looked just a little better than the sign for the church we'd seen a while back, and on it painted in white letters it read, Gomper's Farm, above a crudely drawn arrow pointing down a dirt path to the right. My gaze followed the arrow, and I thought I could see a light far off in the distance. A scream broke through the darkness that turned my blood to ice. Mel? I called, wheeling around and bolting back the way I came. Melanie! I could see the shape of the car in the distance, but it was far too far away for my flashlight to do much good. I sprinted down the road screaming my wife's name in a hot panic. What? Melanie called back, alarmed. I slowed when I heard her voice, and held the light up again. She was standing on the passenger side of the car with the door open. I thought I heard you screaming, I said through heaving breaths. She looked around confused. No? You didn't hear that? I asked. She shook her head. No, I don't think so. I was in the car until I heard you yelling, though. Where did it come from? I don't know, I said, shaking my head and spitting the bitter flavor of adrenaline into the dirt. Maybe it was an animal or something, she suggested. What did the sign say? There's a farmhouse or something about a mile down the road, I think, I explained. It's not exactly ideal, but if I jog it, I could make it in about 10 minutes or so. If anyone's there, all they'd have to do is give me a ride back and help us jump the car. If nobody's there, we'll probably have to wait till morning unless a car happens to pass by. She mulled it over for a moment. Then I saw the resolve on her face, and I knew what was coming next. I'm going with you then. I didn't like it, but I could tell that arguing wasn't going to get me anywhere but the doghouse. And, considering the scream I'd heard, or thought I heard anyway, I preferred having her close. Fine, I agreed. Grab your jacket, though. I'm gonna grab mine and a couple of water bottles from the back. A moment later, we were hiking down the road, our silhouettes illuminated intermittently by the orange hazard lights we'd elected to leave on. I doubt the battery would last if those lights were on too long, but if someone was driving past, I would hate for them to miss it. Mel had thought to leave a note on the windshield telling whomever found it that we'd gone to the farmhouse and would be back shortly. If anyone was kind enough to stop, they'd hopefully see the letter and stick around long enough to help. That, or they'd know where to look for us coming back so they could take whatever they wanted out of the car before we returned. There was a cool breeze that played with our hair as we walked. Not uncomfortable, but enough to make me zip my jacket up just a bit more. Mel held the only flashlight we had, and the beam bounced up and down in the darkness like a buoy. The car was barely visible when Mel shrieked so suddenly, I nearly tripped on my own foot. What? I asked, suddenly panicked. Look, she said, extending her finger past the head of the flashlight. What? It's gone now. Didn't you see it? No, I was too busy asking myself why I'm hiking with a pregnant banshee. There's something out there, she said, ignoring my jab. Just past that rock, I saw a pair of golden eyes. Probably a coyote, I said, starting to walk again. They're cowards. If we keep walking and talking, nothing should bug us, especially if we stick to the road here. Mel nodded, then caught up to me. How much longer do you think it'll be till we get to the farm? Don't know, I shrugged. 10 or 15 minutes maybe? Just then I saw the eyes she was talking about, out in the distance. Next to a large boulder on the side of the road, sat a pair of curious golden eyes. Definitely a coyote, I said, pointing at it. You can see its shape a bit, all fours, low to the ground. It looks like it might be a little bit longer than the ones I've seen, but there's not much else out here that looks like that. That's probably what I heard earlier too. One of these guys catching a rabbit or something. I wasn't sure I believed it, but it felt good to get some sort of explanation on the record. We kept talking as we walked down the path, closer to the eyes, and when they disappeared, I was a bit disappointed, but not surprised. Part of me wanted to see the coyote up close, but if we got close enough to see it, that probably meant we were close to a den, which is the last place we'd want to find ourselves. We talked about what we'd do when we finally got home, and how soon we'd find ourselves laughing about the whole ordeal when Mel stopped suddenly in the middle of the road. Crap. What is it now? I asked, looking around another pair of eyes. I have to pee. No chance you can hold it? I asked, holding back a chuckle at the poor timing. Not unless we can talk this kid out of using my bladder as a waterbed, she replied, handing me the flashlight. Where should I go? Why not right here? Are you kidding? Not even a little bit, I said. You probably shouldn't wander too far off the trail, and it's not like anyone's around to see you anyway. Hell, if someone showed up and the universe decided now was the time to embarrass you, I'd still take that over the rest of the walk. Fine, she sighed, pulling her maternity pants down and squatting. As she did her business, I took the opportunity to scan the surroundings with the flashlight. I found a few more pairs of golden eyes on either side of the road, which quickened my pulse just a little. I didn't like being outnumbered, and I liked being surrounded even less. Melanie finished her business, and with some assistance from me to get back up to a vertical position, we were off again, our feet crunching against the dirt as we walked. I thought I heard something then, and this time it was my turn to stop. What? Mel asked. Shh, I said. I started again, then stopped. What is it? Mel whispered. Another scream? Nothing, I lied, picking the pace back up. I thought I heard a car. We walked again in silence, Mel forgetting to keep the conversation going to keep the coyotes back, and me listening too intently to think about topics to discuss. I knew I'd heard something behind us. I hadn't noticed it at first, or maybe it hadn't been there at first, but after we stopped, I could make out the faint sound of footsteps on dirt that stopped almost as soon as we did, and picked up, or so I thought, as soon as we had. I'd also heard a strange lapping sound just after we started walking again, like something licking the urine off the dirt road. When the farmhouse came into view, the relief between us was palpable. We had both been too preoccupied with the growing number of eyes on either side of the road that we hadn't noticed that the light I'd seen from the road had shut off. It was a small house, but I hadn't expected much more than what it was given the location. If it had 4 walls and a roof, I would have been happy. but from the outside I would have guessed that it had at least a few bedrooms, and behind it stood a structure that looked like it may be a detached garage or large shed of some sort. We approached the house, and I was just about to walk up the wooden porch steps when Melanie grabbed my hand. "Hold on." I turned to look at her. Her eyes were wide, and the pupils were so dilated from the darkness they were nearly black. "What's wrong? Do you think this is a good idea?" I rolled my eyes. "If it wasn't, you could have said something 20 minutes ago." "I know, I mean..." She paused for a second. "Do you think these people will help us? We're strangers in the middle of nowhere, and it's the middle of the night." I shrugged. "I think the worst that can happen is they tell us to leave. They'll probably answer the door with a shotgun in hand, but who wouldn't?" Melanie nodded, and I saw her throat work up and down in a dry, nervous swallow. I walked up the few steps, the wood creaking beneath my feet, leaving Melanie at the bottom. I held up my fist and rapped 3 times on the screen door. We waited, listening intently for sounds inside the house, but heard nothing. Instead, I heard what sounded like the soft, padded feet of a coyote in the dirt behind us, but I brushed that away. They were known for being incredibly quiet. That thought didn't make me feel much better. I opened the storm door and knocked again, this time on the wooden door. The sound carried far better, but again we heard nothing but silence. "I think we should go," Melanie said. "Something isn't right." The knot in my stomach agreed, and I turned to leave just as the door opened. "Who's there?" a man's voice said. He hadn't turned the light on in the house, so when I turned back around, all I could see was a silhouette in the dark, illuminated by the ambient glow of Melanie's flashlight that was pointed directly at my back. "I'm sorry to bother you, sir," I said. "My name is Matthew Howell, and this is my wife, Melanie. Our car died down the road, and we were hoping you could give us a jump." "No," the man said under his breath. "No, no, 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 no." "Sorry?" I said, thinking I misheard him. "Sorry, no, we cannot jump your car tonight. It'll have to wait until morning." "Sir, I'm sorry to impose, but we really can't." A twig snapped behind me. Very quiet, but clear nonetheless. "Please come inside," the man said. "You'll stay here tonight." I turned to look at Melanie, who was already walking up the steps. The man opened the door wider to let us in and clicked on a light in the hallway, bathing us in a glow that immediately made me feel better. The farmhouse looked on the inside just as I would have guessed. It was modestly furnished with what looked like handcrafted furniture. Paintings of flowers and landscapes adorned striped wallpaper-covered walls that looked like they were most recently renovated in the 70s. And faded area rugs covered wood floors that creaked beneath our feet even with the slightest weight. The man who stood before me now looked just like the kind of person who would live in a house like this. He had thin white hair and a large beard with yellow tobacco stains around his mouth, and he wore a set of beige long johns under a pair of pants that were held up with suspenders. The outfit of a man who had been disturbed in his bed. I guessed he was somewhere in his 60s. Still reasonably muscular from working on the farm, but well past his prime and settling into the atrophy of old age. He had been holding a shotgun in one hand, and just then put it down and leaned it up against the door frame. The man turned and called to someone inside the house. "Ma, put a kettle on, would ya? We've got 2 here for the night." "Really?" I said. "I don't think we can." "I insist," the man said, turning back to me. "The roads aren't safe at night. It's too easy to get turned around." "Yeah, I can see that," I admitted. "I thought we were doing well until we saw that sign for the highway back there." The man looked at me, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw something in his eyes, but before I could make out what it was gone. "The sign," was all he said, and gave an understanding nod. "Do you have a restroom I could use?" Melanie asked, cutting in. "Yes, down the hall and..." The man stopped when he saw her, and again there was something in his expression I didn't like, but again I couldn't make it out before it was gone. "To the right," he finished. Melanie thanked him and made her way to the bathroom. "We'll be just around the corner in the kitchen," the man told her. He turned and led me around the corner, where I now heard someone else bustling about, presumably putting a kettle on. "My name is Arthur," the man said, sitting down at the kitchen table. "This here is Ruthie," he said, gesturing to a small woman in a white nightgown, who was just then lighting the gas stove. Ruthie turned around and offered me a smile. "Hello," she said. "Did I hear your name is Matthew?" I nodded. "Yes, and my wife's name is Melanie." "They're in the family way," Arthur told Ruthie. "Oh dear," Ruthie said pleasantly. "How exciting. How far along is she?" "Not the word I'd use," Arthur said under his breath. 7 months, I told her. 7 months, she exclaimed, beaming. "And where is she now?" "She's in the restroom," I said. "Oh, I've got some things for her. Let me run and get them," Ruthie said pleasantly, then disappeared around the corner. Arthur and I sat in silence for a moment. Then I said, "Are you sure you can't just give us a jump? Or do you have a phone I could use?" He shook his head. "Sorry, but no. Ruthie and I don't go out after dark, and we haven't had use for a phone in 20 years or more. We'll be happy to give you a ride back to your car and get you on your way as soon as the sun's up." "What if we—" "Listen," Arthur said seriously, leaning forward. He again wore the expression I'd seen earlier. It was one I didn't understand, but looking back at it now, I think my father, who had served in Desert Storm, and had seen the expression worn by men as they stood on the other side of a loaded gun but were determined to show courage in the face of fear, would have picked it up in an instant. "You were with your lady the whole time, right?" "Ever since the car broke down, yeah," I said. "And even before that, we've been elbow to elbow for just about every second for the past 2 days." "All right, good." He leaned back in his chair. "That's good." "What's this about?" I asked, and perhaps he would have told me then, although looking back I doubted that he could have. Not then. But the tea kettle began to whistle, and Ruthie returned quickly to shut it off and poured the contents into 4 mugs. Melanie came around the other corner and took a seat next to me. Ruthie asked if we took cream or sugar in our tea, which neither of us did. Then she brought mugs over with chamomile tea bags steeping in each of them and took a seat next to Arthur. "We have a guest bedroom at the end of the hall you can use until the morning," Ruthie said. "I'm glad you found your way here safely." "Yeah," Melanie said, bobbing her tea bag up and down in the water by the string it was attached to. "Those coyotes were really giving me the creeps." "Coyotes?" Ruthie asked. "Yeah, Ma, coyotes," Arthur said in a tone that sounded like they'd had the conversation 1,000 times. "I gotta chase them away from the chickens at least a few times a week, you know that." She nodded. "Yes, I just meant I hadn't seen any tonight was all." "Probably because they were all with us," I said. There were about a dozen sets of eyes following us up the road. "A dozen, you say?" Ruthie asked, surprised. "Yeah, that'd make sense," Arthur said. "They didn't try to get you, though, did they?" "No," Melanie said, taking a small, exploratory sip of her tea, then another larger one, satisfied that it wasn't too hot. "They stayed off the road. I think one of them was behind us, though, so I don't think they all stayed off the road," I said. Melanie looked at me reproachfully. "And when did you plan on telling me?" "As soon as we didn't have one behind us anymore," I told her, shrugging. "They didn't get too close, though," Arthur said. "No, they kept their distance," I told him. "I'm pretty sure the closest one was the one behind us, and that was still a ways back, I think." He nodded and sipped his own mug. "That's good. Those coyotes are serious business." "Do you get many of them out here?" Melanie asked. Arthur ran a hand through his thin silver hair. "You could say that, I suppose. More than most, but less than some. I think they like the chickens we keep in the back." Not much else to eat around here that isn't burrowed away somewhere, so it's an easy meal if they can get at them before I hear the commotion and fire off a round or two. Melanie shivered. I'm glad I don't have to worry about that sort of thing. Where are you folks from? Arthur asked, sipping at his own mug now. Montana, I said. We have coyotes up our way too, but they mostly stay in the more rural parts, and we don't have chickens or anything to worry about. I found one rooting around in the garbage, though, when I was a kid. I told everyone I thought I saw a wolf. The boy who cried wolf, Melanie teased, jabbing my side with her elbow. That's Matt, all right. I rolled my eyes and fiddled with my own tea bag. I wasn't one for tea, especially chamomile, because it reminded me of being sick as a kid. My mother swore by her herbal remedies, especially those that came in the form of tea. Are we really staying the night? Melanie asked, turning to me. I looked at Arthur, who gave me a clear, solemn nod. I said. Yeah, I guess we are. It's late and Arthur and Ruthie say they have a guest room we can stay in for the night. Are you sure? Melanie asked, turning to Ruthie. It won't be too much trouble? Ruthie waved off the idea like a fly. None at all. We haven't had visitors in 10 years or better. Not since the Pruitts came for Christmas. And aside from my boys, you are the first to come to our door in just about as long. Oh, you have children? Melanie asked. Long grown now, Arthur said, nodding and staring into his mug. Twins, Ruthie said, beaming. They're about your age, I'd guess. I've got most of their old clothes and things in the back room, if you'd like to take a look before you go to bed. I pulled the chest out of the closet already. Melanie looked at me and I gave her a shrug. Then she returned Ruthie's smile and together they made their way further into the house. You two are lucky, Arthur said when the woman had left. How do you figure? I asked. When the coyotes are hungry, they'll try to get at just about anything that moves. If you really had as many watching as you say, you could have been walking to your own graves. I wasn't sure I believed him, but the shiver that crawled down my spine certainly did. We sat in silence for a while, listening to the distant voices of our wives talking about children, and the tick of an old grandfather clock somewhere in the house when I heard the scream again. It was coming from outside, somewhere close to the house, but it was hard to tell. I sat up in my chair, but Arthur didn't move. Birds, he said flatly. Sorry? I asked. We've got birds out here that sound like that sometimes, he said. Sound like a lady shrieking, or sometimes a child crying, but it's just the birds calling out to each other. Birds, he nodded. What kind of birds sound like that? He shrugged. I don't know. I heard them called lyrebirds once. Not sure if it was the name or just a fitting description of the things. Yeah, I said, feeling the name scratch away something on the surface of my brain. A fact buried under the dust and cobwebs of my mind. I've heard of those, I think. They can copy other noises like parrots can, right? I thought they lived in Australia or something. Arthur shrugged again. Couldn't say. I don't even know if that's what they are for certain, but I know that the sound we just heard was one of them birds. I settled back in my seat, feeling better about the scream I'd heard earlier. It would have made sense if it came from the air. That could explain why I wasn't sure where it had come from. That reminds me of something that happened to me as a kid. Nothing like crying wolf, but it was an important lesson, I think. Arthur said, his words careful somehow. I took a sip of the tea between my palms, not because I wanted it, but because it felt impolite to leave the whole mug full. You ever heard of Arthur searched for the word. A brood parasite? I think that's what they call it. I shook my head. It's a kind of bird that leaves its eggs in another bird's nest. Sometimes it'll push the other eggs out, but usually it just leaves their eggs for the other bird to care for. I heard about these when I was a little boy, maybe 8 or so. and I found a robin's nest with a bunch of little blue eggs, and one single black and white speckled one. I thought I'd found something really special, so every day that spring, I would climb that tree to see if it hatched. A couple weeks went by and eventually the egg hatched. It was the first one, and I was so excited to see the little black chick inside. Not long after the others hatched, and each of them was a little robin that looked nothing like this blackbird, which was now twice the size of these other ones. The days went by, and one day, as I was about to climb the tree, I found one of the baby robins laying in the grass. I picked it up and climbed back up the tree to find that, of the 4 robins that had started in the tree, there was only one left, and of course my big black bird was now far larger than the others. It had started to knock the other birds out of the nest. I put the chick that I had saved in the grass back into the nest, and do you know what the black bird did? I shook my head. It killed it right before my eyes. Tore it apart like it was nothing. I ran to tell my father, and that's when I learned about birds that impose their eggs in other nests so that the other birds will raise them. I thought that. A voice outside interrupted us. It was a cry that almost sounded like it had words this time, but the words were indistinguishable, despite the fact that it sounded like it was coming from right outside the window. Arthur sat bolt upright and turned his head quickly to the window. He stood from his seat and crossed the room with 3 large steps. I was just telling a story. Leave us be. I couldn't be certain, but I thought I heard something scurry away in the dirt. What was that? I asked, trying not to sound as nervous as how I felt. Them coyotes, Arthur said. I thought you said the cries were the birds, I said. Them too, Arthur said, his tone coming off more annoyed than anything, although there was something else as well. The coyotes get curious and the birds get agitated, and before I know it, this house is the busiest place in all of New Mexico. He walked around the house and I heard the doorknob shake. Was he checking the lock? Then he returned. I think it's best we call it a night. Ruthie'll be up early to make y'all breakfast, but feel free to sleep in as late as you'd like. In the morning, we'll take the truck down to the road, and I'll jump it for you and you'll be on your way. I took another gulp of tea, trying to get the mug down at least halfway, and agreed. Melanie was totally out by the time I entered the room. She couldn't have been there for long, but I saw that Ruthie had set her up nicely with a nest of pillows in all the right places, and it looked like this might be the first night in weeks that she got a decent night's sleep. I undressed down to my boxers and slid into bed next to my wife. I was exhausted, but sleep was nowhere to be found, and so I lay there staring up at the ceiling, wondering about the decisions that had led us to here. There had been a knot growing in the pit of my stomach ever since we'd parked the car, and it had only tightened since we'd arrived at the farmhouse. Arthur and Ruthie were nice enough, but there was something they weren't telling us. If I were watching the night play out like a movie, I imagined that the twist would be that they were secretly plotting our demise, or that the screaming sounds I'd been hearing were those of their victims chained up in the large garage behind the house. But I didn't think so. It wasn't that I didn't think they were capable. I'd only just met them, and had no idea what they were actually capable of. It was more that it just didn't seem to fit. It was the look on Arthur's face when he asked me if I'd been with Melanie the whole time we'd been stopped there. It was the undertone of his voice when he told whatever was outside that he was just telling me a story. It was the story itself. What was that exactly? Just an elderly man retelling a memory from his childhood. Or was it something else? A cry echoed outside the window, this one sounding like "Ma." It sounded more believable now that it was a bird, because it certainly didn't sound human now that it had the chance to hear it without other sound pollution. Not exactly human anyway. Melanie snorted beside me. The preamble to a full-on snore coming in the next few weeks, I was sure. Another scream, this one closer, but from a different direction. The birds were all talking to each other. I sighed and closed my eyes, trying to will myself to sleep, even if it was just for a couple of hours. The house was cold, probably from poor insulation and the single-paned windows. I pulled the sheets up and turned to my side, pulling my knees up to my chest for just a little extra warmth. I was nearly asleep when I heard the claws scratch the wall outside the house and my eyes flew open. Was that the coyotes again? Did coyotes do that? I wasn't sure. I sat up and listened for more, knowing full well that in the morning I would feel silly for being as scared as I was, but also knowing that the night has a way of making monsters come out, even if they're just the ones in your head. A scream broke through the silence, this one incredibly loud and right outside my window. I looked over at Melanie, expecting her to be as awake as I was, but she only stirred. I got out of bed and crossed the room, throwing the curtains open, hoping to scare away whatever was sitting outside. I hadn't expected to see a face on the other side of the glass. I stumbled backward, tripping on my own feet and falling onto the wooden floor with a sharp thud. From where I lay, I could see nothing but moonlight coming through the crack in the curtain, and for that I was thankful. Had the face been that of Arthur, I would have at least understood, despite how sick it would have made me feel. But the face I saw through the glass wasn't Arthur, or Ruthie. I don't think it was even human. Just like the sounds of screaming I had heard through the wall, it was close to being human, but still not quite right. The eyes were too big and far apart, the mouth too wide, the nose too flat. Could it have been my reflection? The logical part of my mind liked that answer. It liked it a lot. I stood up cautiously, fearful that the face would still be there peering at me through the glass. But as I stood, I saw that that wasn't the case. I could see myself in the glass, just well enough to convince myself that that's what I had seen. Scared of my own reflection, had Melanie been awake, there's no way I would ever live this one down. But despite the noises I had just made, she still lay soundly asleep. I closed the curtains again, taking care to ensure that not a sliver of moonlight came through them, then lay back down next to my wife. I didn't sleep much that night. I don't think I would have regardless, given the intermittent screams and cries coming from just outside my bedroom window. But every time I closed my eyes, I could see the image of the face that was looking back at me through the glass. A circus funhouse image for a human face, burned into my retinas like the flash of a camera lens. I must have fallen asleep at some point, because I opened my eyes to find rods of sunlight cast from the window into the bedroom. Melanie was stirring, which meant soon she would be awake and in the bathroom. I checked my phone. Still no service, but it reported the time to be just before 6. I got out of bed and got dressed, determined to get out of there as soon as Melanie was ready. The image from the night before had dulled by then, and although the memory still gave me the creeps, the logical part of my brain had daylight on its side, and by the end of breakfast, I would have myself convinced that it had been my reflection in the glass. I quietly opened the door and stepped out of the bedroom. The scent of coffee wafted through the air, although I didn't hear anyone moving around the house just yet. I made my way to the kitchen, expecting to find either Arthur or Ruthie sitting down at the table enjoying a mug, or at least a full pot of coffee with a timer that had gone off. Instead, I found 2 empty mugs of coffee and a half pot sitting on the burner. I didn't have time to wonder where they'd gone off to, because I heard Ruthie's voice in the yard calling to Arthur. I peeked out the window to see Arthur's truck backing up toward the large garage. "Was it just the one?" she called to him over the sound of the truck's engine. Arthur turned off the truck, stepped out of the driver's seat, and came around to the bed where he had 2 large iron poles sticking out over the back. "No, it was 2 this time," he said. "Got a 1-mile one and a half-mile one now." He dropped the tailgate of the truck, and the 2 metal poles clattered loudly. "They're getting more clever, Ruth," Arthur said, hoisting the large street signs out of the back of the truck and carrying them to the shed. It was only the one sign with the Pruitts, and I don't even know where they're getting these things. Probably off some stretch of the road around here. We're going to have to do something about it sooner, or... Don't you say such a thing, Ruthie said sharply. I know, Arthur said, putting his hands up. I'm sorry. I just don't like cleaning up their messes is all. Well, take it up with them, Ruthie said. He's your... Arthur looked up fiercely at her, and she didn't finish her sentence. He may be yours, but he ain't mine, he growled. Mine's out under the apple tree. The couple walked around toward the door, and I quickly slipped back to the bedroom. Melanie was sitting up. Hey, Matt, what time is it? I don't know, I said. Somewhere around 6, I think. We should get going, though. Melanie stretched. Yeah, she said through a wide yawn. That's probably a good idea. How'd you sleep? I slept great, I lied, knowing that the truth would surely cause questions that I'd rather not answer just then. Me too, she said, scratching the back of her head. Best night's sleep I'd had since I got pregnant. Let me pee, then I'll get dressed and we can go. I agreed, trying not to sound too eager with the rising sense of unease filling my gut. She got out of bed, donned a robe that I assume Ruthie had given her the night before, and padded her way to the guest bathroom across the hall. Arthur had gotten up earlier this morning to collect the street signs we had seen the night before. That much was obvious. What wasn't obvious was why. Who had put them there? The elderly couple returned from outside just as Mel was coming back from the bathroom. Oh, Ruthie exclaimed. I didn't think you two would be up for at least another hour or so. Let me get breakfast on. That's all right, I said. We really should get back on the road anyway. I have coffee on already, so at least take a cup to go with a couple of blueberry muffins I made the night before last. I opened my mouth to politely decline, but Mel beat me to it. I don't think I can look at a blueberry right now, she said, followed by a dry heave. The woman nodded knowingly. Just fine, then. How about you? I shook my head. I'm not much of a breakfast person, I told her. All right, Ruthie said, drawing out the word like she was talking to children. But if you leave this house hungry, it's your own fault. She went into the kitchen presumably to get her own breakfast started, and Melanie went back to the bedroom to collect her things. But Arthur lingered with me in the hallway. Your wife get morning sickness a lot? He asked after a silence that felt like an eternity, broken only by the sound of Ruthie's movements in the kitchen. She did at first, I told him. This is the first time in a while, though. The road trip is probably taking a toll, I think. Arthur nodded slowly. Yeah, probably. Then, after another long pause, you said you were with her the whole time, right? Ever since your car broke down? Yeah, I said slowly. Why? He shook his head, as if that told me all that I needed to know. All right, Matt, Mel said, opening the door behind me. I'm ready when you are. I'll get my keys, Arthur said. The ride back to the car was quiet and uneventful. Mel waited in the passenger seat, resuming her quest for a comfortable position, while I popped the hood and went to work connecting the two batteries to each other to start the car. To my relief, the car started on the second try. Thank you for everything, I told Arthur as I slammed the hood of the car down. Last night would have been much worse if it wasn't for you and your wife. I offered my hand out for him to shake, which he took with the leathery grip of a man who had spent his whole life working with his hands. There was another look in his eyes then, as we stood on the shoulder of the road shaking hands, that told me there was more that he wanted to say, but something even then was holding him back. We loosened our grip, and just before I could turn away, Arthur stopped me. Hold on a minute, he said. I've got something for you from Ruthie. He went to the cab of his truck and returned with a dilapidated cardboard box. Some clothes for your little one. It ain't much, but we won't get any use out of them. I took the box and thanked him, doubting that we'd ever use them, but feeling that if I refused, he would insist, and I would still leave with the box. "Thanks, Arthur," I said. "One more thing," he said before I could turn around. His voice got quiet when he spoke, just above a whisper and far too quiet for anyone other than the two of us to hear. I looked up at him and frowned, searching his face for the joke that wasn't there, nodded uneasily, then said goodbye. Arthur stood in the middle of the dirt road, waving broadly at us from the rearview mirror as his silhouette disappeared into the dust, kicked up by our tires. I never thought I'd return to Gomper's farm, let alone so quickly, but circumstances change, and with them, expectations. It took me nearly a whole day to find the road signs had let us down, and by then it was dusk and I returned back to my hotel, so as not to be out after dark. Melanie stayed home this time. Her condition had gotten significantly worse since our road trip, and she had been prescribed bed rest, among other things, until she was ready to deliver. Her mother hadn't been happy with me flying out to New Mexico, even with the lie we told her about it being a work trip, but her mother's chagrin was a small price to pay for what I was hoping to get out of a reunion with Arthur and Ruthie. I drove up the dirt road following the only street sign now for Gomper's farm, hoping to find an answer to something that had happened to us not long after returning home. I parked my car next to Arthur's pickup truck and stepped out. I waited for a moment, wondering if I would hear the sound of the birds carrying human-like screams along the air. To my relief, I heard nothing at all. I walked around to the front of the house, prepared to knock as I had mere weeks before, but found that I didn't need to. The door to the farmhouse was open. Dirt coated the entrance floor, suggesting that it had been open for a while. Cautiously, remembering the face I had seen in the window but feeling the bravery given to me by the daylight, I called out into the house. "Hello?" I called. "Arthur? Ruthie?" No reply. I stepped into the house, noting first that the shotgun Arthur had answered the door with was no longer propped against the wall in the corner by the door. "Hello?" I called again. "Is anyone there?" I explored the house carefully, worried that if I surprised anyone too much that I would find my skull full of buckshot, but sensing that I was totally alone. The kitchen was clean, with only a couple of plates in the sink with dried-on food that could have been from the night before, or perhaps longer. The bedroom where Mel and I had stayed looked exactly like we had left it. I called out again as I headed up the stairs towards the part of the house I hadn't been. There were 3 doors down the hallway from the top of the stairs. I chose the first and opened it. It was a young boy's room, a time capsule from decades ago. The boy who had once dwelt here must have been 6 or so, judging by the toys, books, and decorations that filled the space. Above the bed in large block letters was the name Jonathan. The next room was a bathroom adorned with yellow daisies over most of the surfaces. I opened the door to the final room and was struck by 2 things simultaneously. First was the body of Ruthie Gomper laying in the bed. She wore a nightgown and looked as if she had gone peacefully in her sleep. Second was the putrid odor that had somehow not completely filled the house, possibly because the door had been left open. It was clear that she had been dead for at least a few days, perhaps not long after Mel and I had left. But there was still no sign of Arthur. I went downstairs and out the front door, glad to be rid of the smell that followed me after I opened the door. I walked around the side of the house, calling Arthur's name and getting nothing in return. I checked inside the large shed and found the road signs that Mel and I had seen driving down the road that night, along with a third that said freeway entrance, left 1 mile. Just like the first sign we had seen, I turned the flashlight in my phone on and held it up to get a better look at the shed. There was some old farm equipment scattered around the area, but what caught my attention was toward the back. I took a few more steps to get a better look and found a corner of the space had been decorated like a bedroom. There was an old bed with a rusty frame and a torn mattress set up in the corner, along with a collection of what appeared to be chew toys sprinkled around. Above the bed in block letters, similar to the boy's bedroom I had seen in the house, was the name Christopher. I took a few more curious steps forward to get a better look at the makeshift living space, then felt something at my feet. I stooped to pick up the item buried in the dirt and found part of a chain. As I picked it up, the chain emerged from its resting place in the ground, and as I pulled it up, I found that it was connected to a large metal pole posted near the bed. I followed the chain to the other side and found at the end part of a broken shackle. I dropped the chain, letting it tinkle to the ground, and left as quickly as I could. If Arthur was here, I knew that this was the last place he would want me to be. I examined the rest of the farmyard, wondering where, if at all, I would find Arthur, and my eyes landed on a shape beneath a tree in the distance. I could hear Arthur's voice from the weeks before, "Mine's under the apple tree," and wondered if this was the tree he had spoken of. As I drew closer, the shape beneath the tree became clearer, and I recognized it as the man I sought. "Arthur," I called, beginning to jog now. "Arthur, I really need to—" I stopped. It was Arthur, but he wouldn't be answering any of my questions. The top of his skull was missing, and his body was slumped against the trunk of the tree, hunched over the barrel of the shotgun that still rested in his mouth. His body was covered in bite marks and scratches that looked like perhaps he had given himself the least painful death presented to him. Beside Arthur's body stood a wooden cross with the name Jonathan carved into the horizontal piece. He had said his was under the apple tree. He had meant his son. Which begged the question I had come with that now seemed wouldn't be answered. What happened to the other boy? A piece of paper stuck out between Arthur's fingertips. I stooped down and grabbed it, hoping perhaps a suicide note would give me at least part of the answer I had come for. It wasn't a note, however, but a photograph. One that had to be 25 years old or so. A younger-looking Arthur smiled back at me, holding a 5-year-old at his hip who wore a wide grin and a pair of overalls just like his father. Next to them stood a younger Ruthie, who stood next to another child who was far larger than the first and whose face had been scratched out. My stomach twisted in knots as I looked down at the second boy. The shirt he wore was one that had been given to us in the box of old clothes. But despite the clothes, it was clear to see that there was still something off about him. His legs and arms weren't quite right, his fingers too long, his torso too thin. It was the body that belonged to the face I had seen when we had spent the night and I opened up the curtain, a creature meant to seem human, but had just missed the mark. I put the photograph back into Arthur's dead hand and walked back toward my car. Melanie hadn't been right ever since we left that night. She had gotten sicker and sicker by the day. Her obstetrician gynecologist had insisted that we had come in to make sure everything was all right, and that was when we discovered it. Melanie was pregnant with twins. The doctor told us that it was possible, however rare, to miss a child on the ultrasound, but I knew that wasn't what it was. The pieces all started to fall together for me over the next few days, which led me to take a flight back out to New Mexico in the hopes that Arthur and Ruthie could help us. When we had left that day, Arthur had told me something that I hadn't taken very seriously then. He said, "If she has two, take the little one and run." Those words echoed in my head when we went through the box of clothes Ruthie had given us. We saw that the baby clothes came mostly in pairs, which made sense because we knew that the couple had twin boys. But when we noticed that there was always a far larger outfit than the other, I began to wonder why Arthur had told me to take the little one and run. What had happened to his little one? Furthermore, why had he been so concerned about me leaving Melanie alone that night? He had asked me at least twice to make sure, as if it were vitally important, and I had shrugged it off, not realizing then that I had left her alone that night, just once, when I jogged out to get a better view of the street sign, just before I heard her scream. She doesn't remember it, but I believe that moment is when that thing, Christopher, got to her. Arthur had warned me about the birds that lay their eggs in another bird's nest. He had even gone as far as to call the things making the terrible noises birds, and it hadn't clicked. He had been trying to warn us about Christopher, and however many others like him there were living there at the farm, about the dozen or so pairs of eyes that had followed us up the trail to the house. Those things didn't like that, and stopped him. They had cried out in the dark outside the window as they listened to him tell me the story about the brood parasite birds, and the birds who mimic the sounds of children crying. They didn't like it because by then, they had laid their egg, leaving nothing but a faint, white scar encircling her navel that was nearly completely gone now, and they didn't want us to know. I wonder if Arthur had killed Christopher before taking his own life. The wounds on his body told the story of a man who had fought hard against a wild animal, and I could only imagine it had been the creature who had been born from his wife's womb alongside her son. He had told me that the black bird had ripped the other bird to pieces when he was a boy, and I couldn't help but think that the same thing had happened to his son at the hand of the other. If that were true, the only thing that could stand between Arthur and redemption for his son was Ruthie, and with her gone, that was all he had left to do. I could see him discovering her death, and setting out to avenge the death of his only son after all these years, only to find out that the fight was one he could no longer win. He had taken his gun outside and had searched for the beast, eventually finding him and perhaps killing him before crawling his way up to where his son lay, and turning the gun on himself lest the wounds take his life instead. Or perhaps not. There was no way to be sure. Not really. I got back to my car and climbed into the driver's seat. My hands shook as I turned the key and started back down the road. My phone found service for just a moment, and I looked down and saw that I had 3 missed calls, 2 from Mel and 1 from her mother. There was a text message as well that read, "It's happening." I was about to be a father. I stepped on the gas pedal and sped back toward the main road, stopping for only a moment to make the turn at the now defunct sign that read, Gomper's Farm. As I made the turn and the sound of the engine was just low enough, I thought I could hear a cry carried in the air. The sound was almost human. Ma. I've been thinking a lot about what I went through that night a couple of years back. I've never had the chance to process it. I think when you go through something traumatic or unusual, you compartmentalize it to the point where it feels like it happened to somebody else. That's what it feels like to me. Back when I was living in a suburb near Pittsburgh, I was making ends meet, but margins were slim and the notion of owning my own house felt like a dream at best. I'd been dating a girl for 2 years, looking for the perfect time to propose, but I just couldn't find the right time and place. But my fortunes were about to change. I got offered a promotion at my job. I'd be a shift manager at a large chemical plant in a couple of weeks. But even better, I got an email about something that might be the perfect time and place for me to finally propose. I was subscribed to a newsletter for a particular singer/songwriter that my girlfriend and I both enjoyed. The first thing we'd ever bonded over was music. There was a promotional campaign where there would be a sneak release of tickets to an upcoming tour, and the first 30 in line would be offered backstage passes. I couldn't imagine a better place to pop the question. Maybe I could get a chance to do it on stage if I asked nicely, but it had to be a surprise, so I kept it to myself. I made up an excuse about going to see my brother and packed a camp-out kit to get in line well and early. The newsletter recommended all of those interested to be in line at least 24 hours ahead of the ticket release. Please be patient and understanding. The email read, "And please, wait in line." I drove out there early Saturday morning. They'd arranged it as a sort of pop-up store. It was gonna have all kinds of merch, and by opening day, there'd be plenty of people dropping by to get ordinary tickets. But I'd be one of those 30 who got the good ones, come hell or high water. It was awkward getting there, though. They'd shut down 3 of the roads for maintenance, making the zigzag between cones and waiting for traffic in opposing lanes to take a turn. There was an apartment complex nearby, but that had been tented up for fumigation. A couple of nearby stores were shut down after health inspections. All in all, it was just bad timing, and there would be no comforts. But I got a bunch of gear packed. I'd be fine. I had an audiobook, some TV shows, and a lawn chair with a slot for an attachable umbrella. I could sit out there for days if need be. As with most pop-up events, there was no big sign, and the location was closed with metal shutters out front. The only thing that showed that this was the place was a discreet little poster on the side of the door that read, "You made it." The newsletter had mentioned that particular poster. It was all designed in a way to make the release feel exclusive. I got there about 23 hours early, and my heart sank. There were already people in line. Luckily, I only counted 27. But for a short moment, I was ready to throw in the towel. I got to the back of the line, did a second and third count, and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as no one cut in line, I was in the green. So I set up my chair, attached an umbrella to my chair, and got started on the first season of Monk. After a couple of hours, the line had grown to about 50 people before slowing down. Maybe those in the back were hoping people up front would either drop out, or maybe they hoped there'd be extra tickets. The email had mentioned that there might be a couple of extras, but it couldn't be guaranteed. But I was still in the green, so I didn't have to worry all that much. It wasn't an unpleasant place to stay. The building was facing away from the sun, and there wasn't any traffic nearby because all the maintenance. I think the crews had stopped working for the weekend, because there was little to no machine noise. I didn't hear a single jackhammer or concrete mixer, just the ambience of the city and the murmur of the people in line. There was a bit of a tussle up front. This one woman was getting up and talking to people. She was hard to miss. She had this neon green band shirt and blue-colored hair. You could see her from a mile away. She went down the line asking if anyone had any antihistamines. Allergy pills. She was having some sort of reaction. Turns out no one had any, so she had to head off to find some. There was a drugstore a couple of blocks away, and the guy next to her promised she could keep her spot. So she walked away, thanking those around her for being so understanding. Thing is, she never came back. Hours later, her spot was still vacant. By dinner time, I kicked up a conversation with a guy next to me. He'd arrived just after I did, so he was still among the first 30. His name was Rodney, and he had this lean metalhead kind of build, arms covered in tattoos, and those kinds of pants with zippers that you can turn into shorts. It didn't look like his kind of venue. "I'm surprising my girl," Rodney smiled. "She loves this stuff." "Same here," I said. I think I might pop the question. "Congrats, love to see it." He offered me a Coke and I took it. He hadn't prepared himself quite like I had, so I offered him a pad to watch some shows while I listened to my audiobook. We shared a couple of stories, some snacks, and added one another to our socials. I chomped down on a cold burrito for dinner and took a nap. Rodney was on his phone talking to a friend for a bit. The people ahead of me were having a conversation of their own, and I only caught parts of it. They were discussing if there were 30 available tickets in total, or if there were more tickets given out to the first 30 people. Was there only one ticket per person? Because if all in line wanted 2 or more, that'd be over 60 in total. The email hadn't specified it, so they were a bit worried. I had no idea, but there was no point in arguing about it. we'd see in about a day. There was this one guy who was a couple of spots ahead of me that had to step out of line. He had a friend coming by to drop off some stuff, so he asked if they could hold his spot for a bit. It'd just be a couple of minutes. I saw him disappear around the corner, doing that I'm in a bit of a hurry kind of jog that polite people do. A couple of minutes passed, then half an hour. After a full hour, he still wasn't back. "Isn't that strange?" I said to Rodney. "Two people have gone to get something, and none came back." "Sure, yeah, strange," he nodded. "But some people just say those things to get an excuse to leave. It's embarrassing to say you're bored, you know?" "I guess. It's just strange." "I work at the hospital," he said. "As an anesthesiologist, I know what people who crack under pressure looks like. They always shuffle away with a convenient excuse." "You sure that's it?" I asked. "Nah, but I got no other explanation." "Fair enough." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sounds of the city lowered to a mumble. Cars gave way to people walking their dogs, and in this particular neighborhood, there was a lot of those. There were a couple more people who got out of line and walked away, not to return. We were still well over 40 though, but I think some got cold feet as the city got dark. A couple of light posts from a nearby street cast long shadows across the pavement. I was having a nap when Rodney poked me. He looked confused. "Some folks in the back are saying we're in the wrong line. They're opening some name brand store. There ain't no ticket sales." "You're kidding," I scoffed. "You can't be serious." A guy 3 steps ahead looked back. "This ain't no store opening," he called back. "It's an autograph signing." That kicked up a murmur. All of a sudden the entire line was talking. There was some confusion about what we were actually doing out there. A lot of people were there for tickets, but for different artists. Some were there for a shop opening, an autograph signing, or a giveaway. A couple of phones were passed around and shown so we could compare emails. All emails were from different accounts, seemingly official enough to get past the spam filters. They all advertised different things, but they ended with the same line. "Please be patient and understanding, and please wait in line." It became readily apparent that no one had the faintest idea what this opening actually was. A couple of folks just got up and left. Finally, the guy at the very front stepped out of line. "I'm not sticking around for some scam," he spat. "I'm going home. You should too." A couple more people packed up, but hadn't decided what to do. I was a bit on the fence about it, but as I watched that first man round the corner, I figured there'd be some kind of misunderstanding. Maybe they were doing several promotions at once. I heard his voice. He sounded surprised and a little angry. "What is this?" Then he screamed, a blood-curdling, ear-bleeding scream. It got quiet. Everyone looked at one another, trying to find an answer to what was going on. I got out of my chair to get a better look, but Rodney put his hand on my arm. "Hold on," he said, lowering his voice. "Don't go. We should call someone." He agreed, but we could see other people were already calling for help. The man from the front of the line never returned. There was someone in the back who called for help. A few people walked down the road to see if everyone was okay, but they never returned either. A patrol vehicle came by about 20 minutes later. 2 police officers walked up, asking questions. Everyone said the same thing. A man had stepped away, and it sounded like he got hurt. The officers did a sweep of the road, and when they came back around, they shrugged it off. "There's nothing here," they said. "You sure he didn't just call out to a friend?" There were a lot of voices raised at that. But what could we say? It wasn't illegal to step out of line and not come back. There was no blood, or sign of a struggle. Maybe we hadn't heard what we thought we heard, but people were raising other issues. Like the emails we'd been sent. It all seemed like a plot to trick us. That, the officers had something to say about. "No, it's legit," one said. We were informed that there'd be people waiting in line for some kind of event. They had no idea what the promotion was for, though, and even if they did, they couldn't disclose it. It was all arranged by an event promoter, who'd in turn been hired by someone else. All in all, there was nothing they could do but wish us the best of luck and be on their way. As they left, I noticed them meeting up with someone walking their dog at the end of the street. They shook hands, looked at us, and went their separate ways. Rodney and I stayed up late. We decided we'd take turns sleeping just to make sure no one took our things. I took the first shift. The line had whittled down to about 30 people by then. There'd been a lot of people trickling out after the uncertainty of what this was supposed to be. Of course, none of them came back. I didn't hear anything else, but there was this rising unease that there was something inherently dangerous about stepping away. I could hear a couple of people talking about it. That is, until a woman further back had enough. She'd been sitting quietly for a while, listening to people talk over her. "It's not a big deal," she groaned. "Look, I'll walk one lap around the building. I'll leave my purse here so you know I'll be back. All right?" Maybe she was tired or frustrated. Maybe she wanted to prove a point. She stepped out of line and rounded the corner with a huff. Judging by the size of the building, it ought to take her a couple of minutes at a brisk walking speed. But as those minutes dragged on into half an hour, it was clear she wasn't coming back. She'd left everything behind, so it was clear this wasn't voluntary. Something had kept her from coming back. No one would willingly leave behind their identification, credit cards, or phone. A couple of people discussed leaving as a group. Someone mentioned leaving while being on a phone call to report back as they went, but no one wanted to take the risk. We didn't know what was going on, and no one was eager to put themselves on the line. Instead, we waited, speculated, and murmured back and forth about what might be going on. Was it a trafficking thing, gang-related? Or was this whole thing just a big misunderstanding? I woke up Rodney around midnight and leaned back in my chair. I told him about the woman leaving her things behind, and I could see something settle on his brow. It was a strange position to be in. We were either completely fine or in incredible danger. But which was it? Which made more sense? I had a nervous sleep. No dreams, just a stream of thoughts. I kept waking up for the dumbest reasons. A car playing loud music a couple streets down, a barking dog, someone throwing away a bunch of glass bottles, just everyday city noise. Rodney had slumped against the wall chewing on some licorice. When he noticed me watching, he pointed down the streets. "They keep coming back around." "Who?" I asked. "Not sure. Some guy walking his dog every 30 minutes or so." "The same guy?" "I don't know. Maybe." We kept our eyes on the streets, and just like he said, a man with a dog passed by. He was wearing a large coat and a baseball cap, and the dog was one of the larger breeds, possibly a Saint Bernard or some kind of sheepdog. "Every 30 minutes, Rodney reiterated. "I don't think he's walking his dog." "So what's he doing then?" Rodney shook his head and took another bite of licorice. "Patrolling." It was the middle of the night when the police came back. 2 officers, same as before, walked down the line with an audible sigh. "Someone called again," they said. "What's going on?" A young man got up and pointed at the woman who'd left her things behind. The police scooped it up, checked it, and promised to take it back to the station. As they were about to leave, the young man asked if they could escort him to his car. They agreed. As he left, he looked back at the rest of us, holding up his phone. A woman he'd been sitting next to held up her phone in response. "I'll stay on the line till I get home," he called out. "I'll keep you updated." It seemed to go well enough, but as they rounded the corner at the end of the street, I noticed one of the officers looking to the left and raising his hand, as if waving at someone just off to the side. We all looked at the woman with the phone. She was hunched over, cradling it with both hands. listening through wireless earpieces. She'd say something occasionally, like a quiet, "Yes, I'm still here," or "Are you okay?" Then, after a couple of minutes, her eyes went wide. "Hello?" she said. "Dan? Dan, are you there?" There was no response. I could see the tears pool in her eyes as her hand started to shake. He'd promised to stay on the line. Something must have gone wrong. "They're picking us off," muttered Rodney. "Someone is picking us off." "But why?" I whispered back. "What's the point?" "Think about it," he said. "This whole block is basically shut down. Roadwork, maintenance, fumigation, renovations. It's just us out here." "But why us? Why now?" "There's gotta be a reason." Everyone was awake by then. We tried to figure out if we all had something in common. We all looked different, and we were all different ages. We were there for different reasons, and we lived in different parts of town. There was nothing readily apparent that we had in common. "Dan works at a bottling plant," the woman with the phone added. "I'm in retail." Others joined in. One was an airline pilot, another was a bodyguard, a firefighter, a translator. All very different people in very different lines of work. However, we had one thing in common. We all had access to something. Rodney had access to pretty much whatever at the hospital. The woman working retail had access to influential private clients. The firefighter had control over who had what shift, and who would respond to what call. The translator could listen in on privileged information. I was no different. I was about to become shift manager at the plant. I could choose what and who went where and when. "Is that it?" Rodney said. "Is that what we're here for?" "But what's the point of taking us out?" I asked. "This isn't hurting anyone but us." The man walking his dog was back for another round, but now it looked like he'd slowed down a bit. As Rodney talked, I saw him stop at the end of the street, giving us a long look, and his dog looked too. Somewhere around 3 a.m., a whole group of people got up from the back of the line. The idea was clear. They were going to rush out of there. Others protested, saying they could call people over to come help. "If we all call someone, we can make a crowd," a man called out. "We can leave as a crowd, and we'll be fine." "No, we have to spread out," someone else said. "We go different ways and we go fast. Some of us are bound to get out." Rodney got up too, but his voice drowned in the crowd. Things were getting heated, and people were pushing one another. Angry fingers were being pointed. Phrases were repeated over and over and over. The argument was quickly turning into a shouting contest. "There's at least 8 people patrolling," Rodney tried to say. "I've counted. There's at least 8. At least 8. But no one listened. And as push came to shove, a group from the back of the line spread out and ran into the night. Rodney slouched back down against the wall, breathing heavily. We all held our breaths, listening. We could hear footsteps running down different alleyways. It started with a crash, like someone taking a tumble into a trash container. Then one pair of footsteps stopped. Not long after, another stopped, and from a far-off corner I heard this barking, a loud, growling bark. "No," someone pleaded. "No, no, no." There was no screaming, no gunshots. All the sounds just stopped, and no one came back. A guy from the back of the line called out to them, but got no answer. We were down to about 20 people. Some were calling home, others were calling the police. But they weren't about to come back here for a third time. One called a taxi, but they couldn't find a place to park, so they had to stop at an adjacent street, which we couldn't get to. There was also this one woman with a face tattoo that asked to borrow a phone. Rodney handed over his. "I'm getting my guys down here," she said. "You'll see. I'm done." She made a call, shouting angrily for a couple of minutes. After the person on the other end finally seemed to understand the gravity of the situation, Rodney got his phone back. About 20 or so minutes later, 6 very tired men came wandering down the street. I could see the outline of holsters inside their cheap jackets. "We're going," the tattooed woman called out. "Y'all can come if you want." A couple of people got up. I looked at Rodney, but he shook his head. "Suit yourself," she continued. "We're leaving." We watched them walk away and round the corner. I heard them starting a car and putting it in gear. There was music playing, something loud with a thumping bass. It sounded like they were about to drive away when I heard a bark. But it wasn't just a bark. It was more like a growling cough. Then a gunshot. Then another. The sound bounced against the walls, ringing out over the city. I saw a couple of lights turn on in distant buildings. Then all was quiet again. No one wanted to go look. Some people screamed at nearby houses, hoping for someone to open a window and look our way. No one did. The line itself was in complete disarray by then. People were packing and unpacking, pacing back and forth, hoping some opportunity would show itself. I wasn't immune to it, but I tried to stay calm. Rodney helped a lot. He was a lot more calculated than I'd imagined when I first saw him. He counted the people walking by. He measured the dogs. He listened for repeating sounds. My mind was tired, but my heart kept my eyes open and frantic. "I don't get this one thing," I said. "There's a timeline." "What do you mean?" he asked. "They gave us a time this would open," I continued. "If they're just gonna keep us here until they've picked us off, why would they give us an endpoint?" "There's gotta be something to it," he said. "Some reason for this specific place, and this time. And what happens when it opens?" We looked at one another. Whatever was going on, there couldn't be anything good in there. Rodney brought up the idea of breaking into the place we'd been lining up for. A couple of folks were on board, but the front gates were barred shut, and the personal entrance was on the back of the building. That kicked up all previous arguments about calling for help, or moving as a group, or running like panicked animals into the night. We tried to bend a piece of rebar into a makeshift crowbar, but we couldn't get it to work. The place was locked down hard, and we hadn't brought anything to break through. We couldn't do it. A couple of people thought about collecting jackets and making a line so we could pull them back if need be. The problem was, no one wanted to volunteer. "Nothing happens until we're out of sight," someone said. "As long as we're within view, nothing happens. So someone can go to the end of the street, look around the corner and come back." We had a volunteer for that. A large guy in his early 40s. He brushed off our worries, grabbed his backpack, and went to the end of the street. We could see him the whole time as he called back to us. "There's a car here," he yelled. "The door's open. There's no one here." "Can you see anything?" Rodney called out. "Nothing," he said. "Not a soul." He turned to go back to us when he stopped. He looked to the side. There was a hint of doubt there. Rodney peered up at me, then back at the man. "I think the patrol's coming around," he said. "Any moment now." Suddenly the man started running back to us. By the time he reached us, 3 of us were up on their feet to catch him and slow him down. He was panting like he was having an episode. We looked back towards the street, where a person walking his dog had stopped to look at us. "That's no dog," the man wheezed. "I don't know what that is, but it's no dog." For a couple of seconds, we all just stared at the stranger. There really was something unusual about the dog. Its back legs had a curious shape, and there was a shine to the eyes that I hadn't noticed before. Almost blue. A couple more people would crack in the following hour. One just straight rushed down the road. Another tried to leave but was held back by the others. A couple tried to call people for help, or to have someone escort them to their car, but nothing came of it. One guy kept spamming the police over and over, yelling at the operator that if they were that upset with him, they were free to come down and arrest him at any time. By dawn, there were less than 20 of us still waiting in line. It was about 6 a.m. when I saw someone coming down the street, a woman with blue-colored hair and a neon green band shirt. I poked Rodney. We recognized her. She'd been the first one to leave, the one who went to get allergy medication. She came back, I said. You sure? Rodney asked. You sure that's her? Positive, I said. Same clothes and everything. She waved at us. She was smiling and a bit bouncy, like she'd had a good night's sleep. In comparison, the rest of us were nervous wrecks. I heard there was trouble, she said. I'm sure it was a misunderstanding. What happened? I asked. Nothing happened, she insisted. Pills made me sleepy, so I went home. I just came to get my things, see what's going on. I wasn't buying it, and by the looks of Rodney, he wasn't either. Others didn't seem all that sure, but a couple seemed to relax their shoulders a bit. Despite my reservations, she got a lot of people up on their feet. Maybe they really wanted to believe that it was all just a big misunderstanding. And yeah, it was convincing. She'd come back after all, but maybe she was some kind of plant. Or maybe it was just someone who sort of looked like her. About half of all the people who remained joined her. They left together, giving the rest of us a tired wave goodbye. Some broke down in tears. There was this one woman whose face had burned into my mind. She was completely beside herself, shaking like a dry leaf in the wind. I'm scared, okay? She cried. I'm scared. I don't understand what's going on. I just want to go home. She was assured and hugged and led by the hand, and slowly but surely they all wandered off down the streets, and none would return. About an hour later, there were less than 10 of us left. Rodney shook his head as he looked from side to side. No patrols, he said. They've missed it 2 times. You think we can go? I asked. No, he said. Something's up. He shook his head as we looked down the road, only to see someone approaching. It was one of the people who'd been walking their dog, except now they weren't just passing by. They were stopping at the end of the street. A couple more joined, blocking off the other exits. One by one, they bent down and let their dogs off their leash. I looked at Rodney. For the first time, he looked scared. I could see his chest rising and falling with little claustrophobic breaths. We were being closed in on from all sides. They've fanned us out, he whispered. They outnumbered us. What do we do? I whispered back. He got up and I followed. Others were taking notice as well. But as we began to spread out, we could see the approaching people moving to intercept. Then, the barking. I'll never forget the moment the dogs stepped out of the shade of the surrounding buildings. They looked almost completely black in the shadows, but they remained equally black when they stepped into the morning light. They had this ink-black, slick skin. Their back feet looked like something from a bird, and the entire body was hunched over on all fours. It was more humanoid than I'd thought, and as they got closer, they stretched out. The smaller of them, at full length, was at least 6'7". One of them looked my way with a shark-like grin, scratching the pavement like an eager dog with long, pointed claws. I looked back at Rodney a final time, and in a split-second realization, all hell broke loose. Someone made a run for it, only to be tackled to the ground. One of the dogs got them by the neck and bit down hard with a sickening snap. One guy tried to climb a light post, hoping he could get up to a window of a nearby building. 2 more creatures tore down the light post, breaking it with a snap as he came tumbling to the ground. They were picking us off one by one, killing us, feeding on us. A couple had time to scream for help, but the creatures targeted whoever made noise first. The 40-something-year-old man who'd gone out of the streets earlier was tackled face first into the pavement, and had those razor-sharp teeth dug into the back of his neck. My mouth tasted salt as morbid death smells crept up my nose. We didn't stand a chance. There were at least 12 of them, and they knew what they were doing. Rodney and I stayed by the wall, trying to make ourselves as small as possible. I got a good look at some of the dog walkers. A couple of them were complete strangers, but a couple of them I recognized from earlier. They'd been in line just like me and Rodney. Maybe they'd been plants, or something else entirely. The creatures were feasting. One of the handlers went up to the locked building and rolled it open as one of them walked up to me and Rodney. He looked us up and down as one of the creatures settled down by his side, snarling and drooling, starved and ready to pounce. The man adjusted his glasses, peering out from under his baseball cap. "We got any hatchers left?" he called out. The building opened. I couldn't see what was inside from my angle, being pushed up against the wall. "All done," someone responded. "Got them all." The man looked at me and Rodney, was maybe 30 years old, with a fashionable beard. Simple square glasses. I couldn't have picked him out of a crowd. He looked down at the dark creature and adjusted his nondescript baseball cap. "Which one you want?" he asked. "Which did you dream of?" I felt something to my right. Rodney reached out and grabbed my hand, not because we were making a break for it, or to try some last-minute master plan. He was just scared, and when you're scared, you want to hold someone's hand, so he held mine. The creature looked us over, a hint of blue reflected at us from its deep eyes. We fumbled for the right words to say. Some plea, some brilliant last-minute monologue, something to appeal to their sense of kindness and humanity. But the stranger with the glasses didn't move a muscle. He might as well have been shopping for groceries. And with that, the creature growled. It had decided. It pounced on Rodney. I held his hand for as long as I could. I didn't look. I remember the sensation of screaming, but I don't remember the sound. My throat turned raw. The muscles in Rodney's hand tightened, then fell limp. The man with the glasses took a step forward, shushing the creature. There, he said. "It's okay. Dream well. Eat." Bone crunching, sinew snapping, meat and the smell of hot iron. I closed my eyes so hard my skull ached. There was noise all around me. I didn't hear most of it, as I could barely make out anything over the sound of my own heart. There was biting and ripping, interlaced with the most casual-sounding conversation. "You got the shells?" someone asked. "No need. We're torching." "You sure?" "It's clear. We got a firefighter." I looked up. A couple creatures began to look different as they ate. Some had brighter skin. Some were shorter, fatter. I heard clattering as their claws fell off their fingers, bones snapping as their legs straightened. Then the man with the glasses clapped his hands at me. "Hey," he said. "You can go." "What?" "You can go," he repeated. "We're done." I got up off the ground and cleared my eyes. A couple of people looked my way, and I could tell they weren't entirely convinced. Some were armed. I recognized one of them as the woman with the face tattoo. "You're letting me go?" "Sure," he said. "We got a full brood. We don't need you." "You can't kill people and walk away," I whispered. You can't do that." He shrugged at me like I'd asked him what the time was. I stepped back and no one followed me. I glanced at the creature gnawing on Rodney, only to see that it had started to gain his features, his face, his gangly arms, and all the while the man with the glasses calmly shushed it and stroked its back. The others were setting fire to the building, using a can of gasoline and a strip of newspaper. I only saw a brief glance of the inside. Black rock-like fragments littered the floor. Strange organic formations stuck to the wall in batches of 3 to 6. When he noticed I wasn't leaving, the man with the glasses casually waved a pistol at me, not to shoot me, but to show that he had it. "Go on now," he said, and as the fire flared up, I stepped around the corner and I didn't return. I came home in tears. I remember breaking down in the hallway, trying to explain everything all at once to my girlfriend. I told her about the tickets, and the plans I'd made, and the people I'd met, and the dogs and the handlers. All of it. I tried to show her Rodney's socials, and as I did, I noticed he was posting. My heart skipped a beat. "Long night," the post said. It was just a selfie posted 10 minutes earlier. He looked fine, healthy even, but there was a little blue tint to his eyes that wasn't there before. No people went missing that night. Everyone came home eventually, and from what I've heard, there haven't been any incidents. Everything just keeps going like normal, like nothing happened. So who can I call? What can I even say? You can't report a person not being properly killed to the police. I even texted Rodney once and he responded like it was no big deal. "I just went home," he said. "I'm fine. We should hang out sometime." I haven't agreed to it. I don't think I can. I don't even know what to think anymore. About a week or so after all this went down, I got a card. An apology card with a sad blue sunflower on the front. Inside was a handwritten note. "Sorry for the inconvenience," it read. There were 2 tickets to the concert, backstage passes. I ended up going. I proposed. I think I recognized a couple of people in the crowd, but I'm not sure. Now, years down the line, it all feels like a nightmare. I can't point to a single thing and say, "Hey, look, it really happened." There are no witnesses, and in the eyes of the law, no crime has been committed. But I know what I lived through that night. That'll stay with me forever. And I know this was violent, and ugly, and sick. But that email asked me to wait patiently, and maybe that's what saved my life in the end. Maybe I'm still waiting. But for what? My wife Anna passed close to my son's 7th birthday. She was off visiting her family in Mexico and suddenly fell ill. About 72 hours from her showing the initial symptoms, we were told she'd passed away. I can't properly describe how devastating it was. I'm not going to go into that. Not here. I've lived in Guatemala my whole life. Well, I've been both north and south of the border a couple of times. There had always been something pulling me back to my home country. Anna and I had lived in Antigua ever since Gaspar was born, but we'd always talked about moving to the East Coast. She was born there, and it always seemed like a nice place to raise kids. Now, we only had time to have one child, but I was going to give him the best life I could afford. I mean, it's not like we didn't try to have more. Things just didn't work out that way. I could still see her whenever I saw my boy. He had her eyes and her brown hair. I couldn't look at him without remembering the promises we'd made. So a couple of months after Anna passed, I packed our things and moved. No more waiting. If you continue northeast past Puerto Barrios, there is a small coastal town. You know you're getting there when the road turns to dirt and the jacaranda trees grow taller. It's like nature knows people gotta stay longer in the sun. So the branches reach a little further and the shade grows a little thicker. I'd grown up working with boats, so it was easy enough to get a job. A couple of folks knew Anna's family, so I had a foot in the door before they even met me. I got a cheap house made of beautiful smooth white stone, and one wall which was just raw exposed brick. It really reflected the town, stunningly beautiful, from the right angle. We moved in on short notice. The house had been empty since the previous owner passed, and the surviving family decided to sell it off. It was nice enough, but you could tell there was more history to it than you might be comfortable with. Little notches on the floor, subtle stains on the walls, a kitchen where the smell of fried fish wouldn't go away. It wasn't unpleasant, just different. Anna's death had been hard on everyone. I had to keep up appearances and focus on Gaspar. But now that I was settling into a new routine, things were changing fast. Gaspar was starting school, and getting to meet all new friends. I guess, in a way. I was supposed to do that too. It's silly worrying about whether your work colleagues are gonna like you or not, but it can make or break your social life. And at my age, what little social life you have is precious. As I got used to the new town, I spent a lot of time by the sea. Boats would come and go at all hours of the day. There was this one station by the pier open 24 hours a day where everyone was registered, meaning there was always some disinterested teenager sitting in the booth, waiting to sign a sheet of paper. I think the smell was the hardest to get used to. Salt and fish and foam. Sick, sweet, and salt, all hitting you at different angles like the southpaw of a skillful boxer. On my first day of work, I was early enough to watch the first fisherman pull into the pier. A tired man in his early 50s pulled a cart with 4 coolers. Waving at the tired kid in the booth, he sat down on the bench next to me. Maybe he was overworked, or a little drunk. But I could tell he wasn't all right. He looked over at me with deep bags under his eyes. "You're new," he stated matter-of-factly. "I am," I said. "I fix boats." "Good," he nodded. "Only reason mine floats is because it's too crap for the ocean to eat." "She's not a picky eater," I smiled. "What?" "I said she's not a picky eater," I repeated. "You know, the ocean." "Don't talk like you know her, Quate," he said, giving me a cold look. "You don't know her like I do. Don't pretend you do." "I'm just making conversation." "And I'm here to make a good one," he said, pointing a finger at me. "Don't think you can figure this place out in a couple days. There's history in this land. There's bones in that sea. You understand?" "I get you," I said. "I respect that." The man got up and dragged his cart along, smacking the side of the wall of a nearby house. Someone was already up to meet him, but they didn't seem too happy about it. I watched 2 young women help carry the coolers inside, talking to him with tired smiles, and he just waved them off. "Don't mind Simon," someone said. "He's crazy." I turned around and recognized my employer, Lino. He'd stood there for a while just to see what I was up to. I got up in a flash, reaching out to shake his hand. He accepted it with a smile. "He's 30 years older than he looks," Lino continued. "Been a grumpy old man since he was a kid, they say." "I don't mind grumpy," I smiled. "That's what towns are made of, right?" "Yeah," Lino grinned. "So let's hope we get to be grumpy old men too." Lino's workshop felt like someone's living room. Pictures on the walls, music playing on the speakers, equal smells of motor oil and Ron Zacapa. Lino was an absolute treasure of a person. If "Don't Worry, Be Happy" had a face, it'd be him. He had a green shirt that was older than my kid, and this sort of ill-kept handlebar mustache that he kept stroking when he tried to keep a serious face. I couldn't help but think he looked like a tanner Freddie Mercury, minus the teeth. We worked on the engine of a private boat that day. Leisure type stuff. Not anything big and functional. Someone came in saying the engine kept stalling. Lino figured they'd been getting too close to shore and kept getting trash stuck in the propeller, but I convinced him to do a thorough check. We found some engine tearing that might lead to a complete breakdown in a couple more runs, so we fixed it. It was quick and cheap, and Lino charged next to nothing for it despite it costing us half a day to work through. You make people who can afford a boat like this happy, they don't ever go somewhere else, he said. It's not just making friends, it's good business. By the end of our first day, we stopped outside the workshop to have a smoke. I hadn't smoked since I met Anna, but I didn't see the point to stick to that anymore. One puff and I got the coughs. Lino picked up on it, but decided not to ask. Instead, he pointed at a shed just off the pier. "You see that?" he said. "Take a look. Tell me what you see." "A shed," I said. "Cheap roofing." "No. See what's on the roof?" I looked a little closer. "Two seagulls?" "That's right," Lino said. "Two seagulls. Now, have you noticed something strange about them?" "Other than not pooping on me? No." "Yeah, but that's just the thing. There are gulls everywhere. Listen." I took another puff of smoke, letting it coat my lungs and simmer into my nerves. I turned my head up and closed my eyes. All I could hear was the pulse of the ocean and the clatter of everyday life coming from the buildings around us. I couldn't hear the gulls. "They're silent around here," Lino said. "You won't hear them screaming or attacking. They don't do that." "BS." "No, I'm serious," he smiled. "They say so many people died at sea that even the gulls stopped laughing about it." "They say that, huh?" "Well, Simon does." Lino nodded. "But he loves those things, so he should know. You can see him feeding them before he goes out every night." I didn't question it. Grumpy people tend to prefer the company of animals. There was a place right next door to the workshop where I could get some cheap tapato, so I bought some for me and Gaspar. I took the long road back home, getting acquainted with the streets and those who lived there. A couple of folks gave me crooked looks and folded arms, but others waved and cheered as I passed. It would take some time, but I could see them warming up to me. By the time I got to the street, I noticed something. There were seagulls all over the roof, looking down on me. About 30 of them all in all. It was true what Lino said. They'd been unusually quiet. I'd never seen a seagull that hadn't screeched and whooped. But these were different somehow. As I approached, I could see them gathering at the edge of the roof, looking down on me. Gaspar was already home, waiting by the door. Before I got a chance to greet him, one of the gulls opened its mouth and screamed. One by one they joined in. It wasn't the usual cackling of seagulls. It was more of a laugh, a stunted, stuttered laugh. Gaspar and I had dinner in the living room, watching cartoons on the TV. I asked him about school, but he was too shy to talk about it. He wasn't really a fan of the soup I'd bought, but I promised he'd get used to it. There were so many other things to try too. "If we ask nicely, I bet we can go out on a boat," I said. "I think you'd like it. It's nice out there." "I don't like the ocean," he said. "It's too big, scary." "That's what makes it great. You can swim for hours and there's always something new to see." "I prefer YouTube." He finished up and hunkered down in his room. I sat down in the kitchen, popped open a gallo, and took the load off my feet. But even then, I noticed a gull on the fence outside, staring right into my kitchen window. And the moment our eyes met, it laughed, and not in the way that gulls usually do. The following morning, after I sent Gaspar to school, I met Simon by the pier again. He had 5 coolers that morning, A successful trip, it seemed. He sat down on the same bench, sighed, and gave me a tired side-eye. He didn't have much to say, so I decided to take the lead on this one. "They say you know the Gulls," I said. "Is that true?" "You better believe it," he nodded. "They're my children." "So what does it mean when they laugh at you?" He turned to me, his expression growing concerned. "They laugh at you?" "Yeah, a bunch of them did yesterday." "Means you got misery coming, Quate." "They got you with the Recess del Mar. They sensed something." "The laugh of the sea." Simon even had a name for it. "They sense that darkness in you, Quate. You can hide it from the rest, but you're not fooling my goals. They're gonna laugh at you." "Why'd they do that?" "Maybe they want you to chin up. Maybe you are bringing my goals down. Maybe they don't think you belong. Could be a lot of things." He got up with a grunt and grabbed his cart. Without looking back, he ended the conversation. "You think you belong here?" He chuckled. "You think this is meant for you?" I had no answer, and in the distance, a gull laughed. I spent a couple of days working with Lino to get into the rhythm of things. Just like he'd said, the rich client came back with another boat. This one was more of a touch-up job rather than a pure fix. We just looked it over, cleaned it a bit, and called it a day. Took us just a couple of hours, and paid more than the last job 2 times over. We took some time working with the local fishermen. Quick fixes, mostly. Lino introduced me to half the town. I got told more names than I could count. One guy, son of another guy, cousin to a third guy. There was the dumb guy with the hot sister, the even dumber guy who married her. This was a town of stories and lives, and I was jumping straight into it with both feet at once. I stepped out of that workshop feeling lighter than I'd been in weeks. There was that glimpse of something new, that maybe, if I worked hard, I could make a life for myself. Then I peered up at the rooftops, and there the gulls sat, laughing. I felt my smile fade. They could see past it all. They could see and laugh at my pain. It was there, hidden under a vain attempt at fitting in. "Don't let them get to you, compa," Lino said. "It's just birds." But it wasn't that easy. I'd hear them every morning as I went to work. I'd see them on the rooftops, looking down on me. They never laughed at anyone else. Not Simon, not Lino, not the dumb guy with the hot sister. No one. Just me. The Risa del Mar. The laugh of the sea. Maybe Misery didn't love company. Maybe she just lives by the coast. Sometimes the gulls would get louder. Sometimes the gulls would get louder. Whenever I stubbed a toe or stalled an engine, they'd laugh even harder. I would be so prepared to hear them that I'd get distracted, which would just cause more misfortune. I once tried bribing them, putting out a bowl of cooked, unsalted rice. They wouldn't touch it. They just circled it, picked at it, and laughed. I'd never seen a bird reject a free meal. One night as I went to bed, I thought about the people that used to live in that house. They'd slept in that room too, coloring it with their little dreams and hopes. I could almost see myself in 30 years, just like they did, laying in that same room, dreaming the same dreams. But in those moments, the space next to me felt colder than ever. I missed Anna with every breath of every day, but in those cold hours of the night, it just hurt a little more. And in those moments of weakness, where a tear might chase its way down my eyes, I'd hear the gulls outside laughing. "Please stop," I'd whisper into my pillow. "Please stop laughing." That just made them laugh harder, louder. "I've done you nothing. Please." But they didn't stop. They'd laugh all night. hoping to wound me for just a little longer. Lino had a slightly different view of things. He and the other locals stuck to this one saying that would slip out every now and then. El que mucho se asante pronto deja de hacer falta. Or, he who is often absent stops being missed. You have to put yourself out there if you want to be part of things. So instead of wallowing in self-pity, I was gonna have to put myself on the line. Now, Lino never once asked me about Anna and our lives together. He'd heard a little about it, and he knew better than to ask. So instead, he just did his best to bring me along. Fishing trips with some of his cousins, late nights at the bars watching sports and drinking rum. Gaspar would stay at a friend's house. He was quicker to pick up friends than me, I figured. Lino would introduce me to single women my age, but back off when he realized I wasn't ready. But with every step forward, there'd be that long walk home at night, and every single time, there'd be a gull, laughing its heart out, reminding me that at the end of it all, that room would be as dark as ever, as cold as ever, dead. There was one morning when I hadn't slept that well. As I ran into Simon, the gulls were at full force, circling me, laughing from up high. I snapped at Simon as he came by, pulling his carts. Just 3 coolers that morning. What do I gotta do? I asked. How long are they gonna laugh at me? You getting mad at the birds, Guate? Simon had the same laugh as the gulls. Maybe they got it from him. I'm serious, I said. This is ridiculous. You blame the mirror for making you ugly, too? Shut up. He stopped for a moment and looked at me, shaking his head. You know the last one the gulls laughed at? He asked. Same woman that lived in that house of yours, not long before she died. You trying to scare me? Ask anyone, he continued. Right before she died, they were all over her. And her husband? Who knows? He never left the house. You'd forget he even lived there. So what are you trying to say? That I'm about to die? Simon rolled his eyes and grabbed his cart. I'm telling you to stop being weak, he snapped back. Have a drink, cut your hair, kiss a woman. He flicked a couple of coins at me as he wandered off, still laughing, just like the gulls. That day turned out awful. Just awful. I broke an expensive spare part and cut my palm on a sharp knife. When Lino came over to help, I turned him away. I didn't even think about it. Even though my ears couldn't hear them, my heart echoed with the shrieking laughter of the gulls. The Risa del Mar. When I sat down to clear my head, Lino joined me, giving me some time to calm down. You know the people who lived in that house before me? I asked. Lady de Leon? He asked. Yeah, I remember her. Simon says the gulls laughed at her before she died. Yeah, I remember, he said. Can't say it was a big surprise. She was ancient, but we miss her. What about her husband? Lino raised an eyebrow at that. Then he nodded, as if a light had come on in the back of his mind. Right, he said. I forget about him sometimes. He never left the house, but you could see his stupid red hat in the windows. Did he die too? I suppose he did. Lino nodded. I can't remember. Coming home that evening, I anticipated the gulls sitting in a row along the roof laughing at me. They knew I'd had a bad day, and they weren't about to let me forget it. But they weren't there. The house was empty, not a single gull, not a hint of a laugh. It was nice in a way. It showed me a home the way it was meant to be seen. I wouldn't dread going to sleep that night, but I still felt like something was off. For all the unease those birds brought me, there was something stranger about them suddenly going away. Had I done something wrong? Gaspar? I called out. I'm making shrimp. You want coconut rice or the usual? There was no response. I walked out into the hallway looking around. He wasn't in the living room, not in the backyard either. By the time I dug through his room, I could feel my pulse rising. He wasn't hiding. He wasn't coming out. I called out and there was no response. Gaspar? I kept calling, but he wasn't out back or out front. He wasn't coming down the road. I expected his voice, but got only echoes of mine. He should have been home by now, and the seagulls were gone. I called his school, but he wasn't there. I asked for the name of his friend, so I could see if he stayed with them for dinner, but I got an unusual response. What friend? Turns out, Gaspar had been having trouble in school. He had trouble relating to the other kids, and they had trouble fitting him into groups. He wouldn't get into fights, but he would blend into the background. They'd forget he was even there. I called every kid in his class, asking if they'd seen my boy. Most of them didn't know his name. No one had seen anything. He just put on his backpack and wandered off, like every other day. Or so they thought. They couldn't remember for sure. Finally, I turned to Lino. I asked him to reach out to everyone he knew. My boy is missing, I stuttered. You must help me. I must find him. You have a kid? He asked. Of course, he's Gaspar, my boy. You never talk about him, Lino said. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. I have a son, I emphasized. I'll make some calls. What does he look like? I looked at one of the pictures on the wall. Gaspar, Anna, and me. It was blurry, sun-bleached. Brown hair, I said. He has brown hair. What else? I didn't have an answer. For some reason, I couldn't think of anything. Not his eyes, not his smile. I could barely even imagine his voice. I hung up on Lino and looked out the window. A single gull sat on the fence outside, its head cocked to the side. They weren't laughing anymore. If anything, it seemed concerned. I drove around town asking anyone and everyone if they'd seen him. A boy walking around with a backpack, looking lost or scared. No one had seen him, heard him, nothing. Finally, I drove by this run-down little one-story house, its walls patched with driftwood planks and sheet metal. It was impossible not to recognize the man swaying back and forth in a hammock on the porch. Simon, listening to his radio. I stopped. I wanted to ask him if he'd seen my boy, but I knew the answer already. Instead, I got out of my car and called out to him. Did you ask them to do this? I yelled. Is this you? Is this what? He yelled back. What do you want? You don't like me, so now the gulls don't like me, and now my boy is gone. Simon rolled out of his hammock and turned off the radio. He gave me a curious look. Not angry, concerned, like the gulls. He didn't come home. I can't find him. I continued. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do, Simon. They laugh at pain, Kwate, he said. Pain is for those who are still there. Those who are gone don't suffer anymore. Stop it with the riddles, I snapped. I'll make you swallow your teeth. Just tell me what they did to my boy. Simone picked something up from the side of his hammock and walked over to me. Still not angry, he looked up at the sky. I don't think they were laughing, Kwate, he said. I think they were trying to warn you. That's not what you said. You said they laugh at my pain. Two things can be true, you know. They're birds. They're not complicated. But you know what I think? He took a swig from a bottle and pointed eastward. A long line of gulls could be seen in the distance, circling something. Maybe they're waiting for you, he said. Pay attention. Listen. I got back in my car, trying to see the gulls. It was a weird angle, but I could hang my head out the window if necessary. Simone knocked on my window. No, he said. They're going out to sea. He opened the car door and held out a hand. We'll take my boat. Simone's boat was in desperate need of a touch-up. He'd been stubborn about getting it fixed, but I could hear the engine struggling the moment it puttered away from the pier. We were heading east, where the gulls still circled. I had a moment of doubt. I'd been projecting my insecurities on these birds for weeks at this point. What if I was still doing it? But no, that wasn't it. Despite it all, I could tell Simone had his heart in the right place. When it hits the fan, you don't want the person who tells you everything is gonna be okay. You want the one who spits on the problem and says, let's get this done. The sun was setting, slowly but surely. A stiff breeze rattled the buttons on my pale orange shirt. I couldn't smell the ocean anymore. I'd gotten used to it. Something hit the boat. Maybe a rock, or a sudden push from a wave. Simone tried to keep us straight, but it was too late. I fell overboard, plunging into the dark. For those who haven't swum in the open sea, there's nothing quite like it. An eternal mix of emerald blue in every direction, turning into a shimmering orange as the sun sets. In the distance, you might see a few spots swimming about, only to realize they're fish the size of your hand. But down there, it all looks small, even you. And don't look down. At the best of times, you see the immense darkness sucking you down, and in the worst of cases, you see something coming up. I forced my head above the surface. The sun had already set. A mild fog was settling over the ocean surface. I couldn't see anything. Left, right, it was all just water. Waves pushing me in every direction, grabbing a hold of me. I could feel a chill reaching up to spill the warmth in my chest. My toes were already tingling. As I kicked, one of my shoes came off, tumbling downward like a slow leaf in the wind, rocked by invisible currents. I called out to Simone, but I could barely hear my voice over the waves. There was no way he'd hear me over the engine. Then again, I couldn't even hear him anymore. He must have kept going, or sunk. But I could hear something else. Seagulls. I listened and swam until my arms ached. My eyes burned from the salt. I could feel my legs taking longer and longer to kick as my head dipped further under the surface. I had trouble getting my mouth up. I swallowed a mouthful of salt water as my rhythm broke, and in another 2 kicks, I was submerged. I counted to 30, kicking as hard as I could. Then, out of nowhere, my toes touched sand. I pulled my way onto a long deserted beach. Not a bird among the trees, no insects in the bushes. A steady wind pulled on the leaves of the blue sunflowers resting under the sweet gum trees, making them rattle like a dry applause. Then I saw people, just a couple of them standing further in by the tree line. Dark, tired eyes, lips so chapped they looked like leather, a man with a broken shirt hanging off his left shoulder, a middle-aged woman in a folk dress. As I approached, they stepped back. I need help, I wheezed. I need to find my boy. They didn't say a word. I took a couple steps forward and they faded into the dark, disappearing into the shade of the trees. They left no footsteps in the sand. There were so many more. The further I went and the closer I looked, I saw them. Quiet people, looking on from afar. If I got too close, they'd step away. If I stopped to look, they did the same. Dark, tired eyes, asking me silent questions. Some of them looked old, not in age, but in clothes. 100 years, 200 years, maybe 1,000. One of them was an old man with an unusual red bucket hat. I looked a little closer but couldn't figure out what he reminded me of. Perhaps I forgot. I'd been so preoccupied with my own troubles and woes that I hadn't considered Gaspar. I hadn't stopped to make sure he was okay. Much like the rest of town, and even his school, I'd forgotten about him. Maybe that's what the gulls were laughing at. Not me messing up another social faux pas with Lino and the boys, but me forgetting to check in on my boy. "I'm sorry, Anna," I muttered as I dragged my feet through the cooling sand. One shoe missing. I was just looking at me. It was just about me. I forgot. There was a fire up ahead, a campfire on the beach. Stepping closer, I could see two people sitting on a log, staring into the flames. A tall man and a boy. I recognized neither. I was having trouble focusing on the man. One moment he was tall and slim, the other he was short and fat. He was young, he was old. He was handsome, he was ugly. He would shift and turn as if to change whenever I thought I had an idea of what he looked like he refused to be what I expected. I took a deep breath and stepped forward. The words didn't come from him. Instead, they came from the tree line. A dozen dialects all at once. A single chorus of voices. "I cannot care for you," they said. "I'm looking for someone," I said. "I don't need you to care." "Who are you looking for?" A cacophony, struggling voices, having been dormant for years. I'd hear them fight to remember the words and to roll their stiff tongues. "My boy," I said. "I'm looking for my boy." "Is this him?" they asked. I looked at the boy by the fire. I couldn't say. I couldn't place him in my mind. I could only remember what I'd said about him, or what others had said. I could remember Anna telling me how she loved his curly brown hair, but I couldn't picture it. "I care for him," they said. "I do not forget." The voices crackled, breaking into monotones. "They left me in the woods," a man said. "I slept in the mountains. No one came to find me," said another. "I fell over. They kept going. There were hammerheads in the water. They never asked my name." People abandoned, forgotten, sacrificed, left to die by the side of the road or stuck in a mountain crevice. "If he is here, you must find him," the choir said. "Will you look?" "I will look," I agreed. "I'll look anywhere." "You may have to stay for long," they said, "until perhaps you are forgotten too." "I don't care." "Good." In the blink of an eye, I was along a country road. My leg was broken. I was screaming for help, but no one came. The flies wouldn't stop gathering on my face, picking at dry blood, pain, desperation. They should have been there hours ago, but they forgot. Bleeding through the night, passing from warmth to cold to warmth again, serenaded to the other side by whispering insects. Then, watching a boat disappear on the horizon, my legs growing weak, the waves growing higher. They must have noticed I was gone. Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't care. Movement in the dark creeping closer. Something brushing up against my leg. Something with rough skin. A single eye reflecting the moonlight as a hammerhead shark waits for me to die. Life after life after life. All forgotten. And at the end of every final breath, the gulls laughed in the distance, trying to make the others see, to listen, to remember. It was ceaseless, relentless. In one moment I'm drinking myself to death, hoping someone would find me in a bathtub. In the next, I'm outside a bar with a knife in my gut. I'm in the corner of a burning building, but the fireman forgot to look for me. Death after death after death. But I have to keep going. Then, a boy. He didn't want his dad to worry, so he said he would stay with a friend. Instead, he hid in his room, looking at pictures of his mother. He made his own bed, cooked his own dinner. It would be okay. He rarely left the house. He skipped school most days, but there was no point for him to learn, since he couldn't picture a future anyway. He'd get by somehow, or maybe he wouldn't. Maybe it didn't matter. Another voice joining the choir of things that didn't need to be. It was a cruel twist of fate. I couldn't remember him no matter how hard I tried, and even if I knew in my heart of hearts he was among them, I couldn't picture him. But I could remember Anna, and thinking of her eyes and her hair, I could remember him too. I remembered her words, whispering his name as she cradled him, and with those sprinkles of thought, a picture started to form, a name, a shape, a voice. He's afraid of the sea, I said. He'd rather watch YouTube. Is that okay? Asked the boy by the fire. Yeah, I sobbed. That's okay. We can watch together. I took him by the hand. The people in the dark stepped aside. The man by the fire remained silent, watching as we went. And in the distance the gulls laughed.